From Ramen with Love by Ryushi-the-DutchEroSennin. Chapter 6, 5 + 1 =. All right. I have decided. I will choose. The girls watched Nimer's eyes wander over all of them, and they desperately, aside from Hinata who just wanted to get to know him and maybe become less shy around people, awaited his decision. The look on his face changed into somewhat of a pout, and he let out a sigh. I can't. Choosing one of you feels like disappointing the others. The girls were quite surprised, thought about his words for a moment and realized he was right. Choosing a girl that he wanted to go out on a date with firsthand would make the others think that he wanted that girl already when he clearly said he wanted to know all of them. Then, how are we going to do this? Ino asked and exchanged looks with the other girls. Damn it, I really feel like just dropping down onto the floor with my arms and legs crossed and ponder hours over how I'm able to do this, but I'm not that smart and I don't have all the time. Isn't there some smart or time jutsu in the world? Sure as hell would help me out right now. Naruto crossed his arms and thought deeply and then realized something. Wait a minute, even though I don't have the brains to make this fair and square, Sakura-chan is like the smartest girl in the world. Or at least close to it, though knowing such a thing would be bad, so I guess I'll just have to address all of them at once. Ah. I already know something, he said, nodding, getting the girls' attention back, who also were most likely thinking about the subject as well. You girls could decide together who's going to be first. It requires some thinking from your side most likely, but that way I won't hurt the feelings of any of you for picking a girl. I really do not want to do such a thing, so the only option left is have you girls decide for me, Naruto said, smiling warmly at the girls. All of us decide together. It's true that might be a solution, but we all want to go out with you on a date so it can become something to fight over for us, Sakura replied as she looked at the other girls. Naruto smiled warmly at Sakura. She was as smart as usual. I know that you could argue and fight and pull each other's hair out for such a thing. But I also know that you're all at least Chunin ranked. I'm Jounin, Temari stated, just to point out she was higher rank than any of them. All right, 4 Chunin and 1 Jounin, and you're all able to make decisions and keep your cool from what I know. In other words, you girls can debate, discuss and consider all the options without too much fighting. Or at least that's what I believe. The girls looked at each other and nodded one by one before they formed a circle to discuss their options. All right. We can do this. I don't like bragging, but I'm probably the one with the biggest brain out of all of you, so I'll try thinking up with possibilities and all. Sakura started. We aren't dim-witted either, I guess we all need to think and not just leave it to you. Though I do think you should be the one to talk the most, Temari said to Sakura. I know you aren't. Like I said, it's not something I like bragging about. Thanks though. Since Hinata just wants to get to know Nimer-kun, I guess all of us, including Hinata, agree that she shouldn't be first, right? Why yeah, I don't mind, really. I'll only go first if you can't decide, Hinata said shyly. Sakura smiled and nodded. That's a nice plan as well, Hinata. Well, I guess I could go first. I traveled a shitty long way just to get here in one night, so, Temari said as she closed her eyes. Even though I'm dying to go out on a date with my Nimer-kun, you have a point, Blondie, Ino said, smirking. Thank you, glad you agree, my fellow Blondie. After all, if Nimer-kun isn't interested in me, he won't be interested in you. Temari threw a smirk back at Ino. Ino gritted her teeth, clutched her fist and threw a glare at Temari. Sakura placed her hand on Ino's fist and pushed it down. Come on, Ino, no fighting. Hey you guys, I just had an idea somewhat. 1010 said, blinking. thinking her idea over again. You did? Sakura asked in reply as she blinked at her. I want to go out with him as well, and though Temari has a point of why she should get the first date, why don't we all go on a date with him at the same time? Are you retarded? If we went all together it would end up in a brawl or something over who would get to sit next to Nimur-kun or about a thing like that. Temari replied, moderately confused why she even came up with such a thing. No. Not a date like to a restaurant. I mean, why don't we hold a sleepover at any of our places, and then have him there as well? I mean, think about it. We could all get to know him and we could all impress him with our looks and personalities at the same time, so we would have a fair start and then make him decide who he wants to take out on a date. Plus, we get to see Nimur-kun's body most likely, since I heard a lot of guys sleep in just their boxers. Ten put her fists in front of her mouth at the last part and softly squealed. Now there's an idea I like. Ino said, smiling widely, and the other girls nodded, Hinata doing it ever so slightly. But where can we hold a sleepover? Sakura asked the group with somewhat of a frown on her face. And my place is pretty big, I guess, but father would never allow a boy to stay over. Hinata said and fidgeted with her fingers. My place is out of the question. My mom would throw a fit about it if I said that a boy would be staying in my room along with 4 other girls. Sakura stated. Same with me, my dad would probably use some mind confusion technique to make me forget about the whole sleepover thing. Ino said and let out a sigh. Why not use the hotel Temari is staying at? Ten suggested, and all the girls turned towards Temari. I would do such a thing since I can get my little brother out of our way and such, but I don't think that Hotel Naruto is willing to serve breakfast for 8 and provide room for 8 people as well. Temari said. Hotel Naruto? Ino looked confused at her fellow blonde friend. Hinata's face flushed red and Sakura pointed towards Temari, speaking the question that was in Hinata's mind, why you're staying at Naruto's place. That lazy bum Shikamaru was found it too troublesome to have me and my brother over, so it was the only place left to go since we were unable to get a hotel. Is it really all right for you to stay there as a girl? I mean, don't you need privacy? Sakura asked. I can live on ramen for a while in the morning, and his bed is way too nice to leave it alone, so. Temari replied, smiling at the thought of the comfort and softness of Naruto's bed. You sleep in his bed. Sakura yelled for all the girls, making Naruto cough as he saw all the girls look at Temari and realized what they were talking about. You don't sleep with him, do you? Ino asked in a whisper, while Hinata blushed crimson and the other girls looked interested towards Temari. No, I don't. What the hell are you guys thinking? I'm sleeping in the bed, alone and just sleeping. Temari whispered in reply as she turned red in her face as well, since she lied and she actually was going to sleep in the same bed with Naruto, but at least she wasn't planning on doing anything with the blonde shinobi from Konoha. The girls still stared at the blushing Temari, who blushed even more because they stared. What are you all staring at? We need to find a place to have a sleepover with Nimur-kun. I guess my apartment is big enough for all of us. Ten stated and let out a sigh. You live on your own? Temari asked as she looked with wide eyes at Ten. Almost my entire life. For the first few years of my life I lived at the same orphanage as Naruto, though I only knew that after viewing the records of the orphanage once. After living there until I was about 5 years old or so, Sandaime gave me the access to the inheritance my parents left me when they died on a mission. It was one really big apartment and enough money to enter me at the Ninja Academy and live a decent life for, well, quite a long time. Well, I guess Tenten's place is the number one choice then. Sakura stated, the other girls nodding in agreement. So, we're going to have a sleepover? Sakura asked for one last time. Yep. Ten replied with a wide smile. Definitely. Temari stated with a smirk. I like it, who knows, one of us might sleep near Nimur-kun then. Ino said with a wicked smile on her face. I guess we will. Hinata replied, still kind of blushing from Temari's confession about staying at Naruto's place and even sleeping in his bed. All right then. Sakura smiled as the girls broke the circle and faced Nimur with a smile on their face. Nimur-kun, we have decided that as our first date you'll be with all of us together and have a sleepover at Tenten's place. Sakura stated in a matter-of-factly tone. Naruto's jaw dropped open when he heard that, and as if on cue, Oriental music Naruto recognized as that guy's music started playing as a fume of smoke rose up from a soft explosion on the ground somewhere near Naruto. As the music continued playing, Naruto still didn't know how he made music appear out of thin air, but that didn't really matter. A voice came out from the smoke, the man who has no enemies in the heavens and who is feared by his enemies in hell. The man who never fails at making his books successful or to please a lady. The great hermit Jiraiya-sama enters. As the smoke cleared up, they found Jiraiya posing as usual for a while before hopping on one leg a couple of meters towards the girls and striking a pose again with his palm forward. My superior hermit skills are telling me that something is going to happen tomorrow night. Yes, indeed. My hermit sense is tingling. Tomorrow night these girls will no longer be who they are today, for they shall become women. The girls blinked and sweat dropped as the Erosennin, Jiraiya, hopped on one leg across all of them and striking another pose at the end, looking towards Naruto in disguise. My pupil. You have my blessing to please these ladies and make them into dash. Jiraiya was cut off by a punch to his face from Tsunade and Sakura as they both scolded him in unison, You Ero-ojaji. Naruto looked at the hermit Jiraiya flying through a nearby forest and then looked at the pissed-off Tsunade and Sakura and started laughing. HM? What's so funny? Sakura asked as she turned her head towards the laughing Nimur as she still had her arm stretched out along with Tsunade. Tsunade threw a glance at Naruto and then headed towards Jiraiya had most likely landed. Naruto was still laughing, so much as a matter of fact that cries formed in the corner of his eyes. Nothing special. He continued laughing and then caught his breath momentarily again. It's just that I know how to do what Jiraiya-sama just did as well, the dance, and well, I'm glad he started doing it without me knowing. Naruto bursted out in laughter again as he imagined him hopping on one leg beside Jiraiya and then getting hit by Sakura in his face as Tsunade did the same with Jiraiya. He was glad he didn't dance along with Jiraiya. What? You're just as perverted as Jiraiya-sama? Sakura asked, kind of confused at the laughing blonde. No, quite the opposite. It's just that the dance is supposed to impress opponents before coolly finishing them all off at once. Naruto said and continued laughing for a little while. It's just that sensei keeps making weird lines for it. Here, I'll show it to you how it's supposed to be done. Damn, I haven't used this jutsu in a hell of a long time though. Naruto crossed both his index and middle fingers of each hand with each other and then spoke something that he didn't really use all that long ago. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 4 clones and, as expected, they still looked just like him. He made them walk a bit away from him and then he showed the girls his version of the hermit dance. You scumbags shall not harm these innocents, for I, the shinobi who is feared from west to east and from the north to the south and whose voice can make even the toughest criminal shiver out of preattained knowledge of my abilities, the protector of innocence and #1 shinobi, Nimur enters. What the hell is up with this guy? One of the clones asked. I don't know. Let's kill the guy. Yeah, let's. He is just some nutcase. Naruto smirked as his clones still talked on and quickly raced off the hand seals, Ninpakuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu. His clones looked above them in shock as moments later a huge-ass frog, that was big enough to smash all of them at once but nothing else, appeared out of nowhere and did just that, smash them. The frog croaked and then Naruto made him pop off again. See, it's supposed to be in distraction where afterwards you either kill them all at once or just beat them to death, or till the point where they are begging for forgiveness, of course. Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head as he waited for the girls to at least say something. Too bad it won't work on decent shinobi, other than that I guess it was cool, in a way. Temari said, breaking the short moment of silence first. But I guess it's a really fun way to take care of non-shinobi criminals. I mean, it goes somewhat like this. Ino said and started to try and reenact the Sennin dance. Sakura placed a hand on Ino's shoulder to make her stop, which she did and turned her head towards Sakura. What's wrong? Ino, doing something like that. Sakura shook her head. Ino blushed somewhat and put on a silly grin. I know, but it was still kind of fun to try. Anyway, I don't really know where Tenten lives and all. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. Damn, Ino looked kind of cute trying to do that. Aw, what am I thinking, it's Erosennin's dance. If he'd learn that girls like his dance now as well, he might make it into a lap dance or something. Then, how about I'll show you where I live right now? Tenten smiled at Naruto as she quickly ran forward and grabbed his arm. Come on, I'll show you. Oi! Wait up, Tenten! Naruto and all of the girls said at the same as Tenten dragged him off to her apartment. Later that day, Naruto landed unnoticed on the top of his roof, making no sound as he moved over it. He had to take a detour so the girls wouldn't follow him back here and all. Damn! He whispered, they really wanted to hug me to death before I left. Oh well, now at least I can relax until I go and meet Ayame-chan tonight. Naruto returned to his normal looks and silently jumped onto the walkway that led to his front door. He reached into his pocket for his keys, thanking God for having at least 3 spare keys of every key he had so he wouldn't lose them. Naruto put the key in his door and turned, and as he opened his door he saw Gaara standing with his back towards him, standing as near to the door as possible with his hands to his ears. Feeling the cold chill from the winds of Konoha blow against the bare part of his neck, Gaara turned around and faced Naruto, lowering his hands as he did so. What's wrong, Gaara? Why were you covering your ears? Naruto asked as he blinked at the redhead. Kaya ah! A near ear-deafening squeal reached their ears and both of them instinctively covered their ears. That would be what's wrong and the reason why. Gaara stated and Naruto nodded as he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Is there a mouse in the living room or something? Naruto asked Gaara as it was momentarily silent again. No, if there was a mouse I would just plainly pick it up with my sand and throw it out. Gaara replied as he walked off the narrow hallway back into the living room, motioning Naruto to follow him as he did so. There in the living room, Naruto found Temari hugging his pillow tightly with a very red face, and just when Naruto was about to ask what's wrong Temari let out another loud squeal. As Naruto flinched at the sound he momentarily closed his eyes before finally being able to say something to the red-faced girl, who dug half her face into the side of the pillow she tightly hugged. What's wrong, Temari? Temari looked at Naruto and spontaneously let go of the pillow and tightly hugged him. He's so good-looking, Naruto. And his voice. She was about to squeal again until she realized she might make the young blonde deaf from it and went back to hugging her pillow tightly. Huh? Who? Naruto asked like he had no clue. Wow, she seems totally different from before. Did she really like me that much back then? She seemed so casual. Nimur-kun, I finally met him just half an hour ago. or so I guess," Temari said as she rested her head on the pillow looking at Naruto and Gaara and let out a deep sigh. "Excuse me," Gaara said as he walked off. "After so much squealing, I most likely won't even have the patience to hear her story this time." Naruto heard the door that led back to the outside world shut and realized he was home alone with one very lovesick Temari, or at least she looked really lovesick to Naruto. "Naruto, would you do a girl a favor and sit down and listen to me?" Temari asked, almost sounding like she was pleading for it. I guess I can." Naruto gulped and sat down cross-legged across Temari. "I guess she'll probably need to let it off her heart or something, though I really hope she won't squeal again." "Thanks. You're probably thinking what's with me all of a sudden, huh?" Temari said as she somewhat cuddled the pillow in her arms. "Yeah, even though I don't know you that well, it doesn't really seem like you one bit to act like this." Naruto said, "It's true, this kind of surprised me really." "I know, I was all normal back when I saw him, but now I want to see him again and I feel like this," Temari said and sighed again. "I don't really get it, I guess, but you really like him that much?" "I don't know squat about him, but his looks and voice, and the way he talks are just so, oh god, just hear me talking like this, he's blonde too, you know." "Ah, I see, but Naruto said as he thought deeply about what to say next. "Damn, how do I get her up and cheerful or something, or at least how she usually is?" "You'll see him again soon, right?" Naruto said the first thing that came to his mind. "Yeah, tomorrow night along with Sakura, Ino, Ten, and that Hyuga girl, Hinata, not that it won't be fun or anything. But still, he really likes all of us and all, and I don't know if he likes me when I'm my normal self. I'm quite dominant normally, you know, you could ask Gaara." As the blonde girl's expression saddened a little and she rested her head the pillow, Naruto figured he had to do something to at least get her back to normal, and he could only think of one way, though he knew he might regret it. "Temari," Naruto said, and the kunoichi from Sunagakure turned her head slightly more towards Naruto, though she still rested it on the pillow. The next moment, Temari was literally as surprised as she had been when Gaara first hugged her as Naruto wrapped his arms around her and held her close. Her eyes were wide in disbelief and she was too surprised to even react to the sudden hug Naruto gave her. "If you act like that, why would that guy like you? You are normally strong and even cool, I guess, not the type of person to get all soft or doubt whether she would or would not be able to make a guy like her. Besides, you look way better than average girl and well, don't be like this. Your normal self is more than enough to impress him." Temari's eyes softened and she rested her head on Naruto's shoulder and wrapped her arms around him as well. "Thanks, Naruto." Less than a moment later her eyes sharpened, however, "But you understand that I'll have to beat you up for suddenly hugging me like that. Even though I really needed a hug and those words." Ehehe. Naruto flashed his wide grin at basically the world. "I thought you would do that. But at least it means you're back to your normal self again." "Good," Temari whispered in his ear before letting one hand slide of Naruto's back, reaching out to her fan and letting out a cry for battle. Gaara, who was meditating on the rooftop, felt his entire body shake from the shockwaves his sister made when trying to smash Naruto's skull with her fan. He could hear both blondes scream, Temari letting out cries and insults to Naruto and Naruto just screaming for his life. Just like back at home, no, there's still one thing missing. Gaara thought and created a small sandstorm on top of the roof that brushed off his hair and felt another shockwave run over his body. "That's it, this has officially become my second home." Hours later, when the night took over of the day and stars started filling the sky, Naruto was heading out towards the Ichiraku residence. He was glad that he has had 2.5 years of training with the Erosennin, or he would have been dead today, since he was sure that if it weren't for Erosennin's training in evasive maneuvers, he would have been hit by the raging Temari and her big fan. However, she had at least settled down after trying to hit him with her fan for a couple of minutes, and Naruto was able to escape her wrath and at least not tire himself of using a million Kawarimi no Jutsu or Kage Bunshins, or even a mix of both depending on what he felt like using. Either way, he escaped Temari's wrath, but as a precaution he still made Gaara sit between him and Temari during their dinner. Naruto let out a sigh, wondering whether or not Temari would try to beat him up tonight once they were sleeping. He shrugged the thought off as he came near Ayame's place and figured he'd worry about it when he was going to bed. It was around 8 and Naruto figured that Ayame probably asked her father if she could leave early today, seeing as Ichiraku's ramen stays open way after 8. Feeling he should do things the shinobi way, both to save time and to be able to wait for her inside if he was too early, Naruto headed towards Ayame's bedroom window. Seeing the back of Ayame's head being reflected in the mirror she had on Naruto's left side, Naruto grinned and opened her window with ease. For a shinobi, it took little effort to open a mirror window or door that wasn't sealed. "Yo, Ayame-chan. Sorry if I made." Naruto started with a wide grin but stopped as Ayame turned around to face him, and he took better notice of her. Ayame, currently having nothing but a towel on her body with her hair still dripping wet, blushed at sight of Naruto, and he did the same with the exception that he actually lost balance and started falling back. Just before he dropped all the way down, Ayame had come to his rescue and grabbed onto his leg with one hand while holding her towel up with the other. "You idiot! Why don't you just knock at the front door like normal people do?" Ayame yelled at him as she tried to pull him up. "Gah, gah, gah." Naruto blabbered for a moment, blood flowing out of his nose, and then he fiercely shook his head, because it's not the way of the shinobi. "Ayame-chan. Just place my foot against the wall. I'll climb up using my chakra." "All right." Ayame replied and placed Naruto's foot against the wall. A blue glow of chakra emitted from his foot and made Naruto stick to the wall enough to make him place his other foot back onto the wall as well. A few moments later, Naruto was standing in Ayame's room, heavily breathing for multiple reasons. "Geez, really, if you just knocked first or something, I could have at least get dressed," Ayame said as she closed the window. "Sorry, I didn't know, but you really looked charming and sexy with your hair wet and all." Naruto tried to at least cheer her up with a compliment so she would forgive him. However, his plan didn't act out like he thought it would as Ayame turned red, threw him onto her bed and started shaking him back and forth. "What the hell are you thinking, you little perv?" "Aw. Ayame-chan. It's going to fall," Naruto said as he faced away from her with closed eyes and instinctively stuck his hands out to keep Ayame's towel up. Ayame stopped shaking him, and there was a moment of silence that made Naruto want to take a peek at the expression on Ayame's face to see if she was still mad or not. However, he didn't find an expression of fury or the like on Ayame's face. Instead, he found one of surprise, shock, and also that her head had turned entirely red. Naruto then felt that his hands were placed on something round and humpy, and he instinctively took a feel of it to be sure if it was what he thought it was. Naruto's face turned bright red as well as Ayame let out a soft moan before slapping Naruto across his face and quickly running off to her private bathroom. After he heard the door shut tight, Naruto spun around and ran towards the bathroom door where Ayame was on the other side. "Ayame-chan. I'm sorry. You know that it was an accident, right? I didn't want to. I just wanted to hold your towel up." Naruto quickly apologized for his actions, though he still blushed at the previous moment. Damn it. Now I sound just like Erosennin when he tries to apologize for groping a woman. She probably thinks I'm a pervert now as well. I guess I'll go then, I'm really sorry Ayame. Naruto said after a moment of silence, not even adding the Chan part as he turned around ready to leave the same way he came. Just when he took his first step, Ayame's voice came from inside the bathroom, Naruto. Naruto stopped and waited for her to continue. I know you didn't mean to, I was just shocked, I guess. Please don't leave, I'm not mad at you, though I do feel. It's alright, I'll just leave so you can rest and all. Don't want you to feel weird or anything. No. It's nothing like that, just stay, just give me a moment or two to get dressed. Then. Naruto smiled softly, I'll be waiting in your room. A couple of minutes later, Ayame walked back into her room fully dressed and found Naruto staring out of the window. Naruto. Aw, yo, Ayame-chan. Finally done getting dressed, huh? Geez, you sure kept me waiting this time. Naruto said smiling, but Ayame could tell it was a fake smile and her expression saddened. It's alright Naruto, just forget about what happened just now. I'm not hurt physically or mentally by it, really it's fine. Aw, I see, thank goodness. Naruto said as his smile faded away. Ayame walked towards him, noticing that his cheek was still red from her hit, and as she got closer to him, does it hurt? Your cheek, that is. My cheek? Naruto asked surprised, and he blinked as he touched the cheek, which had been hit earlier by Ayame. Nothing to worry about. I've been hit way harder in the past on my face, so I guess I'm used to it. Ayame used a single finger to turn Naruto's red cheek towards her and her eyes shortly trembled. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, I was just really startled. Mao, I said it's all right. I guess Naruto said, but stopped as Ayame gave him a kiss on his red cheek and then embraced him in a hug. Ayame-chan. Naruto said as he felt a single tear roll down over his cheek, but he knew it wasn't his. They stood there like that for a while, Naruto being held by Ayame, cheek to cheek, until Ayame broke the silence. Can you forgive me for hitting you? How could I not when I pretty much deserved it, though it wasn't my intention to do such a thing. Naruto's face broke into a genial smile. Of course I can. I'm more angry at myself than at you. Don't be, it was just an accident, I know. Ayame said as she let go of Naruto and sat down on her bed. Naruto nodded and Ayame smiled at him once again, even though it was an accident. I'm curious Naruto-kun, did you like the feeling? Naruto replied shocked and wide-eyed as he slightly blushed from the sudden question. Now, I want an honest answer from you. I won't think you're a pervert if you say yes, just that if it happens again all of a sudden I might doubt more if it was an accident. Ayame winked playfully at Naruto with a wide smile on her face. Well, I guess, it felt nice even though it was totally wrong and I didn't want to do so. Naruto scratched his cheek and looked away from Ayame as he blushed deeper. Ayame giggled and leaned back on her arms, sticking her chest out intentionally, and she blushed slightly before asking the next question, want to feel them again? What? Naruto replied shocked as he looked with big wide eyes of shock towards Ayame, who replaced Ayame-chan with that nymph whatchamacallit Anko. Ayame slightly giggled again before bursting out in laughter, tears of joy forming in the corner of her eyes. It's a joke Naruto, a joke. Was just checking if you were a pervert or not. As Ayame still laughed like crazy, Naruto let out a deep sigh. Really, you had me scared for a second there. I was starting to think you actually liked it and wanted me to do it again. Ayame stopped laughing, looked towards Naruto and slightly blushed again. Well, anyway, let's go out on our second date tonight, Naruto looked up and blinked at Ayame. Second date? Oh, come on. You promised you'd take me out on another date. This time I'll pay for you since I doubt you brought your money along, huh? Well, I guess we could. What do you have in mind? How about we first go to a restaurant so you can tell me what happened today, and then we can go to this club I know and dance, I guess. Ayame replied with a wide smile at Naruto. Now that you mention it, I do need your advice on some stuff. All right then, but I'm not really dressed for a date or anything. It's all right, you look good enough as it is. It's not like you'll stand out with those clothes in that club. Now just turn around for a couple of minutes so I can get into something that is fitting for the club scene. After all, I like to see guys being jealous, and if I show up there really pretty with you, I'm sure they'll envy you if they think we are dating, and they might try to steal me away from you. Ayame said as she put her hands on her cheeks, closed her eyes and shook her head as she thought about having a bunch of cute guys fighting over her. If that's the case, shouldn't I henge into Ymir to at least show up a little bit older? Even though it's just a year difference in looks, it's still a whole year. Naruto asked as he rubbed the back of his head. No, Naruto-kun, that won't do at all. If you'd go as Ymir-kun, technically it wouldn't be that second date that you promised me, and guys will find it hopeless to try and steal a girl like me from a guy like you. I mean from a guy that looks like Yondaime. Ayame shook her finger and got up from her bed, walking towards Naruto and turned him around to face out of the window. Now look out the window while I chance my clothes, all right? Don't worry, I already know what I want to wear so it won't take long. Ayame said, smiling at their reflection in the glass before turning around to change her clothes. As Naruto heard Ayame take her clothes off, he stared aimlessly out of the window at the night that fell over Konoha by now. That was until he could faintly see Ayame's back exposed in the glass as she was about to turn 90 degrees, so he averted his eyes and stared out of the other window in an angle so he couldn't see her reflection in the glass. All right, Naruto-kun, I'm done changing. Ayame announced, and Naruto turned back around to look at her. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Ayame's face after quickly taking a look at what she was wearing. You want me to die or something, don't you? Whatever makes you think that, Naruto-kun. Ayame said as she played with the edge of the skirt she was wearing that came down to her knees. Other than the skirt, she wore a tight blue top, which pretty much outlined every curve of her body and which also had a deep neck cut, revealing a slight hint of cleavage. And of course she also had shoes to match her outfit, but Naruto knew that no one would notice that anyway. Another night of crappy sleep and H dreams. Naruto muttered softly as he looked away from Ayame. You said something? No. Nothing at all. Anyway, let's go before we get at the club way too late. Then all the decent guys will be taken, you know. Ayame took Naruto's hand and pulled him along with her, leaving Ayame's home trough the front door. Oi, Ayame-chan, some guys are staring at you, and some even at me. Naruto stated in a whisper during their walk towards the restaurant Ayame had in mind to go to. See, those guys are jealous of you, Naruto-kun. Just imagine what it will be like at a club then. I don't think jealousy is what's on their mind, Ayame-chan. That last guy winked at me when I looked at him. Don't worry, we're close to the restaurant, and club for that matter, since the club is just around the corner of the restaurant. Ayame stated as she slightly increased their pace for Naruto's sake. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they found a nice clean table near the window and sat down. My, it's really busy tonight. I think we're actually lucky to spot a free table. Ayame said as she looked around the restaurant, finding waiters and waitresses trying to go from table to take and deliver orders as fast as possible. Now that you mention it, it does. I guess we won't be leaving here anytime soon. Naruto replied as he looked over the back of the couch-like seating he was sitting on to find a waiter carrying 4 plates to a table and falling flat on his face due to another passing waiter. Damn, oh well, that gives you enough time to talk to me about what you wanted to talk about at least. Ayame smiled at Naruto. Naruto smiled back and crossed his arms for a moment, thinking about what he should ask her first, and then he looked towards Ayame again. Anything I need to know when going to some sleepover where there will be 5 girls and just one guy, that guy being me? Ayame looked wide-eyed at Naruto. Weren't you going out with just one girl for a date or something tomorrow? Well, that was the plan, but I couldn't help feeling that I'd be letting all the others down or something like that by making a choice. So I decided they should choose on who would go first together, and they ended up with the plan of a sleepover so they'd all be first. Naruto explained, grinning sheepishly at Ayame and rubbing the back of his head. So you're going to spend a whole night with 5 girls in the same room? Ayame questioned, and Naruto nodded his head. I see, 1 room, 5 teenage girls, 1 teenage boy. Ayame said and counted on her fingers before suddenly blushing red. HM? What's wrong, Ayame-chan? Naruto looked dumbfounded towards her and blinked a couple of times. Ehehe, nothing much. Ayame replied, smiling sheepishly at the blonde and scratching her cheek innocently. Naruto started rethinking about what she just said, and then he sort of realized what Ayame must have been thinking. You're right, Ayame-chan. I am? She looked confused at the blonde, trying to figure out just what he was talking about. Yeah, it's going to be lots of trouble, because I have to change into my PJs and so do the girls, but I have to do it while staying in my henge. Naruto nodded, sure that he had to figure out a way to do such a thing. Ah. Yeah, of course. Ayame replied, blushing as she looked away from Naruto. That wasn't what I was thinking about, Naruto-kun. Ooh, I'm so bad tonight. Anyway, I think I can just do that while in my henge, but I'm a bit worried about seeing the girls in their nightly clothing. Naruto said and slightly blushed at the thought. Don't worry, I bet you'll be too busy watching movies or playing games with the girls that you don't even have time to stare at them or something. Ayame replied with a smile at Naruto to make him feel more comfortable. Games? What kind of games? Well, there's like spin the bottle and... Ayame realized what she said and slapped her hands in front of her mouth. Spin the bottle, huh? What's that? Naruto asked, curious. Don't worry. I don't think they'll do that with just one guy in the room, so you have nothing to worry about. Ayame said, waving dismissively at the topic at hand. I see, then, I guess it's just going to be a fun night, huh? I hope so for you. Ayame replied, smiling, or rather for your sake, Naruto-kun, then again, it depends on your point of view on having a fun night. Oh no. I did it again. I should spa dash. What's with me tonight? I really hope I get to know them better tomorrow night though. Fun night or no fun night, I want to get to. Hey, look who we have here. A woman's voice stopped Naruto from continuing, and both he and Ayame looked up to see who it came from. Yo, Naru-chan. I didn't expect to see you here. Mind if I sit across the two of you? Anko asked with wide grin on her face. Yes. Naruto replied as he looked at the busted purple-headed kunoichi like she was about to stab him or something. You want to do H stuff again with me, huh? I always thought Naru-chan was so sweet and kind. Are you really going to send a friend like me away in such a crowded restaurant? Anko said and leered dangerously at Naruto. Naruto gulped and looked at Ayame, who looked questioningly back at him before he turned his head back to Anko. Well, you see, Anko-sensei, I'm here on somewhat of a date, so... It's all right, Naruto. I don't mind if she sits with us. Ayame replied, and Naruto looked rather shocked at her. You realize you just let the devil herself get close to me again. Date you say? You certainly are the busy little bee these days, Naru-chan. Anko said, leering at the blonde as she sat down across Ayame. I don't believe we know each other though. I'm Mitarashi Anko, just call me Anko though, and you are? Ichiraku Ayame. Nice to meet you. Ayame said, smiling politely at Anko. Aya-chan, huh? Is it all right if I call you that? Sure. I have no problem with that. Glad you don't mind. Aya-chan, you're that ramen girl, huh? I heard some interesting rumors about you, I believe. Anko said and leered at Ayame. What the hell is she leering at Ayame-chan for? Naruto thought as he eyed the jounin warily. Rumors, huh? What kind of rumors? Ayame asked, smiling nervously now at the purple-headed woman. You know. I bet you hear them all the time. How great your cooking is. Anko said with a smile. Cooking? I don't like the way that nymph watch McCallett said it, but it's about Ayame-chan, so it must be innocent and really about cooking, right? I mean, Ayame-chan is. Naruto thought as he looked at Ayame. Aw, really? Thank you. It really isn't all that big of a deal though. When being raised in a family that's all about making ramen for a living, then you have to pick some skills up, right? Ayame replied, smiling and slightly bowed. Anko smirked and leered back towards Naruto, who kind of yelped. To Naruto's rescue came, however, the waiter who finally reached their table. Sorry for the wait. Can I take your order? I'll have the dango special with some sake. Don't worry, Naru-chan, I'm paying for myself. Anko said and winked at Naruto, making the blonde shiver because he somewhat expected her to want to be repaid one way or another. I'll take the extra spiced curry, I'm feeling like eating spicy food tonight. Ayame said, smiling at the waiter and then turning her smile towards Naruto. What about you, Naruto-kun? I guess I'll take the curry as well, but not the extra spiced one. Naruto stated, and the waiter noted the orders, and as he was done, that's it? Ayame nodded and Naruto nodded after her, and the waiter pocketed his pen and notebook. Then I'll be right back with your meals. After the waiter had left to get them their meals, Anko was the first to speak up again. So are you two out on a date, or are you dating? Naruto gulped again as Anko looked at him again, though this time he could for a split second see her eyes soften. Ayame looked at Naruto and, noticing that Ayame was looking at him from the corner of his eyes, he looked back towards her. Both of them blushed and then quickly looked away, and Ayame replied to Anko's question, and no. Just a date. He promised me one, so that's why. Ah. I see. Anko said, grinning widely. I was already thinking, my, Naru-chan is dating such a pretty girl, you know. Ayame blushed at the compliment, and even though it wasn't that big of a compliment, she made a slight bow. Thank you, Anko-san. It's nothing really, I mean it. You are a really beautiful woman. I don't see good-looking girls like you here in Konoha that often. Well, with the exception of my Kurenai-chan and Yugogo-chan. Aya-chan, Nai-chan, Yu-chan, and myself. Anko said half dreamily as she leaned on her arm. Really? Well, you are quite good-looking too, Anko-san. Ayame replied, still with a blush on her face. Anko-sensei, if you plan on doing anything weird with Ayame-chan that will embarrass her, I'll beat you up. Naruto eyed the purple head suspiciously, until she noticed his glare, making her slightly stick her tongue out and playfully wink at him as if she knew what he was thinking. Enjoy your meals. The waiter said as he placed their dishes in front of them along with a bottle of sake for Anko and, since they didn't order anything specific, water for Ayame and Naruto. Aye-chan, do you like dango? Anko asked as she picked up her first dango stick and loosely held it between her thumb and index finger. Ayame, who was just about to pick her spoon and say itadakimasu, looked up at Anko, and Naruto did the same. Yeah, I like it. Why are you asking? What do you like doing with it after you put the dango in your mouth? Anko asked as she played with the dango stick between her fingers, making the mark of Konoha in the air. Eat it, I guess. Ayame replied, somewhat unsure if it was a rhetorical question or not. Ah, I see. You know what I do with it? Anko asked with a raised eyebrow as she slightly looked at Ayame. Ayame shook her head and waited for Anko to continue. Well, it's more what I like doing with it before actually consuming it. I like to suck on it for some time. The taste it gives is quite pleasing, arousing even perhaps for more, and then I swallow it entirely most of the time without even chewing on it. Anko said, and her eyes shifted towards Naruto, who suddenly started sweating a lot, and not because of the food on his plate that was that warm. Hell. Naruto thought wide-eyed as he was being stared at the ever-seductive look from Anko. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Ayame said with a smile at Naruto, not really noticing that he was getting rather nervous from the purple-headed kunoichi, and dug into her curry. Yeah, itadakimasu. Anko said in such a sensual way that would most likely it could seduce an entire army of men. Naruto somehow found himself obliged to watch Anko as she opened her mouth, slowly but surely moved her dango stick into it and took the first dango ball of the stick. He gulped, looked down towards his curry and quickly started chowing his meal down, hoping to be out of here and away from Anko as fast as possible. Naruto-kun, I didn't know you were that hungry. Ayame said, surprised as Naruto chowed down his meal, and then suddenly she reached out for his wrist and stopped him from chowing down, but you know, it's not really polite to eat that way. Just look at yourself, your entire mouth is covered in leftovers. Naruto looked somewhat surprised at Ayame as she picked a napkin up and started cleaning the area around his mouth. However, he could see Anko pretty much stare, or perhaps even glare out of jealously, at Ayame's actions that Naruto broke his mouth into a wide grin and let Ayame clean his face. Gomen Ayame-chan. I was just somewhat hungry. I could see that. Now don't make me treat you like a baby anymore and eat properly. Ayame said and turned back to her own meal. No problem. Naruto said, grinning, and looked from the side of his eyes at Anko, who slightly pouted before continuing to eat her dango. You know, Aya-chan, you really are a cute girl. Doing a thing like that for Naru-chan. Anko said as she started on her second dango stick. Ah, it's nothing really. Ayame said with a wide grin as she brought her spoon back up for another bite. Honestly, I think even I would fall in love with someone like you. Anko said as she placed her second empty dango stick on the plate already. Excuse me. Ayame almost dropped her spoon into her curry as she blushed bright red upon hearing Anko's statement. Anko stood up from her side of the table and walked over to Ayame and Naruto's side. Here, let me have a good look on that cute face of yours. All of a sudden, Anko sat down on Ayame's lap, surprising the girl even more, not to mention that Naruto was getting ready to punch Anko of Ayame if she decided to grope his friend. Anko raised a hand up to Ayame's face and turned the now blushing girl's face slightly from left to right. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind getting something with a girl like you. Thanks, I guess. Ayame said and blinked at Anko, who still held her face. And Naru-chan likes you too, right? Hey, he didn't want me to be his first, but how about the two of us convince him to let us be his first, HM? I'm sure we can share him. Ayame looked towards Naruto with a crimson blush on her face, and he was blushing now as well and was aching to punch Anko, but he was afraid she'd somehow use Ayame as a shield. What are you saying? Such a thing. Ayame managed to let out in half a whisper. Then again, I guess I first want to see if I want to share Naruto with you. Anko said, suddenly pulling Ayame closer, slipping a hand under the back of her shirt and kissing her passionately on her lips. Naruto's jaw dropped open out of pure surprise and shock as Anko placed her other hand on the back of Ayame's head, and he could swear he saw Anko's tongue slip into Ayame's mouth, whose eyes now closed. Naruto then felt a pair of eyes stare at the back of his neck, or at least he felt that someone was staring at him, and as he turned around he saw a certain tall white-haired man with his jaw dropped open as well stare at him. Naruto closed his mouth and stared at the Erosennin, almost expecting him to fly by a nosebleed, but instead the white-haired Sannin pointed at Naruto as he closes his mouth. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the hermit as he pointed towards Naruto, or perhaps the two girls behind him, and then he suddenly hit with the side of his hands near the side of his crotch a couple of times. Naruto looked questioningly at his tutor, wondering what the pervert meant as he turned 90 degrees around and moved his hips back and forward, while looking like he was pulling something closer as they were forward. Jiraiya turned back towards Naruto again and pointed again, this time at the two women behind, who were still passionately making out to say the least. Naruto eyed the Erosennin suspiciously as he went through the entire scene. That was until a sudden knee made him hunch over and clutch onto his stomach. Naruto turned his head and saw Tsunade scolding Jiraiya, though he couldn't quite hear what she was saying. Before she turned towards Naruto, gave him a wink and then took Jiraiya's hand and pulled him after her. Naruto turned back around to face Ayame and Anko, who a second later broke their kiss with Ayame blushing and instantly looking down towards her, rather Anko's lap since she was sitting on hers. An excellent kisser as well. I think you just stole my heart, Aya-chan. Anko placed a finger on her lower lip and leered at Ayame before turning her head to Naruto. Then again, Naruto-chan still has my heart, and I just let you sit there all by yourself, didn't I? You want to be kissed as well, any Naruto-chan? No, really, that's unnecessary. I really don't want to, Naruto said as he backed off from the approaching Anko. Naruto-chan, onagai desu, Anko said as she leaned more and more towards Naruto. Then she suddenly stopped and pulled back and looked down towards her lap to find a more than decent amount of water on her lap. Oh my, I'm sorry, Anko-san, but it was kind of hard grabbing a glass of water with you bending over like that. Anko crossed her arms and looked intrigued into Ayame's eyes. I see, is that so? So you're not willing to share Naruto-chan? You can count on it, you slut. Well, I'm not going to let a little whore like you have him either, any? Anko grinned wicked grin at Ayame. Oh, you did not just say that. Ayame said trough gritted teeth as she kept a smile on her face. Next thing Naruto saw was that Ayame pinned Anko on the table with both women pulling on each other's hair. Take this, Anko said as she grabbed a bottle of water and threw its contents all over Ayame. Oh, you bitch. And in return, Ayame gave Anko a slap in her face, who in return threw Ayame on the table and towered above her this time. Who's above who now, huh? Next, the two women rolled over the table and troughed their own curry and dango. Naruto, who still was in the process of letting all of this sink in, suddenly realized that they'd soon roll trough his meal, and instinctively he grabbed his plate and held it above his head just before the women rolled in front of him. Anko sank her teeth into Ayame's chest, who let out a cry of pain before twisting the nipples of Anko's breasts, which hurt even more due to Anko's net vest. The two of them rolled back off the other side of the table, spilling both water, sake and food on them as they did. Naruto placed his plate back onto the table and got up from his seat as the two women brawled on the floor, gaining quite the attention from a couple of customers in the restaurant who eagerly looked at the fight. The women knocked into the table that was on their left, making the bottles that stood on that table fall over and spill over them, making them even more messy than they were before. As the fight got more and more bystanders, Naruto looked desperately for a way to stop this fight and could only think of one way: Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clones formed a circle around the women to shield bystanders from harm and also to try and break them up as soon as possible. Stop it, you guys. Naruto was just about to jump into the two fighting women to separate them when he saw an object fly away from the two girls. Tracing it troughed the air, it ended up in one of the guys that was trying to watch the fight, and a guy next to him yelled loudly, "Hey!" This guy got a bra smacked in his face. One of those women is not wearing a bra anymore. Naruto turned towards the man, who proudly held the bra in his hands and was grinning like Erosennin would do when he's peeping on girls in the hot springs. "Give it back." The man looked up from the bra towards Naruto. "No way, kid. I'm keeping this as a souvenir. Let's see the size of this girl is." Naruto narrowed his eyes and really wasn't in the mood for handling perverts without resorting to violence, so he just hit the pervert in the face and took the bra out of his hands before turning back towards Ayame and Anko. He handed the piece of lingerie to one of his clones, and then Naruto took half a second to gather his courage before jumping in between. A few moments later, Naruto had them at enough distance from each other that they couldn't scratch, bite, or kick one another. Naruto helped them stand up again and stood between the two of them as his clones spoke up. "All right, show's over, folks. Get back to your meals or whatever. Nothing to see anymore." Both women covered themselves up as they really ripped each other's clothing apart, and Naruto let out a deep sigh. "Let's get you two back home or something." Naruto's circle of clones still surrounded them, and once they were outside the restaurant, Naruto created a couple of more clones to cover the girls up before blending in with them and taking the bra back from the clone he gave it to. Anko and Ayame both shivered from the cold wind that brushed against their exposed and wet skin and soaked clothing. They averted each other's gazes and looked somewhat sad as they still had to walk quite close to each other and knew that Naruto didn't like the fact that they had fought and wouldn't like it if they did so again either. Ayame shivered tremendously as she tried to warm herself up against the cold evening winds. Anko looked towards Ayame and let out a sigh as she took her raincoat off. "Here." Ayame looked up towards Anko, who was offering her coat to her, or rather insisted, as she placed the coat around her arms. "Why?" "Because I'm sorry," Anko said as she wrapped her arms around herself. Ayame silently looked at her for a couple of moments. "Me too. I'm sorry I started fighting with you. It's my fault though. If I didn't try to force myself upon Naruto, you wouldn't have done that." Anko shivered from the cold now as well, and Ayame opened the raincoat to her. "Come, we'll keep each other warm or something." Anko's expression saddened and she averted her eyes from Ayame as she wrapped an arm around her waist, and the two of them walked close to each other to keep each other warm. Naruto was silently looking at the road up ahead as he could hear the two girls wrap their arms around each other, both to support each other and to keep warm. He nor his clones looked at them out of decency. After all, in the short moment Naruto did look at them, he could tell that their clothing was in quite a bad shape. "Hey, either of you is missing a bra right now, so," Naruto said as he held his hand that held the bra back towards the two women. Ayame rested her hand on her chest shortly before looking up towards the bra that Naruto held out. Anko looked at Ayame, who looked kind of awkward towards her bra, and Anko knew that it was Ayame's since she didn't wear one. "It's mine. Thank you for holding on to it, Naruto." "Here." Naruto moved his hand to motion for Anko to take the bra, and she did, silently handing it to Ayame again. Ayame looked up towards Anko again, her eyes saying everything that needed to be said without words, and Anko nodded in return. With the help from Anko, Ayame got her bra back on, and they were now silently staring at each other again, both having regrets for their actions at the restaurant. "You really like Naruto a lot to stand up for him like that back there, don't you?" Anko whispered as she averted her eyes from Ayame's. Ayame blushed and looked away as well before whispering back to Anko, "I just found you crossing a line." If he wants to be kissed by you, he'll let you kiss him. Aya-chan, I'm sorry for calling you a whore, you're way too sweet for a whore. I don't think you're a slut either. Ayame replied and then added in a soft whisper, Naruto is a really good guy. If you really want him as your own and want to do things with him, you just have to win his heart, not that such a thing is easy. He's already more or less in love with 5 girls, you and me would only add more conflict within him. Anko smiled weakly, who knows? Yeah, who knows? Ayame replied smiling just as weak as Anko. If we don't end up with him, we will always have each other though. Anko whispered and stuck her tongue slightly out at Ayame along with a wink. Heh. Ayame closed her eyes and slightly smiled, not caring if Anko was serious about it or it was just a small joke to light the situation up. Ayame-chan, we're at your place. Naruto stated after a couple of minutes of silence. Then I guess I'll be heading in now to rest up and whatnot. Ayame said as she returned Anko's raincoat to Anko and walked up to her door trough the clones. Ayame-chan. Naruto said as he grabbed onto her wrist when she reached the door and she looked with soft eyes at him. Naruto broke into a wide grin to cheer her up a bit. Next time we'll head out straight towards a club, alright? You got it, Naruto-kun. Dinner between you and me seems to be cursed when doing so at a restaurant. Ayame said before opening the front door and heading in. Now, we just need to bring you back. Naruto said and turned around towards Anko after he heard her close her raincoat. Naru-chan? Can we go to your place? My apartment is pretty far away from here and I'd rather be dry before heading back. Anko asked, sounding rather sincerely to Naruto. Though he really wanted to say to her that she should go home right now all by herself, he just wasn't that kind of guy, so he let out a deep sigh instead. Alright. I'll give you a t-shirt or something at my place so you won't get a fever or something on your way home. Thanks, love. Anko replied, smirking at Naruto, which didn't really surprise the blonde. After all, he always saw her smirk and never really smile unless she was eating dango without the intention of driving men mad. Though he was used to Anko smirking about a lot of things, he was still kind of cautious of her, knowing that she'd most likely be planning something right now and that he probably wasn't safe of her until they were inside his home and near Gaara and Temari for that matter. To Naruto's moderately pleasant surprise, Anko remained silent during the rest of their trip and didn't even attempt to jump him or whatever. When they reached the door of Naruto's apartment, Naruto made his Kage Bunshins pop off since Anko soon wouldn't need the protection from looks that the public would send her. Whether she wanted Naruto to shield her from the public eye was a whole different question, or that was at least what Naruto thought. Naruto quickly opened the door, let Anko go in first, and as Naruto walked in after her they were greeted by Temari and Gaara. Back so soon? Anko took a quick look at the 2 Sand siblings and took notice of Gaara. Oh my, it's Kazekage-sama, you're even cuter in reality than I heard. She suddenly pulled the redhead closer and ran a hand through his hair. Does Kazekage-dano want to be pleased by Konoha's finest? Gaara looked coldly past her and spoke towards Temari. Temari, may I break my vow of not killing people when they aren't trying to kill me? You don't have to, I'll gladly kill her for talking to my little brother like that. Temari said as she grabbed a hold of her fan. Anko blinked at the 2 of them, wondering if she said something wrong until Naruto quickly pulled her away from Gaara and Temari. Anko-sensei, I didn't bring you here to meet the Kazekage, so leave my roommates alone, would you? Naruto pulled her into the bathroom, quickly closed the door and locked it to protect Anko from Gaara and Temari and them in return from her. Then he realized he locked himself with the infamous Nympho Wachimacalid Anko in a rather small bathroom with no way to escape other than the bathroom door. I'll go and... Naruto said as he quickly tried to unlock but was stopped by Anko, who embraced him from behind. Do what, my Naruto-chan? What are you planning on doing with me? Naruto asked as he started sweating out of being nervous from the devious grin Anko had on her face. Anko turned Naruto around to face him before grinning slightly wider. Well, there is a whole list of things that I plan on doing with you, but... Naruto didn't like the sound of that, and he liked what came after that, but even less. There is just one thing I want to do with you right now. Naruto nervously took a step back, being cornered against the door, knowing that he'd have too little time to open the door and escape from Anko. Crap! I'm done for this time. Naruto thought as he closed his eyes, awaiting his expected doom, but as that certain doom didn't come, he carefully opened one eye. As he did so, Anko wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into a hug, resting her head partly on his shoulder and partly against his head. Naruto managed to let out in surprise as his eyes went wide that Anko held him like that for way longer than he expected without doing anything else. Surprised, Naruto-chan. But you know, I lied about just wanting just one thing. Anko said as she still tightly held Naruto against her own body, the smell of her hair and body intoxicating the young blonde. Anko moved her cheek over Naruto's until she could look straight into his eyes with her own, and then she moved her face closer towards his. It was for about a second, but their lips connected and had Naruto staring in disbelief at Anko. No tongue, no attempt to grope me or make me grope her, nothing more than an embrace and a tender kiss. Naruto stared wide-eyed at Anko, who had that everlasting seductive look in her eyes, and for the first time, Naruto felt seduced by her eyes as he pulled her closer for a second kiss. Realizing what he did, he quickly pulled away and cursed himself for falling for her tricks. Damn it. Now she'll just think I gave her the signal to go for it. Anko pulled Naruto back into her arms, though Naruto leaned back to still create some distance between them. I didn't expect Naruto-chan to give me a kiss back, but don't worry, this is all I'll do for now. I've decided that as long as you'll let me hug you and give you a normal kiss when I feel like it, that I'll try not to be too naughty with you. What the, is she serious? Please let her be serious about not trying anything weird. Naruto thought as Anko leered at him with an obvious lust in her eyes. But you know, Naruto-chan, I really feel like kissing you a lot right now, since you gave me a kiss back. That was just a random action at the moment. I wasn't thinking, really. Besides, if you keep this up, you'll have me even more wet than you just made me by doing all of this. What, you say, huh? My Naruto-chan, I think I might drop that not being so naughty part after all if you're going to talk like that. What the hell did I say? What the hell is she thinking right now? Anko stopped, leaning closer towards the blushing and shocked Naruto, and blinked at him before looking at her clothes and letting out a sigh. Damn it, for a minute there I thought you were talking about a different kind of being wet. Sorry, Naruto-chan. Huh? Different kind of wet. Naruto blinked at Anko, wondering what she was talking about as he was just wet from her wet clothing. Aw, forget about it. Anko said and let out a sigh before dropping her raincoat to the floor, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine. Let's just dry me with a towel and get me a clean, dry shirt, About that, Naruto-chan. Hey? What? Naruto asked as he grabbed one of the many towels he kept in his bathroom. Anko smirked and leered towards him again. You can choose, either you dry me with that towel or I get to passionately kiss you 3 times. Naruto gasped and shook his head, wondering if she really planned on being more innocent around him or not. Let's see, I guess drying her isn't half as bad as letting her passionately kiss me 3 times. After all, most of her clothes are wet and she just asked me to dry her, so... I'll dry you. Naruto quickly responded, and Anko's eyes turned into a softer leer, as did her smirk. I thought you would. Anko turned her back towards Naruto and in one fluid motion took her vest off and tossed it off before crossing her arms in front of her chest. Start then, I'd say. Naruto pointed and let out a slight scream. What the hell are you doing? You said you'd dry me, so I took off my vest so you can dry my body. Or do you rather take the kisses? I'll give them to you right now if you want, but I'd have to turn around and... Anko placed her hands on her cheeks, pretending to be blushing and shook her head. I'd have to wrap my arms around poor innocent Naruto, which would show him a lot of my femininity. Oh, what should I do? All right, I'll dry you up, tsch. Whatever happened to being more innocent around me if I let you hug and kiss me? Naruto muttered the last part, but Anko could clearly hear it. I never said I'd be innocent around you. I said I just wouldn't try to go further than that for now, meaning until your dormant male instincts start working. But there's nothing wrong with teasing you, any? Anko said and winked at Naruto. He let out a sigh in defeat as he started rubbing the towel over Anko's back. This is really nice, you know. How about we take a shower together and then rub each other's back? Anko asked as she leered over her shoulder towards him. Just ignore her. Once you're done with her back, you'll just get her a t-shirt and get her the hell out of your house so you can do whatever to pass time with Temari and Gaara. I see, Naru-chan. Do you know the saying talk is silver, silence is golden? Seeing that you're silent, I guess I should take it as a yes and take off my short skirt and, ow, I don't wear any underwear today. Naruto froze up for half a second, then decided that if he wouldn't speak up he'd end up in the shower with Anko, and so he bit to her with gritted teeth. No, I don't want to take a bath or shower with you. All right. But you really should feel your own hands go over your back sometime, it's really nice. Anko said dreamily. Yeah, I'm going to get you a shirt. Naruto said as he was done with her back, but Anko stopped him with one hand. Naru-chan, you're forgetting my front. Anko said as she pulled him back behind her. All right, geez. Naruto said as he patted the area around Anko's neck with the towel. Anko then grabbed his hands as he pulled them back and pulled them more forward. Naru-chan, you're forgetting these. Oh my, I forgot that you didn't have the towel in your hands. Anko said as she leered at him, though it was useless to do so as at that point Naruto was unable to move a single muscle, his heart skipped beats and he had the feeling like his entire body was hit by one huge Rasengan. Anko pouted at Naruto's fossilized response and took his hands of her. Heh, it's no fun when you react like that. Naruto's eyes slowly came back to life and with shocking motions twitched at Anko. No fun, she says. His mind continued after that with a trail of curses as Anko let a sigh out. I guess you can't do such a thing as touch them, can you, unfortunately? I can do it. Naruto muttered and Anko looked towards him over her shoulder in confusement. I'll show you that I can and will do it without fossilizing or fainting or even a bleeding nose. I won't be defeated so easily. Defeated. Anyway, just do one at a time then, I guess two is too much for you. Anko said as she turned her head back around. All right, Naruto, consider this training. Eventually you have to do this as well and you need to get used to it, else you'll be like Erosennin and still pass out at seeing a woman that's too good looking or whatever. Naruto told himself as he took the towel and carefully moved his arm underneath Anko's arm to reach the first designated area. Naruto's face flushed bright red as he touched it and figured that if he took too long, he'd simply die of too much blood rushing to his head. As Naruto used his other hand to take the towel and slowly retracted the hand he just used to dry Anko, he felt Anko shiver as his fingertips accidentally traced over her skin. Naruto looked at his fingers and noticed that the fingertips that accidentally traced over her skin were slightly covered in blood. Oi, you're wounded. It's just a small wound, Here, give me your hand. I'll give you some distraction while drying the other one. Anko said as she took Naruto's hand that had the blood on it as he moved his other hand towards the second and last area Naruto had to dry of Anko. You know, Naru-chan, you'd better hope that you won't pass out from a bleeding nose right now, else I'll have to do things to you. I usually find blood a turn on, you know. Anko said, and before Naruto could even react, she stuck his fingers in her mouth and suckled them clean. Flushing brighter red, Naruto rapidly rubbed Anko's last area dry and then quickly retracted his hands as he stood tiptoed and with wide eyes behind Anko. She crossed her arms in front of her again and giggled, "Aw, I'm sorry Naru-chan, I'm teasing you too much, hey." Naruto slightly relaxed but only slightly and eyed the kunoichi warily. "Look Naru-chan. You made them shine," Anko said grinning as she turned around to face Naruto. Luckily for Naruto, since he really did not want to pass out from a bleeding nose right there, they shined so much that he had to pinch his eyes tightly. Damn it, that's like fuzzy eyebrows and super fuzzy eyebrows teeth sparkle times 10. With her chest still blinding Naruto, she bent over to grab the towel and turned back around to dry her chest even more. "It's all because you didn't dry them properly. Oh well." "Right," Naruto said. Thanks to the blinding light his blood retracted from his face and he no longer blushed. "I'll go get you a shirt then." Naruto was relieved to be finally out of the bathroom and quickly headed towards his closet where he kept all his clothing. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Naruto asked as he walked past Gaara and Temari, who were sitting around the table in front of Naruto's small TV and both writing something on their own scroll. "Nothing," Gaara and Temari replied in unison. Naruto eyed the two suspiciously and raised an eyebrow. Being the prank master of Konoha meant he knew most of the time when someone was plotting something. "What are you doing?" Gaara asked as he looked up from his scroll. "Nothing, why?" Naruto still eyed them with suspicion. "No reason," Temari replied for Gaara, and Naruto shrugged in reply, figuring that he'd find out later. He quickly dug into his closet and found the biggest shirt he possessed to give to Anko. A few moments later, Naruto had found what he was looking for, a big black t-shirt with an orange spiral on it. He had another shirt that was exactly the same, so he could bear to miss it. He ran back to the bathroom and as he opened the door he held the shirt out. "Here, you can have this one." Without saying a word, Anko pulled Naruto back into the bathroom and closed the door. "More time?" Temari asked as she looked up towards Gaara. "More time," Gaara replied with a nod as the two of them bent back over their scrolls. Naruto gulped as he stood in front of Anko, who just took the shirt out of his hands and turned around. "Why did you pull me back in?" "Give me a hug Naru-chan," Anko said as she was turning the t-shirt Naruto so that she could quickly put it on. Naruto blushed and decided that it was better for his health to do what he was told, so he wrapped his arms around her stomach and decided to rest his head against her back. "Damn, her skin is warm. I guess Erosennin wasn't kidding that time when he said that she was one hot babe," Naruto thought as Anko pulled the shirt over her head. As the fabric reached his head, Naruto pulled his head back so Anko to pull her shirt down without trapping his head underneath it. Naruto's t-shirt was as much as a fit as it possibly could, leaving only the area where Naruto had his arms wrapped exposed. "All right, you can let go off me for now, Naru-chan," Anko said, and instantly Naruto let go off her, not wanting to hug her longer than necessary. Anko picked her raincoat up from the floor and put it back on as well, and Naruto noticed that it was now dry as well. "Hey, how did that get dry so quickly?" She winked at Naruto and stuck her tongue out. "That's a secret from the kunoichi of Konoha. Something they all should know in case they're out on a mission while wearing something white and have a high risk of being hit by a Suiten jutsu." Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked dumbfounded towards Anko. wondering if there really was such a thing as special technique to dry your clothes, but he was shaken out of his trail of thoughts as Anko hugged him again. Well then, I guess I'll be leaving now, any Naruto-chan? Huh. Naruto shortly replied, all too glad that the woman, who had a knack for nearly giving him a heart attack, would now at least leave him alone for at least some time again. Then, Anko said in a soft and seducing tone as she moved her lips closer to Naruto's and gave him another kiss, Naruto-chan, call me sometime soon, any? And even before Naruto could respond, Anko ran out the bathroom door followed by leaving his apartment, and Naruto let out a sigh of finally being rid of that woman. She really scares me too much. What the hell does she want anyway? Maybe I should try hooking her up to Erosennin or something so they both can go H on each other. Naruto walked out of the bathroom and closed the door behind him, and as he walked back into the living room he saw a widely grinning Temari and a rather amused-looking Gaara. What's up with you two? Naruto asked as he eyed his temporary roommates suspiciously with a raised eyebrow. Do you mind telling us what you were doing all this time in that bathroom with that woman? Gaara asked without showing any emotion as usual. Nothing, Naruto said and stuck his nose up in the air and to his left. Why? Temari energetically pushed her arm forward to show Naruto the scroll she was holding in her hand, and Gaara plainly rose his hand up to eye height to show Naruto his. Naruto read the title on the scrolls, starting with Temari's, who said, a blonde, a busted kunoichi in a bathroom. Temari version with a heart after the Temari version part. Naruto was moderately shocked by the title and then noticed that Gaara's was entitled exactly the same aside that Temari had been replaced with Gaara, and that there was a teddy bear instead of a heart, though the teddy bear was out of the same ink as the one on Temari's scroll, so Naruto figured it had been her doing. Naruto looked shocked and wide-eyed at the two siblings, Temari smiling silly and Gaara showing a slight hint of a smirk on his face. What the hell did you guys hear? Some screaming amongst other things. Temari said as she put a finger to her chin, but what you screamed isn't really in this, so. Then what is in it? What the hell did you two think up? Naruto yelled mostly at Temari since she seemed to have the most fun in this. Well, who knows, oh wait, I do, and Gaara does with his. Temari said and giggled slightly. Give me that! Naruto jumped for the scroll, but Temari simply passed it to Gaara. Gaara, let's bury them and read them later to have some fun. Temari said, smiling as she held Naruto onto the floor with one foot as he had missed jumping for the scroll and landed flat on his face. Sure, Gaara said, and sand out of his gourd consumed the two scrolls and then disappeared back into the gourd. No. Now really, Naruto, what happened? Gaara and I have a bet, so I want to know what you two were doing exactly for such a long time. Temari said as she put her leg off Naruto's back so he could stand back up again. A bet I most likely already lost. Then again, you could be wrong too, Temari, about what you thought. Gaara stated before he seated himself back onto the couch. It's nothing, I told you. Naruto mumbled to Temari as he slightly turned red in his face. If it's nothing then you wouldn't turn red in your face, now would you? Temari said as she teasingly leered at him. Naruto glared, and for the following hours it was mostly Temari trying to get to know what was going on during the time that Naruto was in the bathroom with Anko. Naruto, who tried his best to ignore her and not give even the slightest hint about what happened, and Gaara just simply sat on the couch the entire time with his eyes closed. Well, alright then, I'll stop bothering you about it today. Can I use your shower, Naruto? I plan on catching some nice amount of sleep tonight, Temari said. Aw, sure. Just let me get into my PJs first and then you can have the shower and bathroom all to yourself, Naruto said as he quickly grabbed a new set of pajamas and headed into the bathroom to change into them. Come to think of it, I wonder if I can keep my hijab tomorrow when taking off clothes and changing into my PJs. I guess I'll have tomorrow to work that out. If not, I'll just have to take my bag with me when I go change and pretend to have put them back in my bag or something. Naruto thought as he changed into his pajamas. Once he was done and returned to the living room, he found Gaara with a blanket tightly wrapped around him as he lay down on the couch with his teddy bear in his arms. "Oi, is Gaara asleep?" Naruto softly whispered to Temari, who was gathering her own change of clothes. "I'm not asleep yet, Naruto. I don't fall asleep that fast, other than that the lights are still on," Gaara stated before Temari could reply. "Well, Temari, I guess it's up to you then to turn the lights off as I'm going into my bed first," Naruto said as he headed towards his bed, and Temari shrugged in reply. "All right, I think I'm able to find my way through the dark. Don't shower too long. I want to be sure that you don't steal all the sheets when I'm asleep." Naruto waved at Temari to go and shower. "Humph, what type of person do you think I am? If I'd steal all the sheets, then you'd end up bugging me in the middle of my beauty sleep for the blankets." Temari snorted at Naruto before switching the lights of the living room off and heading into the bathroom to shower. A couple of minutes later, as Naruto was almost falling asleep, he could hear the water of the shower stop running, and a few moments later he felt the sheets rise up from the bed. "Hurry up and get in, Temari," Naruto whispered as he clutched onto his sheet from the sudden wave of cold on his back. A moment later the sheets fell back down and a warmth covered Naruto's back, and Temari whispered in reply, "Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about something. This is my first time sleeping in the same bed with the opposite sex, you know. It is for you too, right?" Naruto's eyes went wide open. Holy crap, she's right. Wow, that is a weird thought. I guess she's kind of shy about such a thing, he thought, and then turned around to face Temari's sleepy eyes as she had a slight blush on her face. "Yeah, it is, but I guess I'm glad it is, at least with a girl that just wants to sleep," Naruto whispered in return and grinned widely at Temari. "I guess I'm glad too. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, and I guess I can trust you." Temari, you can trust me, but if I do something in my sleep that you don't like, slap me awake or something, all right?" Naruto whispered back. "I'll try before ripping your manhood off." I think that just made my brain take note that I shouldn't start doing things in my sleep. Temari softly giggled and moved a bit closer towards Naruto. "Hey Naruto, honestly, what were you and that woman doing in the bathroom? I won't tell Gaara." "It's nothing I'm telling you, really. Why do you even want to know?" "I doubt it's about some bet with Gaara because he already said that he most likely lost." "Well, I want to know, did you?" Temari blushed and then whispered even softer, "Did you have sex with her?" Naruto flushed red and coughed as soft as possible so Gaara would not wake up. "No, really, that's just, no." "Honestly?" "Because you looked kind of red before she quickly left you and all." "You can tell me, actually, I would like to know about what it's like, you see." Temari whispered and flushed red. "Really, I'll tell you what did happen, but you owe me a favor or something then, I guess." Temari softly yawned. Tell me in the morning, and if you're awake before me, please stay in bed until I wake up. My nightgown tends to crawl up sometimes when I move in my sleep." "I see, don't worry, I'll stay in bed so I'm sure I won't see your underwear," Naruto whispered in reply and then let out a yawn as well. "I could live with you accidentally seeing my underwear. The point is I don't wear any while sleeping, and I think I'm outgrowing this gown. I have it for over a year now, and with it being washed that many times back home, I think it shrunk a bit." Temari whispered with a blush on her face as Naruto could hear her try to pull down her gown a bit more just in case. All right, I'll stay in bed until you get out. You do realize you made me feel somewhat uncomfortable lying next to you?" Naruto whispered. "Sorry, But I don't want to wake up in the morning with you on top of me with a bleeding nose by accidentally seeing the private parts of my body. Temari whispered with a blush as she turned around to look at the ceiling of Naruto's apartment. Why don't you just wear underwear then? Naruto whispered in return as he slightly blushed now as well. If it was comfortable to wear then I would. Want to borrow a pair of my boxers? I don't know if they'll fit a girl, but at least they're comfy for me and they would cover you up. Temari turned her head towards Naruto and smiled at him. Thanks, if you don't mind I'll borrow them from you starting tomorrow, as tomorrow night I'll be having a sleepover at Tenden's place. Nimur-kun will be there too. Temari whispered and tried her best not to squeal. I see. Naruto yawned. I hope you two get to know each other better and all. Now we both need our beauty sleep, so good night, Temari. Naruto closed his eyes and dug his head more into his pillow, and before he fell asleep he could hear Temari's reply, Oyasumi. Naruto slept, and then he dreamed about Anko, but instead of him being forced to do perverted things with her, he dreamt of how she enclosed him in a hug and started kissing him. That was until Anko started wanting more than just kisses and started to undress him. Naruto's eyes shot wide open, heavily breathing in and out. Damn her. I can't get a decent HM? Why is everything pitch black? There should be at least some light coming through the window. Naruto also noted, aside from the sudden and complete darkness, that his head was lying against something that felt softer than his pillow. The sense of this thing was somehow familiar to him, though at the moment he couldn't quite place it at the time. Whatever it was that his head was lying against started moving up and down slightly, and he could feel the thing go over his face. For a moment Naruto thought he was still dreaming, but then as he commanded his finger to move to see if he was or wasn't awake, his finger moved and Naruto knew he was awake. Sleepy but awake nonetheless. He then felt a hand trace down over his body, and Naruto's first reaction was to stop the hand, wondering more or less what it was doing there. Naruto reached out with his own hand as the hand traced down his body more and more. When the hand reached his stomach, Naruto's hand reached it and without much force grabbed onto it, and the hand stopped moving for a few moments. It's soft and warm. Whose hand is it? It isn't mine. Naruto sleepily thought as he still also tried to figure out why everything was dark. The hand moved out of Naruto's and then rested upon the back of his hand, its fingers tenderly caressing the back of Naruto's hand. At the soft yet tenderly strokes from the fingertips of the hand, Naruto slightly shivered out of pleasure, so to say. It at least wasn't a bad shiver for him, and then he realized that he wasn't the only one who was sleeping in his bed and remembered who it was, Temari. Realization rushed through Naruto's brain like Jiraiya would run away from an angry mob of women, and he realized exactly where his head was and also that he was dead if Temari didn't realize that this wasn't his doing. Temari, are you awake? Naruto whispered as Temari's fingers still ran over the back of his hand. No answer. Naruto thought and crawled slightly up, now also noticing that there was an arm wrapped around his waist. Naruto blinked with his eyes to let them adjust to the sudden small amount of light that entered his eyes when his head came above the sheets. Once they were focused, he stared at the sleeping face of the kunoichi from Tsunagakure that was only an inch or two away from his own, and realizing she was asleep but not sure how tightly, he tried to wake her. Temari, wake up, I don't want you to beat me dead in the morning. Temari's eyes shuddered for half a moment and then slightly went open, and answering with a soft, even slightly cute, sleepy voice, Naruto. What is it? I was sleeping. As Naruto tried to figure out how to state that she, or perhaps he did it himself, made his head lie against her chest and that in her sleep she was caressing the back of his hand, Temari realized herself exactly where her arms and hands were, not to mention that Naruto's face was really close to her. Did you? Naruto shook his head before whispering in reply, when I suddenly woke up I found my head lying against your chest and felt your hand tracing down over my body. I don't know if I started lying so close to you in my sleep or you pulled me closer. Temari was awake enough to blush and then she replied, I'm sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to do something that you didn't want either. I'm not angry, it's just that I didn't want you to find me like that in the morning and kill me for it. I see, you know you really are soft and warm. Temari whispered, blushing as she slightly moved one hand over his back. Naruto blushed as well. The same is true for you. Mind if I hold you in my arms to get back to sleep? Temari asked sleepily as she stared straight into Naruto's eyes, which widened and he started blushing as well. Sorry for even asking someone who's not that close to me. Temari whispered as she retracted her arm from Naruto's back but was stopped halfway trough by Naruto. You're used to warmth, right, and I don't mind the extra warmth as long as you don't kill me in the morning. Naruto whispered, blushing as he placed Temari's arm back and placed his own around her waist. Temari pulled him closer. Thanks, but don't get any funny ideas, I'm just using you as a teddy bear like I sometimes do with Gaara. Naruto would have cried out of laughter if he hadn't been so sleepy, so instead he let out a small laugh. Hehehe, I guess that's why you did it. What are you talking about? You pulled me into a hug while sleeping because you were used to do it from time to time with Gaara. I guess you're right, and, Naruto, you can lean your head against my chest, I trust you enough for that and that way I can also keep your warmth closer to me. Naruto figured that she really wanted the extra warmth for allowing him to do such a thing, so he slightly moved closer towards her chest, to show that he was okay with that but still didn't really had any perverted ideas. It's fine, I said. Temari wrapped her other arm around Naruto now as well and pulled the now seriously blushing blonde closer to her. Naruto gulped and figured he'd soon forget his position if he'd fall asleep again. Temari, thanks for trusting me, your warmth and softness is really too nice to miss out on. Like my breasts, huh, kid? Temari whispered as she started closing her eyes again. There is no right answer to that, is there? Naruto said as he closed his eyes. If you plan on doing perverted things while I'm asleep, you're somewhat lucky now. You'll just have to use your teeth to pull the top of my gown down a bit, not that I suggest you should, unless you plan on dying tomorrow morning. Temari stroked Naruto's hair for a bit with her eyes still for about a quarter open. Naruto softly coughed and tried to think more pure thoughts than the thought that was just inserted into his mind by the blonde girl. Eki. The wind mistress whispered before blowing Naruto's hair, both as a warning as to show that she was just kidding. Trying to keep me from going to sleep or something? Naruto whispered as he opened one eye again. No. Night, Teddy. Temari said as she closed her eye and tightly wrapped her arms around Naruto. Don't get so mushy, Temari. Naruto whispered and before he closed his eyes and let Temari's warmth take him back to La La Land. He could hear the wind mistress slightly laugh before letting out a deep sigh, her chest rubbing over his face before her breathing softened and the two of them fell back asleep. Hours later, the red-headed Kazekage stood towering above the two sleeping blondes, trying to figure out what to make out of them, so to say. He decided he should wake up his sister and hear the story from her. Temari, wake up. Not getting a response, he let out a sigh, both out of annoyance that she wouldn't instantly wake up and also out of gratitude that he did know how to wake her up without being smashed in his face. He stretched his finger and poked Temari in her side as if to hit an wake-up button. Temari's eyes spread wide open and she turned around to face Gaara and greeted him as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. Ohio, Gaara, is breakfast ready? Not before explaining what happened between you and Naruto last night. Temari slightly gasped, turned around to find the blonde shinobi still fast asleep, and she blushed red in her face before replying to her brother, No, not a thing, I just hugged him like I would with Y-. Temari was cut off by Gaara's hand covering her mouth, I thought we agreed you should let no one know about that. As Gaara removed his hand from Temari's mouth, she replied, he probably knows if he remembers what we were sleepily talking about last night, besides what's wrong with a big sister cuddling her little brother to sleep and all? Because I'm the Kazekage, and it is as a matter of fact one of the things I'd rather not let the world know about our family, like Kankaro's puppet fetishes. Temari giggled at what would happen to her brother if that ever came out to public, but she didn't really want to see him that embarrassed. All right, I won't mention it again. I'll go take a shower. Will you make breakfast for us all then? It's going to be ramen anyway, Gaara said as he walked towards the kitchen area. For some reason it seems like the perfect morning meal though, Temari said, smiling as she got out of bed, straightened her gown and grabbed her bag, heading for the bathroom in Naruto's apartment. A couple of minutes later, Naruto's nostrils were prickled with the smell of ramen in the morning. Raising up from his bed to the smell of ramen, Naruto sniffed again before instinctively turning his head towards the kitchen table. Yo! Good morning, blonde teddy, Temari said as she noticed that Naruto was awake. Naruto blushed and sheepishly grinned at Temari as he rubbed the back of his head. He then noticed Gaara was missing from the scene and he blinked at the sun's morning light that pierced the window. Where's Gaara? Out training again. After warming up some ramen cups while I was taking a shower and eating some himself, he instantly headed out, Temari stated as she ate more of the ramen. I see, then I'd better eat breakfast as well, Naruto said as he got up from his bed and sleepily walked over towards the kitchen table where he saw 4 empty cups of ramen, 1 at where Gaara must have been seated and 3 near Temari. Huh. Naruto blinked and then plainly pointed and yelled, no. Are those HM? What's wrong? Aren't you going to take some ramen? I suggest you take this one, it's really tasty, Temari said as she held up the cup like she was advertising for it. Naruto gasped for air and then pointed again at the cup of ramen that Temari was holding with a smile. Those are the extra super duper special limited edition miso ramen cups I got for my birthday from Iruka-sensei. Huh. These? Temari blinked at the cups of ramen. While they do taste better than the ones I had yesterday, how much did you get? 4. And you can't get them anywhere anymore. Ehehe. Temari grinned sheepishly. Well, I guess you have 1 cup left then, since I'm already halfway troughed the 3rd one. My ramen. Naruto cried waterfalls as he let his shoulders hang out of sadness. Here, Temari said as she held out some of the noodles between her chopsticks. Naruto looked up at the noodles and instantly ate them, giving him a short moment of bliss. They really are extra super duper special. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't know they were special to you. Here, I'll feed the rest of this cup to you, Temari suggested, trying to make up for accidentally grabbing Naruto's special ramen. Naruto huffed and sat down next to Temari, still mad at her for eating more than half of the ramen that tasted like none other, as she started feeding it to him. It really tastes good, doesn't it? Temari asked as she fed more of the ramen to Naruto. HMF. You should know, you ate more than 2 cups of it, Naruto said grumpy as he quickly ate the ramen. Temari snapped at his remark, slamming the cup of ramen with chopsticks onto the table and stood up from her seat. I said I'm sorry. Let it go through that thick head of yours that I didn't know. I'm trying my best right now to make up for it, for I'm even fucking feeding it to you. You want to know what it tastes like to eat so much of that special type of ramen? Then I'll let you taste it. Naruto was roughly pulled up from his chair by the wind mistress, and seeing the anger in Temari's eyes, he was kind of getting scared of what she might do to him. That feeling of being scared, however, vanished and turned into shock as Temari forced him to open his mouth and she kissed him all of a sudden, her tongue exploring his mouth freely. After breaking the kiss, Temari still looked angry towards him. There, now you got the taste of that fucking stupid ramen in your mouth. She stomped off, heading towards the door and picking her fan that was leaning against wall up along the way. As Naruto stood there awestruck, he heard the front door slam shut as he just stood there with shaking hands, which reached out and touched his lips, and he looked at his shaking fingers with disbelief. He then let his arms drop in defeat, sat back down in his seat and for a moment stared with saddened eyes at the still hot cup of miso ramen. Naruto reached out for it and started eating it. It doesn't taste the same. Less than half an hour later, Naruto was in his favorite training forest with his bag ready for tonight's sleepover and carrying enough money to buy more than a decent meal for the afternoon and evening at Ichiraku's. He really didn't feel like going back home right now and face Temari. He felt guilty for acting like an ass towards her when she was trying her best to apologize and cheer him up. So instead, he tried to focus his thoughts on training and knew that he had to use the demon within him, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, if he didn't want to use up all his normal chakra for this training. He closed his eyes and focused on the Kyuubi's chakra, a red glow of chakra soon covering him and lending him power and extra chakra. Naruto placed his hand on the trunk of a tree and focused, a small seal appearing on its surface as he removed his hand. He ran away from the tree, quickly formed two hand seals as he closed his eyes and focused his chakra, Shunshin no Jutsu. When Naruto reopened his eyes, we found himself standing on a tree branch and looking over the entire city of Konoha. He was standing on top of the Hokage statues. Damn it! That stupid fox chakra is too much. Naruto continued training the entire day, only taking a break for lunch and eventually dinner, but dinner meant that his training for today was over and he was somewhat satisfied with the results as he managed to at least stay near the forest instead of ending up way off his target. After dinner at Ichiraku's, Naruto quickly headed towards Tenten's place as he was almost sure that it was time to go there. 2 blocks or so away from Tenten's apartment, Naruto stopped in an alley to use his Henge no Jutsu and then headed out into the open street, casually walking around as Ymir and heading towards Tenten's apartment. As he walked in the hallway that led to Tenten's apartment, he noticed that Sakura was waiting in front of Tenten's door. Yo, Sakura. Isn't Tenten home? Good evening, Ymir-kun. Sakura said and slightly bowed. I think Tenten is out getting groceries or training. Either way, she isn't answering the door, so I guess she really is away. Ah, I see. Naruto said and leaned against the wall. Then I guess for now it's just the two of us. Sakura smiled as she looked away and blushingly thought, he's such a handsome guy, and he appears to be very kind yet strong. Maybe I should try seducing him a bit before anyone else comes. As if on cue, Hinata came running around the corner and stopped in front of the two, panting rather heavily. Sorry. Father wanted me to teach Hanabi something so. Calm down, Hinata, Tenten isn't even home yet. Naruto said, smiling widely at the Hyuga girl. I see, then, I guess she's still out training with a Nijinizan. Even so, I expected her to be at least home by the time we got here. Sakura stated as she looked down the hallway to see if more people were coming. A few moments later, both Ino and Temari came walking down the hallway, and Naruto first took notice of Temari, who looked somewhat depressed, and then he turned to Ino, who was holding a bouquet of flowers. Yo, Ymir-kun. Here, these flowers are a gift from me to you. Ino said, smiling and a slight blush on her face as she held the flowers out to Naruto. Ino, thank you, but we're staying over at Tenten's place. I don't know if she can place them somewhere before I can take them back to my home. Naruto said as he accepted the flowers. Ah, don't worry about it. If she can't put them in a vase, we'll just temporarily place them in the sink or something. More importantly, do you like them? Naruto inhaled the scent of the flowers and smiled. They smell good and look pretty too. Just like the person who gave them to me. Ino blushed and just stared silently into his eyes even after he turned his eyes away from her. Temari was still looking somewhat depressed, and Naruto figured that he was the most likely cause of that depression. Temari, do you feel all right? Oh yeah, Nimur-kun. Nothing to worry about. I'm energetically really. Temari smiled at Naruto, but for some reason he knew that she was only pretending. I see. Naruto said, his eyes saddening for a moment before he turned on a happy face as well. Then show me your energy by giving me a big hug. Temari stared surprised at Naruto and let out a sigh before shaking her head with an honest smile on her face. Geez, now you sound like those two weirdos in green. Naruto snickered until he was suddenly surprised by a hug from Ino. I'm energetic enough to hug my Nimur-kun. Ino. Naruto said, smiling at the blonde. She didn't understand that I was trying to cheer Temari up a bit. Sorry for the wait. Tired, or more like exhausted, Ten said, turning all the heads in front of her apartment to her. Ten? What happened to you? Sakura and Naruto asked at the same time as they saw that Ten was rather beat for real. Niji's training, that's what. Ten said as she slowly reached into her pockets to grab her keys. Niji-Nizen's training? I didn't know he was so rough on you. Hinata said, looking rather shocked that Ten was cut in various places. Yeah, today he did. I guess he was grumpy or something, using his katen to even reflect my weapons back at me instead of deflecting or avoiding them. Geez. Don't worry, Ten. I'll heal all your wounds in a minute. Sakura said as Ten opened the door. Ten sighed. Thank you, Sakura, you're the best. I'll just need a moment to catch my breath as well, I guess. Please make yourselves at home while Sakura fixes my wounds. Naruto gave a good look at Tenten's home, and it reminded him a lot of his own apartment. The first room you entered was the living bedroom, with a large two-persons bed being the first thing to see when entering the room. Next to the bed there was a mirror as tall as he was, and in front of the bed there was a lot of free space before finally having two couches, one across the TV and another adjacent to the first couch. Ten opened the door to the bathroom, which was around the corner when entering the living room, and Sakura followed her inside to examine Tenten's wounds and heal them. Naruto noticed two other doors in the apartment, one on the left side of the bed and another one on the right corner when entering the room. As he walked in further and settled down on the couch, Naruto noticed that Ten had an open kitchen like he did, only that hers was bigger and slightly covered by the room next to it, so people wouldn't instantly see the kitchen when entering. Naruto really envied Ten for having such a big place all for herself, but when he considered that thought again, he figured that it could also get quite lonely if you're all alone in it. He knew that feeling. It was one of the main reasons why he only ate and slept there and spent the rest of his time out in Konoha, training or just walking around, and of course eating at Ichiraku's. A minute or two later, Sakura and Ten walked out of the bathroom with Ten all refreshed and restored, or at least she looked that way. I hope all of you brought your sleeping bags. Because we're going to have an all-out fun night. Ten said and cheerfully threw her fist up in the air. Yup, she's energetic as well, so I guess she's as good as new. Naruto thought, smiling. Ten looked around at everyone present in the room, who just stared at her like she had gone nuts. Naruto decided to help Ten out a bit and also to have the girls act more energetic. Yeah. Go Ten! Party! 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 This time everyone stared at Naruto. Oh, come on. How else are you going to describe this? Ten put her hands in her side and sighed. I guess we'll first decide who's going to sleep where. Then we can try again to be more energetic. Then we'll put on some music or something and I'll get the snacks and drinks I've bought. Naruto looked around the room, got up from his seat at the couch and opened his bag once he reached the end of the bed in the room. He took out his sleeping bag placed it on the ground, lay down on it, and before he could say that he'd take that spot, Sakura sat down on his right and Ino on his left, and together they let out, "I'll take this spot." Naruto looked at both girls, saw them smiling innocently at him, yet the atmosphere told him differently. What the hell are those two thinking? I feel like I'm going to end up dead in the morning. Temari sighed and placed her own sleeping bag in front of Naruto. Then I'll guess I'll take this spot. I'll take this spot here then. Hinata shyly placed her bag below Sakura. Ten dropped herself onto her bed, with her head at the feet's ending, and crawled over the edge to hang above Naruto's head. Nimur-kun, this bed is big enough for at least 2 people. Wouldn't you rather prefer to sleep in it than on the ground? It's all right, I can sleep on the floor. Naruto replied, smiling at Ten. So you'd rather prefer to sleep on the ground than next to me? Ten asked, smiling. Hey! That's unfair, Ten. Just because he's at your home, doesn't mean you can share a bed with him. Sakura protested as Naruto just flushed red. Naruto's blush increased even more as Ino suddenly pressed her body onto his and was only an inch away from his face. Nimur-kun, if I get cold tonight I can crawl into your sleeping bag, right? Temari pushed Ino of Naruto's body and lay half over his right now. You won't get a chance for something like that without having to go through me, blondie. Naruto blushed as the girls were at the brink of fighting over who got to sleep with him, but luckily his brain got an idea as he laid his eyes upon the innocent Hyuga heiress, whose eyes shifted from girl to girl. If you are going to fight each other over who gets to sleep with me, I'll just go and sleep with Hinata. All the girls, including a red-faced Hinata, simultaneously replied and then silently stared at Naruto, who slightly rose up from his position. You heard me right, we'll see what happens, it's still early. But if at any point you all are going to fight with me, I'll just go and crawl up in Hinata's sleeping bag. Temari let go off Ino and dusted her off as Sakura and Ten settled down as well. All right then, how about we all go sit in a circle then and start the night off with some truth or dare? We can get to know Nimur-kun better and he can get to know us better as well. Plus, dares are always fun to see. Ten said as she jumped of her bed and landed in front of Naruto. That isn't a bad idea. Naruto said as he rubbed his chin. Wait, dares are something you must do, right? Oh, that's bad. Really, really bad. But there are going to be a few rules. Naruto said as he crossed his arms and looked at all of the girls. I guessed you'd say that. But that's obvious, isn't it? It would be unfair if there were no rules. I say Nimur-kun may decide on the rules. Ten said as she cheerfully sat down on the ground, throwing a smile towards Naruto. I don't mind that. Temari said as she sat down next to Ten. The other girls nodded and sat down in their little circle as well, and Naruto let his eyes wander over them. Temari, Ten, Hinata, Sakura-chan, Ino, they're all very different in personality, but if they could ask anything for a dare, I'll be in some deep crap. I guess telling the truth won't hurt me, unless they ask me like, do you have a secret identity or something like that. Alright, only rules for dares. Alright, when a person says truth, you may ask anything you like and that person has to answer. Naruto nodded once in agreement with himself. When a person says dare, you may ask anything, but you cannot dare a person to sleep with you, date you, or something that would mean that person couldn't do with those other persons at the same time. In other words, you girls can't ask me as a dare to sleep in the same bed with you or to date you. Other than that, I guess you can ask anything, but a person may decline a dare when it involves taking clothes off in front of all. That's all, I guess. Naruto saw Ino pout at the rules for the dares, as she obviously was thinking of asking any of those things. One last rule is that you can't ask the same person who asked you a question. Naruto said after thinking it over, else he'd have a hard time thinking up questions or dares as all the girls would most likely continuously ask him. Then, who shall begin? Naruto asked and looked around the group, and all of them, except Hinata, pointed at him and together said with a big wide smile, Nimur-kun. Somehow. I just knew it. Naruto let out a sigh before thinking of who he should ask first, and then he figured it didn't really matter who got the first question. Tenten, truth or dare? Truth. Tenten said with a smile and awaited her question. Naruto pondered for a moment. Since this was his first time to play the game, though he knew how it went, he tried to sound not too lame. What's your favorite weapon of choice? Tenten blinked. Naruto figured that she was probably expecting a different question than that one, and she smiled. I like the kunai the most, I guess. Naruto nodded. All right. All right, now it's my turn. Temari, truth or dare? Dare me. Temari replied with a smirk at Tenten, who cursed but then suddenly smirked at Temari as well. I dare you to wear my old waitress uniform and serve us as one during the rest of the game. Tenten said, smirking widely. Temari's eyes went wide of shock and surprise, before she cocked an eyebrow questioningly at Tenten. You actually have a waitress uniform? Yup, from my old part-time job. Come on, I'll show you, so you can get changed into it and start serving us drinks. Tenten got up from her seat, and so did Temari, and followed the brunette into a different room. This is it? Temari asked rather loudly from the other room after a minute or two. Yup, you've got to wear that. How the heck did you get your breasts to fit into this thing and be comfortable? I binded them. Even if I binded mine, they wouldn't be small enough for this thing. That's because it's made for a 14-year-old. Tenten giggled and Temari growled in reply. Tenten walked back out into the living room giggling and took a presenter's pose. I'd like to present to you Temari of the Sand, the cute waitress and our servant for the course of the game. Temari growled some more and stepped out of the room, blushing out of embarrassment as the uniform was way too tight and short for the kunoichi to be considered comfortable. Sakura and Ino cracked up when they saw Temari and fell to the ground, clutching onto their stomach from laughter. Well then, I'd like some Diet Coke please. Tenten said, trying not to laugh at Temari as well. Yeah, me too. Sakura said between laughing, and Ino did the same after Sakura. Make that 3 Diet Coke then. Hinata shyly raised her hand, and me too, please. Temari sighed and regretted her choice to be daring enough to pick Dare as the first person, before turning towards Naruto and looked at him. Does Nimur-kun want something as well? Yeah, but... Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned at her. I'll go get it myself. Naruto got up and walked to the kitchen with Temari, giving a quick glance at her outfit. Damn, I bet Erosennin wants to be in my shoes right now. Even though Temari doesn't like it, that thing pretty much exposes all her curves. Not too far away, in the same Konohagakure, a certain white-haired Sannin sneezed. Aw damn, those hot babes are talking about me again. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a death glare. What did you just say? My fans are probably talking about how great my latest novel is. Jiraiya said and coughed. Naruto helped Temari fill the glasses and smiled politely at her. She was still blushing red, but she at least managed to force a smile back at him. Figuring that Temari might need some cheering up about the fact that she'd pretty much been embarrassed a lot just then, he whispered to her, "Hey, want me to perhaps, flirt with you a bit in the presence of the other girls? That should teach them not to laugh at you for being brave enough to go trough with a dare." Temari stared at Naruto with wide eyes and then smiled, "Humph. That would make me feel bad if you choose dare when I'm going to ask you truth or dare in a minute." She walked back into the living room in one fluid motion, her hair momentarily brushing just past Naruto's face, and those words were stuck in his mind, "Ask me when I choose dare, huh?" Curious about what that question would be, Naruto walked back into the living room carrying 2 glasses, one for him and one for Temari. He sat back down in his previous position and handed Temari her glass, who smiled at him before saying, "Thank you." Temari took a sip of her Diet Coke and turned towards Naruto. "Nimur-kun, truth or dare?" Eager to find out what she had planned and hoped that it wasn't something as horrible as Tenten just pulled on her, Naruto answered, "Dare." Temari smirked and shook her head, before looking with a devious look in her eyes towards Naruto. "I dare you to choose dare for the remainder of the game." Naruto's mouth dropped open and realized only one thing at the current point in time: Temari had just signed his death sentence. All the other girls looked at the devious Temari and grew, all aside from Hinata, grew wicked smiles on their faces, Sakura being the first to reply, "That's the best, Temari. Even I wouldn't think of such a thing." "I didn't finish my sentence yet." Temari tilted her head towards Sakura and looked at her from the corner of her eyes. "There's more. That's like giving a dead man an extra kick in the nuts." Naruto wasn't all too sure if he was going to like what Temari had to say, but as Temari looked at him and smiled, he felt slightly more at ease. "Unless he gives that girl a kiss," Temari said, smiling, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I thought you were going to do something worse. You had me scared there for a moment." "No, if I'm going to have fun with you, I'm not going to let the others have fun with you just as much." Temari winked at Naruto, who shook his head. "Then the next person is Sakura, truth or dare?" Sakura chose for truth, and Naruto pondered for a moment and then figured it was only appropriate to ask the following question: "Who is the most important person to you right now?" "I'd say my friends, but if I had to choose one, I'd had to choose between Ino and Naruto, both my closest friends, but who knows, you might take up that spot soon," Sakura said, and replied with a wink and a smile at Naruto. "Aw, thanks, forehead girl." "You're welcome, piggy." "I see, interesting," Naruto said and rubbed his chin in thought. "I never knew that Sakura-chan actually cared about me that much. Sure, we're friends, but I thought that even though I changed a bit, she still hated my guts to a certain degree or something. I'll have to go and ask Erosennin what's up with that stuff, since he has the same with Tsunade Abakan." "Then Temari, truth or dare?" Sakura asked the blonde from Suna. "Me again?" "Geez, truth, I don't want to be even more embarrassed by you guys. Next thing you'll know, Tenten will get a bunny suit out of her closet or something." "Hey! I actually do have a bunny suit in my closet." Tenten came to realization and they just stared at her. Halloween, I wasn't some mascot for a part-time job, you know." "All right, Temari." Sakura smirked at the blonde as she figured this would be the point where it started to most likely get messy. "What's the most embarrassing thing you ever did to a guy?" Temari hugged her knees and rested her head on them, her eyes softening somewhat. Probably, the most embarrassing thing that I did to a guy was get angry at him, yell at him, and then started making out with him. Haven't spoken to him since then, though he's a pretty nice guy." "She's talking about me, damn it." Naruto's eyes softened and silently clutched his fists. "Oh, I didn't expect such a thing from you, but I must say that must have been kind of embarrassing if you just suddenly kissed him." Ino replied, and Temari threw a glare towards her. Nimmer-kun, since I got a second round already, so should you, truth or dare? Temari asked Naruto, and from the look in her eyes she wanted him to just say dare, but seeing her mood he hoped she asked him a certain question so he could get the burden off his chest. Come get your kiss then, Temari, Naruto said as he leaned back against the back. Temari and all the other girls looked surprised, but Temari didn't wait much longer as she crawled over towards Naruto and raised her face up towards his as the girls around then looked in tension, awaiting the first kiss of the evening. Sorry Temari, but you didn't specifically say where I needed to kiss the girl if I wanted to choose truth, Naruto thought as he turned her cheek towards his mouth and gave her a soft kiss. Temari blinked at Naruto and then sighed. Damn it, should have been more precise about that kiss thing, any? Ehehehe. Naruto grinned and laughed for a moment before sighing and turning serious again. Ask me what you want to ask. Temari crawled back to her location, pulling her knees up when she arrived there and rested her head and arms on them. What's the stupidest, dumbest thing you've ever done? Naruto closed his eyes and let a deep breath out before opening his eyes again. I expected a different question, but still this will do. The dumbest thing I've ever done, it's something I really regret. I was a total asshole to a girl, no, a lady that just tried to be nice to me. I think I really hurt her feelings and I'd do almost anything to turn back that small instant where I acted like a total moron. I never want to hurt a woman like that again. It hurts too much to see her sadness, you see. The girls silently stared at Naruto and he noticed that Temari lifted her head up from her arms and just stared in pure amazement, unlike the others who stared at how gentle Nimmer-kun was. You. Temari whispered as she still stared with big eyes at Naruto. But you know, right now I don't have to worry about such a thing, Naruto flashed a smile at the girls to show that he wasn't sad. He really wasn't sad, he was rather relieved that he got to say that. Then let's see, Ino, truth or dare? Naruto asked as he turned his head towards Ino, both to avoid Temari's eyes and just to face Ino's. Dare me, Ino said with a smirk. A dare, huh? Naruto said and closed his eyes again. What kind of dare would be entertaining yet not totally embarrassing? I dare you to unbind all the girls that are binding their chests, Naruto said, and the girls turned red in their face and gasped. What? I thought that you weren't a pervert, but what the dash? Ino yelled at Naruto, who covered his ears. Geez, it just seemed quite annoying for girls to actually do that just so it won't get in the way when fighting. But when you think about it, there are more shinobi than kunoichi, and if even one praised as one of the Sannin, Jiraiya-sama, is able to be distracted by a woman's look during battle at times, then why wouldn't the rest be distracted either, Why you? Ino yelled pissed off and then realized there was some sense to that. You actually have a point in that. That might be true for most average opponents, but when taking someone on at a way higher level, it won't work. We all know Jiraiya-sama is a pervert, but I doubt someone like that Orochimaru would be distracted by some female body part. Sakura stated matter-of-factly. Does it matter? Think of it as a way to train your agility and all. Trust me, I've seen enough stuff during my time with Jiraiya-sama to know that women who are able to be fully nimble and agile at any time, chest-binded or not, are stronger than those who are less nimble. Naruto replied, it isn't a lie either. I've seen a certain big-breasted woman take down Erosennin with both agility and strength, and Tsunade Abakin is like the queen of big chests. Anyway, I'll do the dare. Any girl who has her breasts bound by wrappings, please stand up, Ino said, and all the remaining girls aside from Temari stood up. Everything I've got is unbound and right now tightly packed in this waitress uniform, Temari said as the girls gave her questioning looks. Is that true? Sakura asked Tenten, who turned red in her face. How should I know? It's not like I watched her change into that. 1010 replied, blushing furiously. Hi, let's just go and untie our breasts then, huh? Ino said and walked along with all the other girls into Tenten's bathroom. As the bathroom door closed, Temari crawled over towards Naruto. I didn't expect to have some time with you alone so soon. Naruto blinked at Temari, who sat down on his lap and threw her arms around his neck before he could even reply, but she paused with any further actions so he could talk. Did you just lie to be alone with me then? No. It's really all in this uncomfortable waitress uniform, but it's unbound as it always is. Why? You want to feel them, Nimir-kun? Naruto turned red in his face and averted her gaze, and no. Temari leaned towards his ear and whispered, liar. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine when she whispered that in his ear, and he turned back to look at her, and no, really, I don't want to. Temari smiled widely at Naruto. Hi, was just testing you, Nimir-kun. Don't think thoughts about me just yet, but I do want that kiss for letting you choose truth. You knew I meant a kiss on my lips. As Temari's lips reached out for his, Naruto's heart beat faster with every passing millisecond. Just before Temari's lips and his locked together, he turned his cheek towards her and she ended up kissing it instead. Please, Temari, it's still too early. Temari let out a deep sigh and rested her head against his chest. Mao, you really are a good guy, huh? But don't keep me waiting too long. Temari formed a smile on her face as she looked up to the blushing Naruto. My heart is racing just as fast as yours right now. As if on cue, the bathroom door opened up again and Ino walked out, instantly pointing towards Temari, who was lying against Naruto, with one hand while holding her other hand in front of her chest. What the hell do you think you are doing? Just taking advantage of the situation to cuddle a bit with Nimir-kun, Blondie, that's all. Temari replied, smirking before she got up from Naruto and walked towards Ino. Now show me what those bindings of yours kept hidden, Temari pulled Ino's arm away from her chest and tilted her head as if to take in how much the difference was. My, I never knew you kept that big amount hidden with bindings, Blondie. Ino snorted at Temari's reaction and walked past her. Well? What do you think, Nimir-kun? Naruto got up from his location and blushed brightly as he looked at the other blonde's chest. Wow, is that what bindings were holding back? Well, if I was my sensei, my reaction would be something like... Naruto said and held his hands up like he held two huge fruits in them, made his eyes really wide, hung his mouth open and let drool escape from the corner of his mouth. Why did you keep such matured fruits hidden? You passed the Sennin test. Naruto turned back to his normal self, or something like that. But, me being me, I'll have to be honest and not a pervert like him, so I would say. They outline your figure better and makes you look more seductive than normal, so why did you bind them? Like I said, they get in the way when fighting, but, do you really mean that it makes me look more seductive? Ino asked as she placed a hand on the back of her head, tilting her hair up, sticking her chest out and her rear end as well. Why, yeah. Naruto said with a blush on his face and looked away from Ino. No need to try and show it off though. It's not like I didn't notice, damn it. Ino giggled for a moment and then turned around towards the door. Come on, I went out first, now you girls should come out too. Or did you plan on letting the blondies have Nimir-kun all to themselves for the night? Of course not. Geez, who would let you do such a thing? Sakura as she stepped out of the bathroom behind Ino. Naruto looked from the corner of his eyes as Sakura wasn't really presenting them like Ino did. I guess they're about the same size as Ino's, they're not that different. All right. Move on, Sakura, Hinata, and I can't get out of the bathroom with you blocking it. 1010 pushed Sakura forward to get out of the way and once again be in the living room. After seeing the difference it made when he saw Ino and Sakura, Naruto figured that it would be the same for the Tenten, but his eyes, along with those of Temari, went wide as the two of them saw the sudden increase in Tenten's bust. Temari was the first to reply as Naruto was pretty much too shocked that Tenten could have hidden that much. How the hell did you bind so much? You went from nearly flat-chested to about my size. It's a secret I've learned from Kurenai-sensei. You should see her breasts when she doesn't bind them, they rival Tsunade-sama's from what I saw. Tenten said as she put her fists in her sides. Doesn't it hurt to bind them then? Temari asked, still somewhat shocked by Tenten's sudden measurements. Not with the method Kurenai-sensei uses. Hinata shyly walked away from behind Tenten, and Naruto already seen her unbound when she was in her bikini, but he could still notice that her chest had slightly increased compared to before taking the bindings off. Well? Happy now, Nimur-kun? Ino asked as she sat back down on her place. It's not really a matter of being happy or not, isn't it troublesome to do that every morning? Naruto asked as he and the others sat back down as well. It is. But it's not like we do it every morning. At least I don't. I have a bra with me now as well to put on tomorrow morning. I just bind them for when I go out on a mission or train. Sakura clarified. Ah, I see. Naruto nodded and then turned towards Ino, then Ino. Choose the next person. Ino smiled at him and turned around. Hinata, truth or dare? Hinata blushingly looked around the group. What should I do? If I say dare, Ino might make me do something that's really embarrassing, and if I say truth, she'll probably ask something really embarrassing. What should I do? Truth. Hinata finally replied, and Ino smiled at her. What guy does Hinata like? Hinata blushed crimson as she stared at Ino, who threw her a wide smile. Come on, Hinata. We all want to know. I wonder, will she say that she likes me? Lying isn't something I expect from Hinata, but then again she's really shy. Naruto thought as he waited patiently for Hinata to answer. Hinata gulped. Well, why you all know him he's cool in his own way and very kind, strong as well. Who is it? It's Kiba, isn't it? Sakura replied as she stared with her big eyes at Hinata. And no. It isn't Kiba-kun. Then? Do you like that Shino guy? He's kind of cool and strong, but I don't know if he's kind. He doesn't talk that much to me at all. Ino put a finger to her chin and thought about it for a few seconds. It isn't as Shino-kun either. Hinata blushed crimson and started regretting picking truth even more. Then, could it be that you like Niji? Tenten asked as she tilted her head at Hinata. And Niji Nizan. How could I? Hinata said, blinking at Tenten until Temari whacked Tenten around her head. They're blood-related. What the heck are you thinking? They don't love each other more than just family. That hurt, Temari. And it could be that she has a Onizen complex or something, and Niji can be kind at times, so why not? See, can I now ask us some truth or dare? Hinata shyly asked and looked towards Ino, who sighed in defeat. All right. Only because you're such a shy girl and that you gave us at least a somewhat decent description of the guy. Then, Sakura-san, truth or dare? Truth. Sakura said without even giving a second thought. Does Sakura like Naruto-kun as a more than just a friend? Naruto raised his head and stared towards Sakura, who blushed at hearing the unexpected question from the Hyuga heiress. And no. At least I don't think so. He has grown up a lot after his training with Jiraiya-sama, but Sakura formed a smile and looked towards Naruto. I like Nimar-kun. Naruto smiled back at her. We're the same person, Sakura-chan. The only difference is my looks right now. Wait, did I just say we when referring to myself? What the hell, I'm me, Nimar is me, Naruto is me, damn that sounds weird. So, Nimar-kun, truth or dare? Sakura asked him and Naruto smiled. He was getting bored by all these questions and figured Sakura wouldn't make him do anything perverted. Dare. Naruto's confidence in Sakura was shattered in an instant as she formed a devious smile of having a nice little dare for him. I dare you to wear a blindfold, then each one of us girls will kiss you and you must guess who it is. If you guess wrong, we get another kiss until you get it right. Oh! Nice one, my forehead girl. Ino said, excited to get kisses from Naruto or rather Nimar. Ehehe, sure. But with what do I blindfold myself? Naruto asked as he got up. Hold up, I'll get you something. Ten said as she got up and took her hitaite off. We can blindfold you with this. Ten handed her hitaite to Naruto, who covered his eyes with it. You know it's kind of weird to have the metal in front of your eyes instead of on your forehead, hehehe. Ten and Temari guided Naruto onto Tenten's bed and made him sit down on it before they decided who should go first. Naruto could make out distinctive signs of hand signals and then he felt someone sit down in front of him. The girl ran her hands over his face, a blush appeared on it as she did and then Naruto could feel the girl rest her elbows on his shoulders. He could feel her face approaching his and soon her soft lips connected with his and as they retracted Naruto thought deeply as he still blushed, damn, this is pretty hard to figure out, most likely they would let Hinata go as last so it isn't her. I guess, it's Ten. No, I'm not it. Ten replied. Before Naruto could say something again, the girl kissed him again and softly bit his lip and as they broke the kiss again Naruto thought he figured it out. Ino? No. It's not me either. The girl kissed him again, this time she tenderly licked his lips with her tongue, asking for entrance and Naruto subconsciously complied as he turned brighter red and wrapped his arms around the girl's waist. I know already who it is now. Temari. Naruto said once they broke the kiss. Hi, correct. Temari said cheerful and stole another kiss from Naruto. You're quite a good kisser, Nimar-kun. Naruto sheepishly smiled with a blush on his face as Temari got off the bed and let the next girl go on the bed. She crawled closer to him, wrapped one around him and with the other she opened his mouth and let her tongue slip in right from the start. He could feel some hair locks brush against his cheek and soon after they broke their kiss. Ino? I'm almost sure. Guess again. His lips connected with that of the girl in front of him once again and after another kiss Naruto tried again. Sakura? Damn it, you got it right. Sakura said as she got off the bed and Naruto blushed. Damn, Sakura-chan kisses like that, who would have thought? The next girl tightly wrapped her arms around the crimson-faced Naruto and then kissed him Naruto tenderly on his lips. Figuring that Ino would most likely kiss him more passionately on the first time then that he went with his other choice, Ten. Mao, got it right on the first try. Ten said then stole another kiss, pure for the reason that she only got one kiss. Naruto grinned widely, until he was suddenly jumped by the next girl and passionately kissed by her. And Ino. Naruto said with a grin, though he was still flushed red from all the kisses he just received. I knew my Nimar-kun would figure it out. Ino said and kissed him again. Well, I guess we're done with the dare then. Sakura said as she pulled Ino off Naruto's body. What about Hinata? Naruto spoke his thoughts out loud in confusement. You already knew it would be her, so that's no fun, Sakura stated, and Naruto slightly frowned as he took the blindfold off and found a crimson-red Hinata shyly looking at him. I guess Hinata is too shy to kiss someone she doesn't really like. I guess I'll eventually kiss her as just me, but I really wanted to find out what her kiss is like. Well, who's next, Nimir-kun? Ino asked after being sat down on the ground by Sakura. Naruto took his blindfold off and handed Tenten her attire back. I'll go for Temari, truth or dare? Truth, Temari said after giving it some thought. What's the number one thing you like doing with a guy? Temari slightly blushed red and then answered, either lean against his chest or hold him against mine. But I do that only when I like him enough. Naruto's face slightly rose up, only when I like him enough, huh? Ino giggled a bit at Temari's answer and Temari threw her a glare. Ino, truth or dare? Ino smirked. She knew Temari was planning on some dare for her, so she decided, I pick truth. Temari smirked back at her, something that made Ino unsure if she should have picked dare instead. Tell us, Ino, what's the size of your breasts anyway? Naruto blushed a bit more. All right, this suddenly turned into something interesting. I sense a sudden increase in bloodlust. Ino blushed, gave Temari a glare and looked shyly towards Naruto before averting her eyes again, and she opened her mouth. You know, if we're going to have this kind of topic, let's just quit the game and I'll just tell. Tenten suggested before Ino spilled it. There's no way I'll just let you all know that. Sakura snapped. What? Afraid Nimir-kun won't like them, Sakura? He's already blushing a lot, so why not tease him a bit more? Tenten smirked at Sakura, who looked at Naruto for a second and then smirked at Tenten. I see, yeah, why not? Tease, they say. Why do I have the feeling that they somehow just got Anko's brain inserted into them? Naruto gasped for air for a moment. Fine with me. I don't mind telling my size if it means getting out this damned waitress suit. Temari stated and got up to change back into her normal clothes again. Thanks, you guys. Ino let out tears of joy from being saved of being the only one to reveal her size. Please excuse me for a moment, Naruto said as he stood up, walked into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. He deeply breathed in and out and cooled his face down with some water. Geez, I don't think I'm going to survive this night. Then again, what do sizes say? I can already see who got bigger ones than who. Well, at least I'll get to know some personal stuff about them if we keep talking like that, but damn, I also get to see their dark sides. Sakura-chan whacked me around the head when I told Konohamaru I invented a new perverted ninjutsu when I came back to Konoha, and now it seems she's just all too eager to do H stuff and whatnot. Naruto sighed and looked at his reflection in the mirror in front of him. I wonder what will happen tonight. He walked back into the living room and found all the girls sitting in a perfect circle with just an open spot for him between Temari and Sakura. Naruto sat down and looked around at the group. All the girls were smiling at him aside from Hinata, who was looking kind of worried. I shall start this thing off then, I guess, Temari said and instantly continued, C85. Tenten instantly said her size after Temari had said hers, C80. Hinata blushed, fidgeted uncomfortably on her spot and looked towards the ground as she softly whispered, D. And then something Naruto couldn't hear. Wow, Hinata. No wonder you wear those wide clothes all the time. You'd die blushing if you were anything else. All those perverts would stare at you. Ino said, surprised. B75, by the way. B85. Sakura said, slightly blushing. Naruto let it all sink in, not that he understood how the sizes worked, but he at least knew who had the smallest and who the biggest, not that it mattered much to him. What about you, Nimir-kun? Ino asked, blushing, and leered at Naruto. Naruto blinked in confusement at her. I don't wear bras, nor do I have breasts as far as I remember. Ino bursted out into laughter and then explained, No. I know that, I was talking about how big your D-. She got whacked around her head by Sakura. Ino. If you're going to ask a question like that, at least ask it properly. All right, Nemur-kun, what's the size of your P-? Wrong again. Ah. Sakura, your punches hurt, you know. The other girls and Naruto slightly laughed at the display of the two friends before they both rubbed their heads and smiled at each other. What Ino is trying to ask you, Nemur-kun, is that she wants to know how big your manhood is. Sakura said, blushing as she stuck her tongue out at Naruto. My manhood? Last time I checked I'm quite manly, so. Naruto replied, grinning to the girls. The girls blushed and stared at him. Something wrong? Naruto blinked at them as they stared and then checked his own body. I am 100% man as far as I can tell, or did I have some female part on my body? Ah no, Nemur-kun, you did realize that we were talking about your manhood inside your pants, didn't you? Sakura asked as she blushingly stared at him. Oh. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head out of embarrassment, and blushed. Sorry, I can't really say how big it is, 'cause I never measured it or something. I wonder how big it is. I hope not as small as a shuriken. Ten said and shook her head. Perhaps it's the size of a kunai. Temari suggested and then shook her head. Oh. I know. It's at least the size of an average dagger. Ino said, and the previous two girls that suggested something nodded. Maybe it's as big as a stretched out nunchaku. Sakura said and beamed up with shiny eyes along with the other three girls. No. If we're going to take it big, I believe that is the size of a katana. Ino suggested, and the girls' eyes turned into hearts. Or perhaps even a bow staff. Ten said, and the girls were even more in bliss than before, blushing madly, and they started squealing. What's up with them? They're scary. Naruto looked scared at the girls as all of them except for Hinata leered at him. Hey girls, I have an idea how we can find out what it is. Sakura said, blushing red, and giggled. How? Knock him out and then rip his pants off? Ino suggested, and Naruto slowly backed away from the group, step for step. No. We'll just play strip poker. Sakura said, waving around with her index finger. Everyone but Sakura yelled. It's a great way to seduce Nemur-kun with our bodies first, and with 5 of us and him being by himself, it's almost sure that he'll become naked long before us. Sakura stated matter-of-factly. I don't know the rules of poker. Ino said as she crossed her arms. I know them, Tsunade-sama taught me when we had some time off. Sakura stated. Then start explaining, Sakura, because I don't know the rules either. Ten stated. All right, I'll explain in a minute, but first I suggest that we put our bras on, else it would be unfair, wouldn't it? Sakura asked, and the girls simultaneously nodded. I'm so dead. Naruto muttered to himself as the girls got ready for their game of strip poker. And Nemur-kun. Hinata said, the only girl who was still in the living room instead of in the bathroom, hallway, or a different room to put their bras on. Hinata? Naruto blinked at the Hyuga heiress. I'm sure it won't be as bad as Nemur-kun thinks it will be, PR probably. It will be more embarrassing for us than for Nemur-kun, so, Don't give up," Hinata said and then quickly ran off to put her own bra on as well. Naruto smiled softly. She's really a good girl, trying to make people always feel better, but it still doesn't change the fact that I'll die from this either by blood loss or by the fact that all the girls end up jumping on me or something for being naked. A few moments later, the girls returned and 1010 held a deck of cards ready in her hand. Then, "Please start explaining, Sakura." "All right, I'll explain the rules of this strip poker game. There aren't really a specific set of rules for strip poker, so we'll just keep the main rules of draw poker and then add some fun rules to keep things interesting during the game. But since none of you know the rules of draw poker, let me explain," Sakura said as the entire group sat in front of her like a bunch of kids listening to an explanation from Iruka at the Ninja Academy, with the exception that they actually paid attention. First of all, at the beginning of the first round, the players decide who will be the first dealer, in other words, the person who shuffles and distributes the cards. The dealer changes every round to minimize the possibility of cheating. After the first round, the dealer passes on the dealer job clockwise. Those are the basics of the dealer. Now for the actual dealing and playing the game. The dealer distributes the cards clockwise, one card a person at a time, and a total of 5 cards are given to each participant at the end. Now to make things interesting, we'll insert the rule called Wild Widow. This means that after the 4th round of cards being passed out, the dealer lays the top card of the deck open in the center, and all the copies of this card are wild cards, cards that can be any card of any color. Now since a standard deck also has 2 joker cards in them, we'll play with a total of 5 wild cards, so we have a higher chance of at least getting something other than the lowest hand. After the 5th round of cards has passed, the round starts counterclockwise from the dealer, meaning the person on his right begins playing. Now that player may discard up to 3 cards from his or her hand, and then they'll get the same amount of cards from the top of the deck. After that, the player is done and the turn passes to the next player, and the cycle repeats until everyone has had their chance to discard. Sakura took a deep breath and saw that the group nodded in understanding, so she continued, "Then all players open their hands and show what cards they have. The highest ranking hand obviously wins and the lowest loses. To keep things fair for Nimur-kun, the person with the lowest score must take of a piece of clothing. If 2 or more people have the same low score, all of them must take off a piece of clothing." Now I'll explain the ranking of the hands, from the lowest to the highest possible. The group nodded again. It was easy to understand all of this so far. The lowest had is no hand, none, nada, 0, whatever. This means you just have a bunch of cards that don't make pairs or a row of cards in the same order. If you have this, consider that you automatically lost this round and just hope that maybe someone else has as well. After no hand, we have 1 pair, which is a pair of the same card number or type for that matter. Meaning, for example, 2 tens, 1 heart and 1 clubs. The next is 2 pairs, meaning 2 different pairs, for example 2 jacks and 2 threes. Then we have 3 of a kind, as the name suggests. You then have 3 of the same card, example 3 kings. Higher than 3 of a kind is a straight. A straight is how you would count the cards, for example 3-4-5-6-7 is a straight, but they aren't from the same suit, because then it would be even higher. The ace, by the way, is counted as both before the 2, meaning it's card number 1, and after the king, meaning it's card number 14, and the order of the characters is jack, queen, king, so remember that. Oh! And also, the ace is normally the highest card in the game unless used as card number 1. The group nodded Sakura for her to continue, and she took another deep breath before heading on. Next we have a flush, meaning you have hand filled with the same suit of cards. For example, all of the cards in your hands are spades, then you have a flush which is higher than a straight. Above that we have a full house, which is a combination of 3 of a kind and 1 pair. In other words, you have 3 of the same cards plus 2 other cards that are the same. For example, 3 fives and 2 queens. After that we have 4 of a kind, which means 4 of the same cards. Then we have the straight flush, which makes us at the top 3 highest card hands in the game. A straight flush is a combination of a straight and a flush. I assume you know what that means right now, but I'll give an example nonetheless. 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 all of diamonds would be an example of a straight flush. Next we have one really rare hand, the royal flush, which is just the highest straight flush possible, going from 10 to the ace. The only thing higher than a royal flush is a 5 of a kind, which is possible since we are playing with wild cards. If we wouldn't do that, there would be no way to beat a royal flush. But then again, there is little chance of anyone being lucky enough to draw that. Furthermore, to keep the game interesting, whenever someone manages to get a straight flush or higher, everyone must take of a piece of clothing. That's all there is to it, I guess. Any questions? Everyone in the group shook their heads and Sakura sat down on the floor. All right then. I suggest we are going to sit on alphabetical order of our first name to make things fair as well. Everyone fine with Nimur-kun being the first dealer? Fine with me. Ten said and handed Naruto the deck of cards. The other girls nodded as well in agreement that it was okay for Naruto to be the first dealer, and then they quickly sat down in a wide circle on alphabetical order. /N, in case you don't know, that's the following: Hinata, Ino, Naruto, Sakura, Temari, Ten. Naruto cut the deck and then distributed the cards to all of them, and after everyone had their 4th card, he turned up the first wild card of the game. The king was the wild card for this round. When everyone had their cards, they took a look at it, and Ino, being the first to play, smiled at her cards. Ehehe, I'm lucky I guess. 2 sevens already in my first hand. 3 cards please, my Nimur-kun. Ino said as she discarded the 3 other cards face down, and Naruto handed Ino the cards. Aw crap, no sevens or anything else that could make me have a higher hand, while I haven't lost yet. Hinata looked at her cards, 1 pair of 8s, I guess it being early in the game I can still risk a lot. I'd like 3 new cards as well. Hinata said and discarded her 3 cards other than the pair of 8s and got new ones to replace them. As I thought, I should have kept that king of hearts, now I just have 1 pair. Ten had put on a poker face as she was looking stern at her cards, but inside she was jumping with joy that she was able to draw a pair of jacks and a wild king. I'll take 2 new cards, Nimur-kun. Ten said as she discarded 2 cards, but unfortunately she didn't get more than just her 3 of a kind due to the wild card she had. What the hell, I got a bunch of crap cards, not a pair at all. Let's see, which 3 to discard then. Temari mused and picked her cards. 3 new ones, please. Temari looked at her new cards and almost wanted to yell, damn it. Still nothing. Thank God this is just the first round, my luck will turn around next round. Nothing, let's see, I'll keep the jack and the 9 of hearts. Sakura pondered as she took her other 3 cards and discarded them, 3 as well. I'm saved, I got another jack. Naruto looked at his cards and sighed, feeling rather lucky that he had the highest 1 pair in the game in his starting hand, but he wondered if the girls had 2 pairs. Either way, he knew he had to discard the others in hope of better, and so he did. And better cards he got indeed, as he pulled a king, making his 1 pair of aces a 3 of a kind. Naruto grinned and showed his hand, 3 of a kind, aces. 1 pair, sevens. Ino said, feeling disappointed for so far having the lowest hand. 2 8s. Hinata said as she revealed her hand. 3 of a kind jacks. Tenten smiled and Ino felt even more defeated. Not a damn thing. Temari said as she let her hand of cards drop and took her hitayate off and put it in front of her. One pair of jacks. Sakura said, while Ino was done sighing out of relief for not be the first to lose. All right, next round. Nimur-kun, the cards please. Sakura said, smiling at him as he handed her his and the remaining cards. Sakura collected the hands of the other girls as well and cut the deck again to repeat the process. Straight, 7 to jack. Naruto grinned widely as he revealed his hand. A pair of kings. Ino revealed her hand, hoping that someone had at least a lower hand. Nothing. Hinata blushed red as she laid down her hand and took her hitayate off. 3 of a kind, 6s. Tenten smiled. 2 pair, 2 2s and 2 4s. Temari smiled widely, feeling her lucky turning around from nothing to 2 pair. 2 pair as well, 9s and queens. Sakura said, recollected the cards and handed them to Temari for the third round. Unfortunately for her, Temari lost the third round, so she took her shoes off and tossed them aside, grunting that her luck probably appeared every other round. The next round, Tenten dealt the cards and Naruto nervously smiled as he looked at his single pair of 3s. When the girls showed they all had higher than him, he sighed and took his shoes off, lacking a hitayate right now to take off. He was glad that the henge no jutsu didn't wear off as he took clothing off. Apparently the illusion would be held up until he dismissed it, which he didn't plan on doing very soon either. The fifth round, Naruto grinned widely as he was lucky enough to get a full house and Hinata nearly lost for the second time if Tenten didn't have no hand at all. The atmosphere was still quite relaxed and non-caring, seeing how so far no one lost more than twice. The next 2 rounds, Sakura and Ino lost their hitayate as well, and now that everyone had lost at least once, things started to get more serious. Round 8 was lost by Ino, forcing her to take her shoes off as well, and Temari grinned widely, hehehe, all the blondes in the room are shoeless now. Naruto snickered as he gathered all the cards for Sakura and then handed them to Temari as she was the next dealer. Temari felt confident right now, seeing as she was very lucky past rounds, and so with full confidence she started dealing the next round of cards. However, her confidence dropped a lot when her opening contained no particular pairing of cards, yet she again felt like her luck hadn't abandoned her as she exchanged 3 of her cards and managed to get a pair of aces. She knew by now that 1 pairs were a very common thing in this game, and getting the highest 1 pair possible gave her a slight advantage in case the others had also drawn 1 pairs. But her confidence slowly crumbled as Sakura showed 2 pairs, Naruto as well, and Ino even pulling a 3 of a kind. Her hope now rested on Hinata and Tenten. Hinata showed her hand and formed a smile, 4 of a kind queens. That's amazing, Hinata, you got the highest hand yet and you almost always seem to get high hands. You're one lucky girl. Naruto said as he blinked at the 3 queens and wild card in Hinata's hand. Why yeah, I guess that makes me lucky, huh? Hinata smiled, and Temari on the other hand frowned as hope grew smaller and smaller. She looked beggingly at Tenten, hoping that the weapon mistress drew something lower than her, but Tenten revealed her hand, holding 2 3s and 2 5s. Temari hung her head down in defeat and Ino giggled, looks like you lost again, blondie. Naruto turned his head towards Temari and noticed that she already was out of her shoes and lost her hitayate. I guess I have no choice, huh? Temari said and stretched her legs out so she could take her skirt off. You're going to take your skirt off first. Sakura reacted surprised as Temari unzipped her skirt. Of course, my shirt is long enough to cover the bottom part up, but my skirt isn't enough to cover up my body now, is it? Or were you planning on taking off your shirt to show your bra and breasts to Nimur-kun? Temari asked as she raised an eyebrow. Sakura blushed at her ignorance and Naruto blushed at the thought of Sakura taking her shirt off and also at seeing Temari take her skirt off and laying it on top of her lap. "Ah, isn't that considered cheating?" Ino said and pointed at the fact that Temari covered herself up with the skirt she had just taken off. "And why would it be, Blondie? The rules say I must take it off, nothing says that I can't lay it on my lap." Temari smirked at Ino, whose eyes twitched at Temari for finding a little hole in the rules. "All right, 10-10, start dealing the cards," Temari said and handed the cards to 10-10. 10-10 accepted them with a polite smile on her face and cut the deck, starting the 10th round already. After everyone had their round again, Temari grunted after 10-10 showed she had a 4-8s due to 2 wild cards, 1 pair of 7s. A pair of jacks. Sakura showed her pair of jacks. "Ace is safe." Naruto grinned as he showed his pair of aces. "Pair of 10s. Ino said and grinned at Temari, who could see the kunai of fate already pointing at her again this round. 4 kings. Hinata said and showed the 4 kings in her hand. "What? Hinata has a high hand again." Ino pointed out before smirking at Temari, "Blondie, you lost again." Temari blushed since she knew what she had to take off next, but decided she'd do it without hesitation, and so in one swift motion she took her shirt off. Naruto looked at the blonde girl and at seeing her purple bra, blushed as well and averted his gaze from her. The next round Sakura and 10-10 managed to both get nothing in their hand, both losing their shoes now as well. The following round Temari smirked as she got her first 4 of a kind in the match and she was glad she'd last at least another round. But as 10-10 revealed her hand, her eyes grew wide, straight flush. He. 10-10 noticed Temari staring in disbelief at her hand and 10-10 covered her mouth as she blushed red. "Oh, Temari, I'm sorry." Temari closed her eyes. "It's all right, I'll live." Naruto turned around and took his vest off and keep on sitting with his back towards the girls for a while. "Nimur-kun, it's all right, I'm covering myself up anyway." He turned back around and saw Temari blush as she covered herself up with one arm. The next couple of rounds, it appeared that Temari got her luck back as 10-10 lost her pants, Hinata lost her vest and Sakura lost her skirt. Temari was now dealer again and she distributed the cards again, praying to every god that her luck wouldn't fade away. She was the last to draw and already had a pair of queens in her hands and exchanged the other 3 cards, hoping to get at least another queen or a wild card. Temari sighed as there was nothing like that amongst her newly drawn cards and showed her hand, pair of queens. 1 pair, aces. Sakura showed her hand and Temari gritted her teeth. She didn't like being the lowest right from the start and Naruto's hand made her feel even worse as he grinned proudly of what he had pulled, full house people, aces and 8s. 3 of a kind, 9s. Ino said. Temari crossed her fingers and bit her lower lip. 3 of a kind, kings. Hinata showed her hand and Temari cursed in her thoughts. 1 pair, kings. 10-10 said and Temari cursed louder in her mind. My, Blondie, you lose again and you're out of the game now. How does that feel, HM? You loser. Ino said playfully and stuck her tongue out at Temari. Temari sighed and threw her card hand onto the ground and she sadly stared towards the ground for a moment. Naruto didn't know what it was, Ino's words or Temari's expression, but something hurt deep inside and he couldn't for some reason just see Temari take of her remaining piece of clothing and sit there amongst them while they were mostly still fully dressed. Naruto threw his hand on the ground as well and stood up. What is so funny about losing before anyone else is near defeat yet, huh? How do you think it feels to be in Temari's position right now while we aren't even near defeat? Not only Temari, but all the girls looked up towards Naruto, who was gritting his teeth. He wanted to walk towards Temari, but for some reason he couldn't, as he already stood behind her. What the? Naruto looked surprised at the world as he suddenly was standing behind Temari instead of on his place. So fast. Sakura said in disbelief and looked with big eyes at Naruto. Temari turned her head and looked at Naruto, who looked wide-eyed back at her. What in the world did I just do? A shiver rolled down Naruto's spine, but he shook his head to get out of the moment of surprise and then bent through his knees to get on the same height as Temari as he took his vest off. Here, you can use this to cover yourself up until the rest of us starts losing. Thank you, I'd like to put it on, but you know, I'd rather just cover myself up than not for a moment. Temari replied as she softly smiled at Naruto. Don't act so tough right now. Naruto said, smiling as he helped Temari in his vest while she could still cover herself up. It will keep you at least warm while we still go on. Temari pulled her knees up, quickly wrapped the ends of the vest around them and zipped it shut so that aside from her feet, hands and head was covered up. She then moved her hands to her back, let them run down, and a few moments later she had slipped out of her panties. I'm still a person who sticks to the rules of the games though. Naruto sat down next to her, wrapped an arm around the wind mistress and smiled warmly at her. I'll sit here then for the rest of the game. Ino looked at Naruto and Temari and then bowed down to the ground. I'm sorry Temari, Nimur-kun. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings or something Temari, I was just joking around and figured you'd take it in like almost everything I say to you. And Nimur-kun, please forgive me for saying those things to Temari. I made you angry, didn't I? No hard feelings, Ino, don't worry. Temari replied. Ino, I bear no grudge against you now or something. You don't need to be forgiven by me since Temari is the one you hurt and she said she's fine with it. I'm not that much hurt, you know, maybe a little but not that much. Temari interrupted Naruto. He smiled warmly at her before continue. Anyway, don't worry about losing points with me either because of this. I'd rather say you earn some points for apologizing and knowing when to be serious, that is, if I have something like a points system. Naruto blinked and rubbed his chin at that thought, wondering if he should or that it was just a matter of speech. Thanks to both you then. Ino said and rose back up and smiled politely at the two of them. Then, I believe it's Tenten's turn to deal the cards. Naruto said, smiling widely at all the girls. Somehow. Naruto thought as he and Temari looked at his cards. What should I do with these cards, Temari? Somehow. You're asking me? Want to get naked or something with me, Nimur-kun? Ha 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 ha, not without a decent fight. Somehow this feels. Damn it, Temari. Where did you get those sudden poker skills from? Aw. Come on now, Ino. Don't be mad because your luck gets broken once. Somehow this just feels warm and right. Temari and myself, my arm around her, and leaning my head against her, wondering over what to do with the cards in my hand. Less than half an hour later, only Naruto and Hinata were the ones wearing clothing as the other girls were totally naked and sat wrapped in their sleeping bags, looking over Naruto's exposed back. Aside from Temari, of course, who still sat in his vest, but she was behind his back as well now. Aw. Again. Could you girls please stop doing that? Naruto said, half laughing and half begging as again one of the girls innocently smiled at him after running a finger over his exposed back. He was only wearing his pants and boxers right now, meaning he had survived many game rounds so far, and Hinata on the other hand was wearing just one piece of clothing more than him, meaning she still wore her bra, panties and shirt. Come on, Hinata! Beat him at least one more time. Ten cheered. You can do it, Hinata! Ino added to the cheer. You're doing great, Hinata. 10-10, Temari, Ino and Sakura said in unison. Thanks for the moral support, girls, really helps me a lot. Naruto said sarcastically to the girls behind him, who smiled innocently at him. You can understand. Right, Nimur-kun? We want to see your boxers. Sakura said and then let her finger run over his back again. I told you girls to please quit that. Naruto threw away 2 of his cards as he already had a 3 of a kind with due to the wild card and 2 kings, and then he got a 6 and a queen, leaving him with just that 3 of a kind. Hinata threw 3 of her cards away and then showed her hand after drawing her new cards, 3 of a kind, Deuce. 3 of a kind, Kings. Naruto said smiling, and Hinata let a sigh out. I thought I would lose this round. Hinata blushingly took her shirt off and blushed deeper red as this was the first time to actually be seen in her heaven-white underwear outside of her family. During this game, Naruto found out all the colors the girls wore for underwear, but Hinata's white underwear was for some reason unable to be compared with neither Temari's purple nor Tenten's black, nor Sakura's pink, nor Ino's red underwear. It was now Naruto's turn to deal, and so he did, Hinata going first to exchange her cards for new ones. Hinata discarded 2 cards and, as she took 2 new ones, she smiled slightly. Naruto wasn't worried that much about her smile as Hinata smiled almost every time she grabbed new cards, and so Naruto exchanged 3 of his cards, but unfortunately he didn't get further than 1 pair, aces. Straight. Hinata said smiling, momentarily not blushing about her own half-naked stated as she was just glad to win again. The girls behind Naruto squealed and leered at Naruto's back. You lost this round. Nimur-kun. Temari said, and all 4 the girls ran a finger over his back, making him jump up. All right, geez. Naruto said as he took off his pants, the girls flushing red at seeing his black boxers. Naruto sat back down, collected the cards before handing them to Hinata, and as he did, he could feel the other girls stare at his boxers. I'm so dead if I lose now, or they'll be dead, which means all of this would be useless since I can't date a dead person, now can I? Naruto looked at his new hand and smiled, 2 sixes and a joker. He threw away the 7 and 8 in his hand and got an 8 and 2 back, making him softly curse for throwing the 8 away. Hinata discarded 3 cards and then after grabbing new ones she showed her hand, 1 pair of queens. Naruto grinned, he had survived this round, although he did feel bad for the shy girl for losing, the of a kind, 6s. Ah, come on Hinata. You'll beat him next time. Sakura cheered as Naruto turned around to face away from the Hyuga heiress, who was taking her bra off. Geez, if I lose now I bet you'll just faint almost instantly after seeing my crotch. Naruto muttered as he crossed his arms, but I am surprised, I didn't expect Hinata to last this long without fainting, she's probably trying hard not to. Boy am I glad she doesn't know that I'm me, she would pass out instantly then. I'm done Nimur-kun. Hinata said, blushing crimson as she dropped her bra on top of the pile of clothing, covering herself up with one arm. Naruto collected the cards, since letting Hinata do it would make it tough for her to keep herself covered up, I'd best not look at her face or body for that matter. As Naruto cut the deck and passed the cards again, he noticed that whenever he gave Hinata a card he was staring straight at her panties. Gah! What are you looking at, you idiot? Want to commit suicide or something? Naruto looked at his cards and blinked, noticing he had already 3 queens in his hand and was surprised to start out so well. Since it was Naruto's turn to deal, Hinata got to go first and she discarded 2 cards. Crap, she probably has a 3 of a kind as well, but does she have one higher than me or not? Naruto discarded 2 cards and drew 2 new ones, not daring to look at them the same time this time. He looked at the first card. Oh my god. Another queen. A 4 of a kind. Please don't let have Hinata a straight flush right now or something. Naruto then picked up the last card and his eyes went wide as he saw that as a jack, the wild card of this round. He smiled politely at Hinata. Sorry Hinata. 5 of a kind. Hinata looked up, then at Naruto's cards and blushed. Yeah, I see, I've got 4 kings, you're really lucky Nimir-kun. No. Hinata lost. The girls behind Naruto wailed. I still have to take him my pee panties off, right? Ino, Sakura and Tenten hopped in their sleeping bags over to Hinata, together carrying Hinata's sleeping bag over to her and then sat down in front of the half-naked girl to cover her from view. With a shivering hand, Hinata took her sleeping bag and a few moments later she dropped her shiny white panties on top of the rest of her clothes and hopped next to the other girls in her sleeping bag. Geez, that was close, so now what do we do? Get dressed again? Naruto wondered as he leaned back, blushing as he stared into Temari's eyes who was sitting just behind his head. Now what fun would that be Nimir-kun? Temari asked smiling as she traced with her index finger over his face. Can I at least put my pants back on? You girls are covering yourself up so I can too, right? Naruto asked in general as he continued blushing while Temari let her finger run freely over his face. Hey, I have an idea! Nimir-kun, you can put your pants back on, but only if you lie down on my bed and wait there for a few moments. Girls, follow me to that room. Tenten said and she pointed towards a room. Naruto rose back up from the ground as the girls hopped towards the room, Temari being the only one who actually walked, but she had to pull Naruto's vest down so she could still cover her most important parts up. Naruto quickly put his pants back on and jumped onto Tenten's bed, resting his arms behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. I wonder what Tenten's idea is. Naruto silently stared for a while at the ceiling as he sometimes heard the girls giggle, sending a shiver down his spine every now and then as well. Earlier tonight, what in the world happened? Naruto thought as he recalled the events with him suddenly standing behind Temari. I don't remember moving at all, not by walking, by jumping, anything. I didn't form hand seals yet somehow I appeared behind Temari. Was it somehow? The door of the room the girls had entered slowly opened again as Naruto was still lost in his thoughts. Nimir-kun. Tenten's voice broke his chain of thoughts and made him turn towards where the girls were standing. Upon seeing the girls, his jaw dropped open and the girls giggled and smiled at him, aside Hinata who stared at the floor with a blush on her face. They were all wrapped into it seemed white sheets or something as all of them had silky white fabric wrapped around the upper part of their legs followed by what's supposed to look like a dress that surrounded the rest of their body, showing skin in a few random places. The fabric was tightly wrapped around them, as every curve of the girls' bodies was being outlined yet the fabric didn't let Naruto to see any of the skin that sat underneath it. What's wrong Nimir-kun? Tenten asked grinning as she crawled onto her bed. This is our present to the winner of the strip poker game. The other girls crawled onto the bed as well and Hinata just sat down on the edge of the bed blushing. Present, you say huh? Naruto nervously smiled as the girls crawled over him. That's right, so you'd better enjoy this. Sakura said smiling at him, though that didn't make him feel more at ease, it just made him even more nervous than he was before. Do you like it? Tenten asked as she stroked with her fingers over Naruto's arm. It's not really a matter of liking it or not. Naruto said nervously as he flushed red, it's more like a matter of surviving an attack of all of you at the same time. But you know, this really feels soft. I like it. I just remembered, I still have to untie my buns. Ten said, smiling as her hands left Naruto's arm alone. For a split second Naruto thought she was talking about revealing her behind to him, but as she reached for her hair he realized it were those buns. With a few swift motions, Ten untied her hair and her hair gracefully fell down to about shoulder length. Naruto blinked and then suddenly rose up, grabbing a rather surprised Ten by her shoulders. "Why do you make buns in your hair?" Because I like my hair in this length, but it still tends to get in the way during missions and training, so. Ten replied, blushing as Naruto stared into her eyes. Ten, do you have any idea how cute you look without your buns? Naruto asked her as he let go of her arms. See, cute. Ten blushed deeper and stroked with a hand trough her hair. Are really? Naruto nodded in reply. It definitely makes you look better. Thanks then. Ten blushed and averted Naruto's gaze. Nimur-kun, what about me? Temari asked, and Ino asked the same thing after her. Naruto turned his head to look at the two blondes in front of him, who now had also untied their hair from their ponytails. I like it, but the difference isn't as pleasantly surprising as with Ten. Ino, I think I prefer your ponytail more. Temari, well, I like it either way. Naruto replied, grinning, though he still blushed for being surrounded by the four girls and having nowhere to escape. Ah, I see. Ino said as she made her ponytail again. I like it more when I have it in a tail as well. All right. I understand. So, now what do we do? Naruto asked, almost regretting he asked the question. He blushed crimson as Sakura placed her hands on his shoulders and laid him back down on the bed, lying her head on his shoulder afterwards. Now we get comfortable and talk. Naruto looked at Sakura, who was blushing and dreamily staring into his eyes, before he turned his head and saw Ten lay down against his other shoulder. Get comfortable, huh? Naruto asked, grinning sheepishly at Sakura, who nodded in reply and slightly giggled as Ino and Temari crawled up him as well, resting their heads on his chest. Ehehe. Naruto grinned sheepishly with a huge blush on his face as the girls started letting their hands run over his body. I'm so dead, but it feels kind of nice, their soft hair, their gentle strokes, the warmth of their bodies. Nimur-kun, what do you like most about my looks? Sakura asked out of the blue. Naruto said as he turned his head towards Sakura, who slightly sat up to look straight into his eyes. What I like about your looks, huh? Sakura nodded in reply and dreamily stared into his eyes, and Naruto gulped. I'd say your green eyes, your soft pink hair, and your lips. Naruto slightly leaned forward and Sakura leaned forward with her face towards his as she repeated, my lips, huh? Naruto stared at her lips as they moved and then fiercely shook his head. Sorry. Looks like you just got rejected, forehead girl. Ino said, grinning at Sakura. Sakura's eyes trembled as she stared at Naruto, who shook his head again. No, that's not it. Sorry, Sakura, but if I'd kiss you the others would get jealous. I don't mind if you kiss her, Nimur-kun, as long as you kiss me as well. Ino replied. I guess you could kiss us all, we don't, or well, I don't mind if you kiss not just me but others as well to keep it fair for now. We all like you a lot, aside from poor Hinata, that's why she doesn't want to lie against you right now. Ten said as she looked towards the Hyuga girl who sat on the edge of the bed. And no. Really, it's okay, you can do whatever you want, I'm fine. Hinata said, blushing, and waved dismissively. Ten rose up from Naruto's shoulder and wrapped her arms around Hinata's waist and started pulling her more towards the group. Come on, Hinata. It's fun to cuddle, no one will get mad at you for doing so. And no, it's all right. Mao, don't whine and just lie down, you'll like the warmth. Tenten said as she made Hinata lay down between her and Temari. Hinata blushed and dug her fingers into the sheets of the bed, embarrassed for multiple reasons. So Nimur-kun, are you going to kiss all of us yet or what? Temari said, sounding like she was impatiently waiting for Naruto's lips to meet hers. Why are you all okay with such a thing? Naruto asked with a bright blush on his face as he looked at all the girls that were lying at least near him. It's obvious, isn't it? Tenten asked. We love you, Nimur-kun. Well, aside from Hinata who loves another, but she still likes you as a friend, I think. Sakura added. Damn, if they all like me then eventually a lot of people are going to get hurt, but they want me to kiss them. Not for a game or whatever, but just because they want to. Naruto figured that if they all got one, it couldn't hurt them since he wouldn't be picking just one girl he favors then. He let out a sigh and pulled his arms out from underneath the girls and wrapped them around Sakura. Fine then, I'll give you just one kiss. He continued the process with every other girl until he reached Hinata, who he also wrapped an arm around, but as they looked into each other's eyes, Hinata blushing and her eyes trembling, begging to not be kissed, and Naruto's eyes trembling as well because he wanted to kiss the Hyuga princess and let her know that he was actually the one she loved as well. After kissing Tenten as the last girl, Naruto sighed and laid back down onto the bed, wrapping his arms around Tenten and Sakura. Nimur-kun? Do you like seeing two girls kiss each other? Temari asked after a silence. I don't know really, why do you ask? Naruto blinked at the blonde kunoichi, wondering why she'd ask such a thing. Temari slightly rose up from him. Well, I want to know, and I also want to know how one of these girls kiss. The other girls blushed deep red and stared wide-eyed at Temari. Temari pushed herself up from the bed. Well, Tenten, what do you say? Want to find out if Nimur-kun likes seeing such a thing? The girls, meaning Hinata, Sakura and Ino in this case, all stared at Tenten, who looked wide-eyed back at Temari and blushed deeper red. Somehow, I think I ended up in Erosennin's mind or something. Naruto thought, mentally twitching his eyes as he also stared at Tenten. I'd like to know what it feels like to kiss a girl too, I guess. Tenten answered, blushing deeply. Well, would you mind sharing that experience with me then? Temari asked as she blushingly looked away. Sure. Tenten replied as she looked away. I'll get you out of the way, then. Hinata blushingly said as she crawled away from the two girls and sat at the end of Naruto's feet. Temari and Tenten shyly crawled closer to each other, both heavily breathing in and out from the fact that they were just that nervous about doing this. They stared into each other's eyes, together looked at Naruto, who was blushingly staring at them, and then gulped before wrapping their arms around each other's waist. Temari pulled Tenten closer, slightly tilted her head before connecting her lips with Tenten's, and as they kissed each other, Tenten laid one of her hands higher on Temari's back and the other one behind her head. Naruto blushed deeper red as he watched the scene along with the others, and he had to say he felt his hormones rushing through his body right then. As they broke the kiss, the first thing that followed was a question from Sakura. How did it feel? I liked it. Temari replied as a crimson blush formed on her face and she avoided looking into Tenten's eyes. Me too, it was nice, but more importantly, did you like it, Nimur-kun? Tenten asked, blushing. Naruto could only nod slowly, like he was under a genjutsu due to the actions of the two girls. Sakura? You want to try it too? Ino asked, grinning at Sakura. Ino. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Sakura replied, shocked as she slightly rose up from the bed. Come on, don't be shy. We practiced on each other when we were little. It should be a bit different now though, so I'm curious. Ino teasingly stuck her tongue out at Sakura. That was when we were younger. Why you can't just... Sakura said as she backed off from Ino, who approached more and more towards her face. Here it comes. Ino sang teasingly to Sakura and grinned. Ino, Ino. Ino. I dash. Sakura tried to yell at Ino, but her mouth was muffled by a kiss from her best friend. See, that wasn't so bad, now was it? Ino teased after breaking the kiss. And no. But don't ever do that again. Sakura protested, blushing madly as she did. Hey, rest assured I won't, but you know, now that we please Nimur-kun in a way I think it's only fair we are pleased in return by him. Ino said and leered towards the red-faced Naruto. Being totally absent-minded at the moment, Naruto could only do two things, blush like his skin had third-degree burns and think one thing, damn it. I did end up in one of Erosennin's stories it seems. Those girls want me dead. I guess we can ask for something in return. Ten leered. I wouldn't mind another kiss at least. Temari joined Ten and Ino's leering at Naruto. Why should we just leave it at a kiss? Sakura asked as she started leering as well. Those 4 sentences sunk into Naruto's brain and then the blush disappeared, his face gaining back its normal color. He looked at the 4 girls and could only think of one thing that would save him right then and there. As he jumped forward, diving off the bed and barely missing Hinata, the girls jumped onto his spot, squealing at the top of their voices, Nimur-kun. Crap, that was close. Naruto said as he turned around and his eyes widened. Just then Temari, Ino and Sakura launched themselves off the bed as well, landing on top of a Naruto who could not escape in time. The 3 girls squealed and giggled as they each tried to take a piece of his body as their own, and Naruto thought that they'd do that literally. Ino wrapped herself around his waist, Sakura had glomped onto his right arm and Temari had pressed his left arm between her breasts as she tried to reach Naruto's face. Naruto struggled to get out of their grasp, but the harder he struggled the more fun the girls had and the more they clutched onto him. Then suddenly Temari went silent and so did Ino and Sakura in surprise as they looked at Temari, who was blushing a deep shade of red. Did I just... Naruto looked wide-eyed at her and then he realized that his hand brushed over Temari's inner thigh less than a second ago. Oh, shit. Temari fell forward onto Naruto's arm, closing her eyes as she fell. She had fainted from the sudden brush of Naruto's hand. Temari! Wake up and get off my arm. Naruto said, but as he tried to get up, he felt his leg brush against something as well, followed by a scream from Ino, Kya. Ino fainted onto his legs and Naruto cursed again, damn it, hit another sensitive spot. Sakura crawled over Naruto's arm and giggled, hi, that makes it a whole lot easier for me. No. Sakura, wait. Naruto said and rose his right arm up, his hand landing on her behind and brushing off it. Sakura softly moaned and stared with big trembling eyes at Naruto. That's unfair, Nimur-kun, that's my... Sakura fainted as well and Naruto mentally groaned, what the hell, I have to take all their teasing and I accidentally do stuff and they pass out, it should be some kind of special fighting style against Kunoichi, I bet Erosennin would like that and instantly name it the Jiraiya style. He then realized something and counted the heads of the girls that fell unconscious on him, 1, 2, 3, ow, crap. Not that his suspicions needed to be confirmed then, but as he somewhat expected, Ten was still left and she came crawling like a cat around the corner of her bed and towards Naruto. As she reached his body, she sat down on it and leaned over to look face to face at Naruto. Yo, did you miss me, Nimur-kun? Ah, Ten, please. SSSHT. I just want to enjoy the moment. Ten silenced Naruto by laying a finger on his lips and then moved forward, pressing her breasts on his chest and moving closer to his face for another kiss. Ayano, Tenten-san. Hinata's voice made Ten stop for a moment and look at the Hyuga girl. What's wrong, Hinata? Not having sudden second thoughts about not wanting to do anything with Nimur-kun, right? And no. But... Hinata pointed behind Ten and blushed. Ten rose up from Naruto and crawled to the other side and towards where Hinata was pointing. There was a moment of silence before Naruto could see Ten lift her arm and point, though he was mainly not that focused at her arms at the moment. Oh, it moved. Ten then collapsed as well and Naruto screamed loud, and it was so loud that it even shook the ramen over at Ichiraku's. That hurts, Naruto said as sweat trickled down his forehead. And Nimur-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked. I would feel a whole lot better if you moved Ten off my body, Naruto said, still sweating. Hinata got off the bed and tried to get Ten off Naruto's body, but as he shrieked in pain she instantly stopped trying. I'm sorry. It's alright Hinata, don't bother, they'll hopefully wake up soon anyway. Hey, I have an idea. Turn on the television so they might wake up from the sound of the shows that are on, Naruto said as he turned his head towards the TV. I'll do it, Hinata said and softly ran towards the TV to put it on. As she did, the speakers let out a lot of moaning and groaning sounds and Hinata froze up for a moment, blushing deeply red before turning the TV off. I guess that isn't really going to work. Damn, already that late. There's nothing else on at this time of night from what I know from hanging around Jiraiya-sama. Oh well, Hinata, can you turn the lights off? We'll just try to sleep before they wake up. Hopefully they'll wake up then as well. Alright, if that's what you want, Hinata said, turned off the lights and crawled under the sheets of Tenten's bed. And Nimur-kun? Hinata asked. Something wrong, Hinata? Naruto asked as he turned his head towards the bed. And no. But, I don't dislike Nimur-kun. I know. But you are in love with someone else, right? It's all right, really. Boo. But you know, he looks a lot like Nimur-kun, so? He does, huh? Well, don't worry, you love him for who he is, right, and not for what he looks like, so don't worry about it. It's him you love and not me. But that guy is certainly unlucky. If he ever plays strip poker with you he'll definitely lose, Naruto said and laughed. I was really lucky with that game in the end. There was a long silence and Naruto wondered if Hinata was still awake. Hinata? Are you still awake? Hi. I was just... Hinata blushed crimson as her thoughts during the silence ran past again. Good night, Nimur-kun. Night, Hinata, sweet dreams. Naruto smiled and then yawned as he closed his eyes. Today was one hell of a day, and tomorrow morning. Before Naruto could complete his thought he fell asleep under the warmth of the 4 girls that laid on top of his body. Chapter 7, Love Between the Cherry Blossoms. Morning explosion of youth. Go Lee! Guy exclaimed as he jumped through Tenten's bedroom window. Asu! Lee exclaimed as he jumped after his evenly green-clothed sensei. The explosion of their youth came to a halt as nothing in the room moved and they took in the environment. Guy-sensei, what's Niji's cousin doing in Tenten's bed? The young beautiful green beast of Konoha remarked as he pointed at the fast asleep Hinata. Guy sniffed the air of the room. Lee. There have been unyouthful activities in this room. You mean that Niji's cousin and Ten? Niji's self-proclaimed eternal rival said, flushing red. No. Look, my youthful student. Guy said and pointed towards the peacefully sleeping Naruto. Age. Is that Naruto Kun? He looks so unyouthful. Lee nearly yelled as he saw the blonde's face. Naruto cringed at the loud voices and sleepily opened his eyes and looked at the two dressed in youthful green men with the morning sun fiercely shining into his eyes. The fuzzy brows. Naruto thought and looked over to his body to find that Ten had slightly rolled off him, but her head was still lying on his crotch. Naruto rose up from the ground as much as he could and turned his head towards Lee and Guy. What are you two doing here? Ah. Guy-sensei. That isn't our youthful friend Naruto-kun. That voice and those red eyes don't belong to Naruto-kun. Lee remarked. Your eyesight is as youthful as ever, Lee. This is indeed not our youthful friend Naruto. Guy said and struck the nice guy pose. The loud voices of the two finally began waking the girls up, as well as Lee's work sank into Naruto's mind and shook him awake like a bucket of water would do when thrown over his head. Those red eyes, red eyes. Sakura was the first to awaken and rose up, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. Oh. She let a yawn slip out of her mouth before continuing, Heyo. Gah. Even my youthful and everlasting love Sakura is here. And she's. Lee yelled at the top of his lungs as he pointed towards the silky white cloths wrapped around Sakura's body. Temari cringed and moved up as well. Who the hell is so loud in the morning? As she turned her head towards Lee and Guy along with Sakura, her eyes started twitching. You too. You mustn't, Nimur-kun, we can't do that here with all the other girls watching. Ino mumbled as she rubbed her body over Naruto's leg before snapping awake and looking up at the world. There was a moment of silence as all the people who had just awoken stared at Lee and Guy, who stared there youthfully shocked and gasping with their mouths wide open at all the girls. Ten slightly opened her eyes and raised her head, before looking down and letting out a shriek and getting all the eyes of the room upon her. Naruto, now free of being imprisoned by four women, sat up a bit more and stared at where Ten started pointing at, his crotch. Naruto's eyes went wide along with every other set of eyes in the room as Ten shakingly continued pointing at Naruto's crotch while she held her other one in front of her mouth. Ah. Ten. You. Ino remarked. I swear I didn't. Really? I didn't do anything. Ten quickly replied, blushing way too much for the early morning. Naruto stared and let it sink in before he could only yell one thing, Ten. You drooled all over my crotch. I'm sorry. I'll clean it for you. Ten said and reached out to try and rub it out. Naruto quickly pulled his legs back, sat straight up, and with his hands he covered up his wet crotch. Are you crazy? Do you know where you just drooled all over? You can't be it out at that location. I'm sorry. Ten said, flushing red. Guy-sensei. Ten did unyouthful things to this blonde that we don't know. Lee. My adorable student. Look at that pile of clothing over there. I see B bras. And P panties. Multiple P panties and B bras. There were a lot of unyouthful things going on here. Guy exclaimed and pointed. Who a see female underwear do you think you two are staring at, you perverts? Temari snapped as she roundhouse kicked Guy in his face, sending him flying through the broken window and accidentally flashing Lee the silky white wrappings that covered her womanhood, making the young beautiful beast blush bright red and gasp for air. "You too!" Temari exclaimed, and even before she could roundhouse kick Lee out of the window as well, Sakura punched him out of the window and snapped at him, "Lee-san. You pervert! Don't look towards the area of Temari's female parts." As Naruto saw Lee and Guy fly out of the window, the words of Lee ran through his mind again, "Those red eyes, red eyes, red eyes." Naruto jumped up, much to the girl's surprise, and rushed towards the bathroom, Nimur-kun. As he closed the door behind him and quickly locked it, he could hear Tenden's voice coming from the other side, "Nimur-kun, I'm really sorry for drooling on you. Are you all right? Need any help?" Don't worry. I'm not mad because you drooled in your sleep," Naruto quickly replied as he rushed towards the mirror and stared at his reflection, bearing the red eyes of the Kyuubi right then and there. This is bad. I didn't call upon the Kyuubi's chakra, yet my eyes are red. Why? How?" Naruto rushed back out of the bathroom, knocking Tenten over and shocking all the awake girls as he suddenly started packing. Nimur-kun?" Tenten asked as she blinked at Naruto, who quickly rolled up his sleeping bag, tied it up and threw it on top of his backpack. "I have to leave now, I'm sorry," Naruto said as he ran into the room where the girls had changed into their silky clothing, hoping to find the vest he lent to Temari there. He found it and quickly put it on, rushing back into the living room and nearly stumbling over his own feet. "What's wrong?" Sakura asked as Naruto dove for his shirt, grabbed a hold of it and ran towards the front door. "Nothing really. I just have to go. I'll pick one of you up at 7 tonight. Be ready." "Nimur-kun?" Ino asked, and the girls ran after Naruto towards the front door. "Why are you leaving?" Temari asked as Naruto pulled the door open. "I have to go," Naruto growled, sending out a lust for blood that they all could feel. The girls trembled from the feeling, and Naruto quickly closed the door and started running, panic racing through his body as he shivered. He felt that bloodlust as well, and it scared the crap out of him. It was his own lust for blood. Naruto jumped from roof to roof, going as fast as he could. Below him, life in Konoha started up again, stores started to open while the nightclubs started closing. He figured it was around 8 and that Lee and Guy always decided to wake up 10:10 that early in the weekends. Not that it mattered that much really at the moment to him, but it meant that the old pervert hadn't left his shelter yet to gather data, whether it was for his novel or for something more important. As Naruto leaped from one building to the next, he popped out of his alter ego and continued on towards the Erosennin's little shack. Unknown to Naruto, a certain dango-loving female caught a glimpse of Naruto being in such a rush and decided to leave her early dango sticks alone and follow him. His mind racing through too many thoughts, Naruto wasn't aware of the person who pursued him and headed straight for Jiraiya's shelter in the woods on the other side of the Hokage statues. After running for quite a while, Naruto landed in front of a wooden door that led to the infamous pervert's shelter. He caught his breath for a moment and knocked on the door, the pervert's voice coming trough from the other side. "Who is there?" "Erosennin. Open up!" Naruto yelled and anxiously looked over his back. He felt like he was being watched but couldn't see anyone in the forest behind him. "Naruto? 1 second," Jiraiya said, and then Naruto could hear Jiraiya whisper some things. "Hurry up and get in it already. I can't help it that they're that big. All right, I'll take those out and rest them here. Geez." A moment later, the white-haired Sannin opened the door widely, grinning at Naruto. "Yo dash. Naruto. What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Seeing the serious look on the blonde's face, Jiraiya dropped his grin and stared at him, noticing his red eyes. What's wrong? Can I come in? Naruto asked as he looked over his shoulder again. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and looked for half a second in the direction of the forest, of course. He let Naruto in and they each sat down on one of the couches standing in the pervert's home. Akatsuki? Jiraiya dropped the question instantly. No. It isn't the Akatsuki. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief and then looked a bit more relaxed at Naruto. Then why have you tapped into Kyuubi's powers? That's the point, I didn't. I woke up this morning with my eyes being red. Naruto said, and he could swear that he heard a soft thud against the door of the broom closet behind Jiraiya. You what? Did the Kazekage or his sister see it? No, Hey, how do you know that they are staying at my place? How you ask? Naruto nodded in reply, well, I'm a Sennin, I know stuff. Naruto sighed, disappointed that the Sannin was joking around. He really did want to know how he found those stuff out. Anyway, I wasn't home tonight. Jiraiya raised an curious eyebrow at the blonde. Oh yeah, that sleepover, was it fun? How do you know that? Hermit skills. Jiraiya said, nodding. Right, anyway, the only one who noticed were fuzzy brows and super fuzzy brows, but they thought it was just a part of my alter ego, Lemur. Naruto said as he crossed his arms. And the girls? Sakura knows about the Kyuubi, you know that, did she see them? Jiraiya asked and crossed his arms as well. If she did, your cover and plan is screwed most likely, you know. She didn't, but most of them did feel the instant I unleashed some bloodlust. I didn't even mean to do so. It scared the crap out of me. I see, Anything else? Jiraiya asked as he rubbed his chin. Well, there was this thing last night, Erosennin, what was considered full mastery of Shunshin no Jutsu? Naruto asked curiously. I told you before, mastery is achieved when you can use it without placing a seal on something. However, full mastery was achieved by only one person, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Yondaime Hokage-sama. He is the only person able to use Shunshin no Jutsu without placing a seal on something first and without forming the hand seals, but even so he preferred to place a seal on something, since it made a hell of a lot easier to perform the jutsu. Why are you asking? Jiraiya raised a curious eyebrow again at the blonde. Last night, I think I used Shunshin no Jutsu unconsciously, without performing hand seals or placing a seal on something. Jiraiya blinked and then burst out in laughter. Sorry Naruto, but that's impossible. Even I can't do such a thing and am considered one of the legendary Sannin. You are still having a hard time perfecting the basics of the jutsu. I doubt you can pull something like that off. But isn't it possible with something like the power of love or whatever? Naruto asked and looked confused towards the hermit, who continued laughing. Well, though love is a powerful thing, I doubt it makes you master moves all of a sudden. Jiraiya said and stopped laughing. Naruto, anger gives you a lot of power. You know that. However, when you get enraged, you can't control that enormous power at all. Extreme emotions are the key to triggering the Kyuubi's power. Anger is one of them, it might be love is one as well, but waking up with the Kyuubi's eyes, Naruto, could it be that? Naruto saw the pervert raise his perverted grin and he furrowed his eyebrows, shaking his head. I didn't, you dirty-minded old hermit. Dirty-minded old hermit, you say, huh? Jiraiya asked, sounding somewhat surprised. Damn straight I did. I didn't do such a thing at all. Naruto stood up from the couch. That's not it really, but never mind what I truly meant. For now just relax and don't use the QB's power. Go home and rest some. I guess you just got overexcited from being around all those girls," Jiraiya said and guided Naruto to the front door. Perhaps. You don't want to know what happened last night? Actually, I do want to know. You perverted hermit. Ahahaha. Well then, Naruto, come visit any time you want, but just go home for now. See you later, Jiraiya said and shoved Naruto out. Hi. Naruto replied grumpily. As Jiraiya closed the door, his face turned serious again. What do you think, Tsunade? The broom closet opened and Tsunade stumbled out of it. That you should freaking clean that broom closet up of yours. It stinks and is full of dust. Tsunade dusted herself off as Jiraiya snickered. Sorry. I keep my lil shelter nice and clean, but the broom closet is a mess. Never mind that. Do you have any idea what's wrong with Naruto? Tsunade asked. No. But his voice is Nemer. You noticed it too, did you not? Yeah. Anyway, I guess we should inform the Jounin today. If you'd please be so kind to gather them up. Oh, only because you said please, Jiraiya. Tsunade replied and Jiraiya snickered. Meanwhile, Naruto was lazily walking away from the hermit shelter and back into the forest. Naruto stopped walking when he made it a few feet into the forest and turned around. Why did you follow me? Yo, Naru-chan. Anko said with a wide smirk as she spinned a small purple flower around between her two fingers. Naruto let out a sigh and shook his head. Really, what is it? Before Naruto had the time to look at her and say anything else, a snake wrapped around his waist and pulled Naruto into Anko's arms. It's been 2 days, I'm feeling kind of lonely, Naru-chan. I planned on meeting up with you later, but as I saw you jumping from building to building, I figured I could go now as well. Anko's smirk was still on her face as she let her hands run over his back. I see. Geez, I thought you'd at least do stuff with some other guy while not being with me. Naruto replied and looked at Anko. No. That won't do at all. After all, when it comes to men, I have just one prey at a time, and right now you're my prey, Naru-chan. Anko pressed her chest tightly against Naruto and moved in for a kiss, when she noticed that the blonde wasn't fazed by her actions at all. Why aren't you blushing? Anko asked in disbelief, saying her thoughts out loud as well while she pulled slightly back from Naruto. Naruto shrugged. I guess I'm somewhat used to you right now. Oh, I guess that I'll have to miss your blushing then, huh? Anko asked. Naruto shrugged again. After last night, hugging and kissing a girl doesn't affect that much anymore, I hope. Anko pouted at seeing that Naruto didn't care one bit and probably would only be affected when she'd be standing naked in front of him and pressed his head between her breasts, but being near that old Jiraiya's place, it didn't seem like such a good idea to Anko. Naru-chan, that's no fun, Anko said as she leaned over to him and started kissing him. Naruto inwardly sighed again and started kissing her back, Anko pulling away from him the instant she felt his tongue roam around in her mouth. Why, you? Naruto was surprised, very surprised as a matter of fact, for he had made Anko blush a light shade of red. I never kissed her back before, but I thought she was like the infamous, or perhaps even famous, Nymphohachime Khalid of Konoha, and she used to do stuff to me like, well, things that would still make me blush. I'm not supposed to make her blush, am I? Naruto grinned sheepishly at her and hoped for his sake that he didn't just flip some kind of switch that was labeled "Let's get it on" in Anko's mind. Anko threw her arms around Naruto's neck and made the two of them fall down onto the soft grass they were standing on. She stole a kiss from his lips before looking into his eyes with a blush still on her face. Naru-chan, I didn't expect that from you. Hee. Naruto grinned sheepishly at her. That's my line, blushing because I kissed you back. I didn't expect that from Anko-sensei. Anko lowered her lips to his and stole another kiss, a blush of surprise. Naru-chan, but I see you don't mind playing a bit more now. Play. All right. I take it back. I'm not used to her. Damn it. I did flip the switch. I'm going to die. Naruto blushed red and looked in shock towards Anko. Anko giggled and Naruto looked surprised, the blush disappearing as she sounded rather cute and innocent, but the blush reappeared on his face as Anko trailed with a finger over his face. There's that blush I love. Why yeah, I guess so. Naruto looked nervously at the purple-headed kunoichi. Anko slightly rose up from his body, unzipped his vest and started tracing circles with her index finger. You know, Naru-chan, I think I've decided, you are the best playmate I ever had. Playmate? Naruto tried his best not to turn around and try to crawl away from the kunoichi right then and there. So far Kakashi-kun was the number one, but he turned out to just be a pervert, no fun at all. On the other hand, you. Anko stared into his eyes, leaned forward and stole another kiss from Naruto's lips. Are innocent. Anko stole another kiss from him. Sweet. Anko's voice became a soft and turned into a whisper before she kissed him again. Cute, very, very cute. Anko whispered and softly giggled before kissing him again. And by far the most fun to play with. Anko tilted his head slightly up and made her lips connect with his for longer than just a second this time. Naruto figured that most likely she'd leave him after this kiss, so he wanted to make sure that all her desires, or at least the ones she wanted from Naruto then, were fulfilled. He wrapped an arm around her and caressed her back, a soft whimper escaping from Anko as her tongue still explored Naruto's mouth. Anko placed a hand on Naruto's cheek as she broke the kiss, and with a smirk on her face she stared into Naruto's eyes. Naru-chan, you have improved, practiced with other girls for me? Anko asked as Naruto blushed, both by the question and by the fact that he actually kissed Anko while being aware of it as well. Not practiced for you, but I had a few more kisses. Naruto blushingly looked away from Anko. I noticed, congratulations, Naru-chan. Anko said as she laid back down on Naruto. F for what? Naruto asked nervously. Anko leered at him and caressed his shoulders as she rose a smirk at him, for doing to me what hasn't happened in ages by just being kissed. I see. Naruto said and warily eyed the kunoichi, not sure what she meant by that. I'm looking forward to it. Anko said as she dreamily stared into Naruto's eyes. What, exactly? He asked wide-eyed. You'll know when that time comes. Anko giggled a bit again and then stole another kiss from Naruto's lips, but really, I'm surprised that you lasted this long, though I guess it is unfortunate as well. What is? Naruto asked confused. Please let her not break her promise of only keeping it to hugs and kisses. That little Naru-chan doesn't want to play anything else. I'm really feeling like it right now. I thought about playing just by myself, but you wouldn't survive seeing that most likely. What? Erosennin, please come out of your shelter soon and scare the Nymphohachama Khalid away. Or perhaps you do want to play more. Anko asked seductively and looked at Naruto questioningly. Naruto wrapped his arms around Anko and tightly hugged her, surprising Anko as he shivered. Anko-sensei, really? I don't want to do anything. Come on, let this work. Please let Nymphohacha, well, whatever she is. Please let her at least have a heart and be affected by this act. Anko wrapped her arms around him as well and closed her eyes as she rested her head next to his and whispered, "SSSHT. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt my favorite toy, I'm just teasing, just teasing." Naruto's eyes went wide as he heard Anko's soft and nurturing voice, and he felt all the muscle in his body relaxing from the sound. Naruto closed his eyes and let Anko lay on him like that until her next few words made him open his eyes again. "I love you, Naru-chan." "You, what?" Naruto said, blushing out of surprise. "I love you, even if you don't love me. I love you, and even if you don't want to play more than what we are doing right now, I'm still happy. I love you and only you." Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he doubted that Erosennin would believe it either. The Anko was in love with him. "You mean that?" Naruto asked, surprised, and Anko rose up from him with a wide grin on her face. He. "No. I love everyone too much to dedicate me to just one guy. Sorry, Naru-chan, just wanted to see your reaction." Naruto let out a sigh, mostly of relief. "Geez, don't scare me like that." "What's that supposed to mean?" "That if you really were, I'd feel bad about rejecting you most of the time." "Ow." Anko blushed and then grinned again. "Then it wasn't a lie. Start feeling bad or give me your love, Naru-chan." "You." Naruto stared annoyed at the purple head, who snickered at his reaction. "I said it before, didn't I? I love teasing you, Naru-chan. Besides, you acted out too with that I don't want to do anything. If you really didn't, you wouldn't have kissed me. TSCH. So those soft words were a lie as well?" Naruto asked, annoyed, finding out that the one thing he did really like about Anko to be a lie was something he didn't like. "No. That was true, I wouldn't hurt my Naru-chan," Anko said and leaned forward to kiss him again. "She's probably planning to keep me here until night falls or something. That's not what I'm planning on, however," Naruto thought as Anko stole yet another kiss from him. "All right then," Naruto said, and used as much strength as needed be to turn the rolls around, with Anko now lying on the floor and him lying on top of her. Anko blushed out of surprise again as he grinned at her. "Rolls are turned around now, any Anko-sensei." "W what? Naru-chan, are you going to?" Anko blushed as Naruto slightly rose her net vest up. Naruto wrapped his arms around her, this time resting them under her net vest and on her bare back. "What is it, sensei? I thought you were living for this kind of stuff," Naruto asked, grinning as he caressed Anko's back. A soft whimper escaped her lips with every stroke as her blush turned into deeper shades of red. Naruto bent over and kissed the blushing Kunoichi, who moved her hands under his shirt and pulled him closer to her own body. "This might just start the fire in her, but at least I can run for my life before that, I hope." As Naruto broke the kiss, he looked at Anko, who was blushing and her eyes slightly trembled, shining in the light of the morning sun. "Now. Run, Naruto, run." Naruto flipped off her body and started running for his life, but still he looked over his shoulder with a grin at her and waved. "Thank you for the lessons, Anko-sensei." "Later." Anko by that time had risen her body up from the grass, staring at Naruto's back with a blush on her face. "Come on, Naruto, keep on running. Legs, don't fail me now. She'll probably start hunting you soon again," Naruto thought as he ran down over the Hokage statues. He kept on running until he reached his apartment, where he fell down to his knees in front of the door and breathed heavily in and out. Made it, damn it, she most likely would have raped me if I didn't leave after that. I'm so dead next time I meet her." "Well, most likely." Naruto reached into his pockets, opened the door, stumbling into his apartment, and he threw his backpack into the bathroom along with his shirt. He stumbled into the living room and let out a sigh, feeling glad that Temari wasn't home yet. A voice made Naruto stand straight up out of surprise. "Where were you last night? You didn't come home." Naruto turned around and found Gaara leaning against the wall with his eyes fixed onto Naruto. Ihihi. "Yo, Gaara, sorry, I've been out training all day last night and fell asleep in the forest when it became dark." "Temari is going to kill you, you know that, right?" Gaara asked as he slightly bounced off the wall and stood straight up, his arms still crossed over one another. Why would she do that? Naruto asked in surprise. "Sure, she seemed a bit depressed last night when I first saw her, but I don't think she was that mad at me. She was worried sick about you. All day she kept on going that it was her fault that you ran away, and she even started assuming you killed yourself. I believe she checked Ichiraku's ramen stand about 10 times in the first 2 hours that you went missing." Naruto's mouth dropped open and he just gasped at Gaara, who just shrugged before continuing. "I told her that you'd be fine, but she insisted on searching for you all day. And you guys didn't find me? Wow, I guess my not-so-secret training area in the forest is well hidden after all." Naruto blinked and then walked to his bed and sat down on it. "Anything else I should know?" Naruto asked as he laid back down on his bed. Gaara shrugged. "I suggest you stay home until Temari comes home from that slumber party she went to. If you aren't home by the time she comes, you can consider yourself dead when you do get back." "Thanks, Gaara, that was really reassuring." "It was nothing. It was sarcasm." "I know." "Good. I wasn't being sarcastic." "I know." There followed a silence between the two of them, and then Gaara reached for something underneath Naruto's bed. Naruto jumped off his bed and looked confused at Gaara. "What is it?" Gaara pulled Temari's fan from underneath Naruto's bed. "Want me to place this out of her direct grasp so she won't wreak havoc here?" Naruto thought it over for a few seconds and then fiercely nodded. "I don't feel energetic enough right now to escape those smashing movements with her fan." He grinned sheepishly at Gaara and rubbed the back of his head as Gaara placed it back under Naruto's bed, out of reach. "What time do you think she'll be home?" Naruto asked as he walked towards the bathroom. "I have no idea about that, she didn't tell," Gaara said and folded his arms again. "All right then, if she gets back while I'm taking a shower, let her know that I'm at least home and that the shower isn't running meaningless. Or something." "All right." Gaara nodded towards Naruto, who just stepped into the bathroom and then suddenly turned back and faced Gaara. "Hey, what the heck did you do all by yourself yesterday?" Gaara stared, arms crossed, silently staring at Naruto, appearing to be deep in thought, and then replied, "Nothing." You really should start living it up more, Gaara," Naruto said and headed into the bathroom. As the bathroom door closed and Naruto locked it, Gaara made his sand crawl up to him, carrying a pen, a notepad and the latest issue of Sandboy. Gaara opened the notepad first and then took a look at the centerfold of the magazine. He let his eyes wander over the model that was posing on it, and then he took the pen his sand had carried to him and placed a check behind one of the items in his notepad. "Third member of Gaara's Angels found. Next up, bring plan to action." Naruto enjoyed the soothing warm shower, though his mind was also busy wondering who he should take out on a date tonight. Hinata is out of the question for tonight, it would cause too much suspicion, so I'd best go with her later. Temari, well, I guess that's going to be hard too. I can always tell to her and Gaara that I'm out to train or that I'm going to see Ayame-chan before heading out, but still, Tenten. Naruto thought and then remembered that Tenten slept and drooled all over his crotch. It would be weird to go see her tonight. She'd probably still be embarrassed about what happened this morning. Ino or Sakura-chan, well, I always wanted to go out on a date with Sakura-chan, why not, let's pick her for tonight. When Naruto was done showering, he pulled his backpack open and changed into the spare clothes he had taken with him to the sleepover. The remainder of what was in his backpack were mostly from his bathroom anyway, so he decided to place all of that back, dumping the clothes he wore yesterday along with his sleeping bag onto the pile of laundry. As he walked out of the bathroom, he found Gaara calmly sitting on the couch, and just when Naruto was about to go to the living room as well, the front door opened. "I'm home," Temari announced dully, and then noticed Naruto was standing in front of her and looking at her. She dropped her bag to the ground, and before Naruto could do more than let a gasp slip out of his mouth, Temari had thrown her arms around his neck and tackled him to the floor. Gaara silently stood up from the couch, walked towards the window, and before slipping out of it, he waved nonchalant at the two blondes. "Ehehe, hey, Temari." Naruto grinned sheepishly at the blonde, but that grin faded instantly as Temari slapped him across his face. "Where the fuck were you yesterday?" Naruto grinned again at her and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, I was out training real late, so." "You had me worried sick, you bastard." Temari rose Naruto's body from the ground and slammed him back down. "I know, I heard it all from Gaara." Naruto's grin faded again. "I'm sorry, Temari, I was a real idiot for acting like that yesterday." Temari threw her arms around his neck again and rested her body on top of his. "No. I was the one who was stupid and short-tempered. I ate your favorite thing in the whole world and did so without asking you if it was okay first. Ehehehe, you know, that ramen actually tasted really bad." Naruto grinned widely again. "What the hell are you talking about? That stuff was delicious, and I ate most of it." Temari's words sounded like she was on the verge of bursting out in tears. "No, your kiss tasted better than any ramen I've ever had." Naruto grinned widely and blushed at saying such a thing out loud. Temari pushed herself up from Naruto's body and stared with big wet eyes into Naruto's eyes while she blushed as well. Naruto, what are you saying?" "Ehehe, I'm not going to repeat it." Naruto grinned widely and averted her gaze as it made him blush even more. Temari got off him and reached out with her hand, offering help to Naruto to stand up. Naruto grinned widely at her, took her hand, and Temari pulled him up and into her arms. "Naruto." The whisper of his name entering his ears sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. "Do you?" Temari hesitated and pulled Naruto closer to her body, gulping as her body trembled. "Love me?" Naruto gasped for air at the question. "Wah, what should I answer? Does she love me? I thought she liked my alter ego. What is this all of a sudden? Please don't." Temari whispered. Naruto could feel tears drop onto his shoulder. "Please don't, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm in love with Nimur-kun, please." Naruto couldn't help but smile for her and hug her back. "Don't worry, Temari, I won't be hurt. Just promise you'll at least always be a close friend of mine." Temari hugged him tighter and smiled now as well. "You really have an amazing ability, Naruto. You can change the hearts of people, and I feel like you changed mine." She threw her head back and stared with a smile into Naruto's eyes. "However, if you ever plan on leaving after we had such an awkward moment like yesterday without saying a word, I'll beat the crap out of you when you get back." "You jerk, making me worry like that." "Ehehe. Don't worry, I won't." Naruto grinned widely at her. "So, I heard you had a slumber party. How was it?" Temari stared silently for a moment at him and then squealed, tackling Naruto to the ground again. "Ey. Temari. It was so much fun. My god, I think Nimur-kun likes me a lot. He even let me borrow his vest when I was the first to lose at strip poker. I shouldn't have told you that, but still. Temari. Why are you hugging me so tightly? Naruto shrieked as Temari squealed again. Because I need to hug someone right now. I didn't really get a hug from him last night, so. Temari squealed again and hugged Naruto even tighter. All right. Just tell me what happened. Naruto said and wrapped her arms around her to hug her back. I had a chance to make out with him. He's such a good kisser. It reminded me someone or something, but he was so great. Temari squealed again and Naruto cringed in pain. Temari can't breathe. Temari loosened her hug so Naruto could breathe and then rubbed her cheek over his out of sheer enjoyment of the fond memories she had of the previous night, making Naruto blush red as she did so. He wrapped his arm around me. And he was so cute. When you would trace a finger over his bare back, he'd jump up and look so cute. It was almost as adorable as seeing Gaara or you sleep. I even kissed Tenten rather passionately last night. Temari then fell silent and blushed, Naruto blushing even deeper red and coughed. Thanks for reminding me, Temari, that was. Ehehe. Temari innocently stuck her tongue out at Naruto and blushed. Perhaps I shouldn't have told you that, but it looks like you like that idea, don't you, Naruto? What guy wouldn't? Naruto muttered, blushing. Temari grinned and giggled. Shall I tell you what it felt like to kiss Tenten as a girl? Before Naruto could even answer, Temari tightly hugged him again and continued telling her story. My. That was so erotic. I think I even got slightly wet from that kiss with her. Temari. Really? She was that good at kissing. And just the idea of what might have happened if the other girls weren't there. Maybe I should go see her and ask if she wants to find out what that feels like too. Temari. Naruto flushed red and stared in shock at Temari. I wonder if Nimar-kun would like to do it with us. Do you think he was thinking thoughts when he was seeing us like that? Of course he wouldn't. He's so pure-minded. He didn't even try to do something perverted to us when we were naked or showed signs of being a pervert. And, oh my God, he. Temari flushed red as she remembered a certain something happening. Temari. Naruto blinked worried at the blonde wind mistress, whose entire face turned red, before squealing as loud as she could possibly squeal. She rested her head on Naruto's chest and breathed deeply in and out, her blush still deep red. Temari? Is there something that happened between the two of you I should know about as your hug buddy? Naruto asked as he let his hands rest on her back. And no. I'd rather keep that to just myself, you'd freak out if you knew, Naruto. Temari said, tightly hugged him again and started squealing again, but damn, he was so muscular. He was really damned hot. I was impressed when I first saw him without his shirt. And then when he needed to take his pants off during strip poker. I think I saw his manhood. What? Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs, staring at Temari with wide eyes. So, whaat. I'm not really sure, but I think I did get a glimpse at least of it. I'm not sure, but if I did. Temari squealed again. Naruto, blushing still a shade of deep red, grinned nervously as Temari's squealing finally stopped and she looked like was thinking about something. Naruto, do you think Nimar-kun liked my underwear? Probably. I don't know what it looks like, now do I? Naruto lied as he blushed and looked away. Here, I'll show you. I could use your opinion as a guide to tell me if you would have liked it or not. Temari said, and Naruto looked wide-eyed at her, a certain perverted thought crossing his mind as he screamed in his mind as well, WHAAT. Temari crawled off his body and over towards her bag, unzipping it and pulling her underwear set that she wore yesterday out of it, showing it to Naruto. Well, what do you think? Would he like it? Gah. Baka. What do you think you are doing, showing your underwear like that to me? Want to kill a young boy or something? Naruto overreacted, but he didn't want to think about Temari's underwear, or Temari and only her underwear for that matter. No, but I need your opinion. Wait, I'll show you what I'm wearing right now. Maybe then you can form an opinion if you like it or not. Temari said, and before Naruto could even react, she pulled her shirt up, showing her sand-colored bra at Naruto. See? Naruto was stuck in his words, blood crawled up to his face, and a moment later he shot back from the sudden burst of blood shooting out of his nose. Temari crawled back over towards Naruto and shook him a couple of times. Come on, Naruto, I thought you could handle seeing a bra. After all, you have those bikini calendars as well. Naruto jumped back up with his fist raised up in the air. That's different. You don't see bras all the time during summer. Plus, have you ever looked in the mirror how big your breasts are and what your bra covers up? Of course, of course. Temari waved her hand dismissively. I thought since you handled all those mental images I most likely gave you that you'd at least be able to handle seeing such a thing. I can. It's just the fact that there's a limit to how much I can handle. And for your information, I've been in a rather perverted position earlier today. I just reached my limit, that's all. No perverted thoughts. Perverted position. Temari blinked at her fellow blonde, then formed a grin on her face and leered at Naruto. Now that's something I like to know about. Did I say perverted position? I don't remember saying perverted position. Naruto lied as he looked the other way, but Temari could tell he was lying this time and tackled him to the ground again. Come on. Tell me, Naruto. I showed you my bra, so I expect something in return. Temari placed her elbows on the ground on each side of Naruto's body and leaned on her hands, waiting for the blonde to start talking. Alright, it's just that I happened to run into Anko-sensei this morning when returning from training and we had a rather long make-out session on the grass. Naruto blushed and scratched his whiskers. My, that is perverted, being part of a student-teacher relationship after all, huh Naruto? Temari blushed and smiled at Naruto. And no. I'm not. It's just that she's been stalking me for some time now, and she promised that she'd be nice to me if I kissed her every once in a while. So she started making out with me this morning. Alright, I believe you. Temari said, smiling at him. Now let's go shopping, Naruto. Shopping? Naruto blinked in confusion at the blonde. Yup, since your limit has been reached and emptied again, there should be no problem with you giving your opinion on new lingerie now. We're shopping for that. Come on, Naruto. I want to have sexy lingerie for Nimur-kun. But what if his taste is different from mine? Naruto futilely tried to make lame excuses to Temari that he didn't want to go shopping with her for girls' underwear. Then I guess it can't be helped and I'll have to beat you up when he says he thinks it's ugly. Temari said, smiling at Naruto. How's that supposed to convince me to come with you? Alright then, we can do this multiple ways. You can willingly come with me. I can beat you senseless enough until we are inside the store. I could reward you with my famous soup that Gaara loves so much. I could reward you for coming with a kiss if that's what you want. Really, there are enough possibilities to make sure that you come with me to the lingerie store. Temari smiled another innocent smile at Naruto. All right, I'll go with you. Naruto sighed in defeat. Thank you, Naruto, you're the best. Temari said and gave Naruto a small kiss on his lips, making him blush crimson. You'll get another one once we get back. Really, that isn't necessary. Naruto blushed and grinned at the blonde as she got off his body and stretched out. It's okay, I'm in a very affectionate mood today, since I might have a date with Nimur-kun tonight. There's only an official 25% chance I will, but with the way he acted yesterday to me I think my chances are way more than just 25%. Temari smiled and rubbed the back of her head, slightly blushing at Naruto mainly for the thoughts she had. Naruto jumped back up and stretched out as well, ehehe. Well, who knows, huh? I'm sorry Temari, but tonight is Sakura-chan's night. I'll take you out tomorrow then. Well, come on. Let's get some cute lingerie to surprise Nimur-kun and make him happy. Well, you'll be happy too since I doubt you've seen a lot of women in lingerie at your age. Temari said and winked at Naruto. Ehehehe. Naruto sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. You'd be surprised if you knew how many girls in their underwear I've seen these past few days, Temari. A while later, Temari was dragging Naruto all over Konoha in search of a lingerie store, since Naruto obviously didn't know where to find one. Perhaps I should stay outside. Naruto said blushing as they finally found a lingerie store. How would I get your opinion them? I'm not going to buy them all, I'm not that rich. Temari said as she crossed her arms. All right, I'll go in with you and give my opinion. Naruto said blushing and Temari took his hand again and walked into the store with him. Welcome, how can I help you? The lady behind the counter greeted Temari. Hey, I'm looking to buying some new lingerie, but I'm not from Konoha as you can see. Temari momentarily pointed at her Hitayate. Could you show me some of your finest sets that you have available in cup size C85? Of course, please follow me. The lady said and stepped away from the counter. Now you also know my cup size. Temari whispered to Naruto and winked at him. I already know that. Naruto blushed and decided that he'd look around and figured that a lingerie store was a whole lot more than he thought it was. Everywhere he looked were women, bras, panties and women, and some of them openly came walking out of the dressing rooms showing their bra to their boyfriend or husband. Oi, Temari, isn't this like a paradise for perverts? I mean, look at what you women do here. And there are guys here that they don't know that can even see them in their underwear. Naruto whispered to Temari. Temari smiled at Naruto and softly giggled at his sense of observation, or perhaps rather his interest in his new surroundings. Here we have a fine collection of push-up bras, normal bras, corsets, sets of lingerie and almost anything you'd want that we have available for your breasts along with matching lingerie. The lady said and showed Temari the section. Please take your time to look around, and if you wish to try any of them on, the dressing rooms are back there. The lady bowed and left Temari and Naruto alone, Temari pondering about what she'd try on first and Naruto wondering where he should place his eyes so he wouldn't look like a pervert or that he was staring at some other guy's girl. All right, let's try these first. Temari said once she grabbed a few sets of lingerie. Come on Naruto, we don't have all day. You're going to try them on? Naruto whispered to keep his voice. Of course, how else are you going to give your opinion? Naruto admitted defeat in silence and followed Temari to the dressing room that were located in the back, deciding to take the ones that were hidden from view in the store. Temari sat him down on a sort of bench across the dressing rooms and then gave him a small kiss on his cheek. Wait right here or I won't be nice to you, and you know what that means for when we're going to sleep tonight, you're going to be one unlucky guy. Naruto slightly nodded with a flushed red face, and Temari headed into the unoccupied dressing room across Naruto. He let out a sigh and hung his head in defeat and looked around to see who else was here with him. Other than him, there was this one other guy, who dully leaned back, and as if on cue, the girl across him came out of the dressing room, wearing something that Naruto wondered was considered legally to wear anywhere, since he had to pinch his nose with both hands not to let the blood shoot out. The guy on the other hand just raised a lazy thumbs up at the girl, who pouted and with a humph headed back into the dressing room. Naruto gasped at the guy's reaction. What the hell? That guy acted so calmly to that girl's outfit. Doesn't he like women or something? Not wanting to catch the attention of that guy, he turned his gaze back in front of him and waited for Temari to come out, which she did soon after. Well? She asked as she spun around in the dark purple corset she had picked out. Naruto gasped, stared and gasped some more as he looked at Temari. His eyes couldn't help being fixed on Temari's chest. Do you like it? Temari added, and Naruto nodded vigorously at the blonde, who rose a wide smile at him. He's just like a little brother right now, kawaii. Temari headed back inside the dressing room, and Naruto forced his breathing and heart pace to climb back to normal. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw the guy, that just looked so relaxed at his own girl in an even more exposing and sexy lingerie set, drooling over himself with his face being entirely red and just having his eyes fixed on Temari's dressing room. Naruto's eyes twitched. That guy, I don't like the way he looks at Temari. He is here with another girl and yet he is looking like that at Temari. Naruto jumped up from his seat and walked towards Temari's dressing room, sticking his head trough the curtain when he arrived, and whispered at Temari, "Oi, Temari." Temari, who had her fully exposed back facing Naruto in a 45-degree angle with her hands on the skirt that she was about to take off, jumped up and turned her back towards him, covering her front up as she did and blushing crimson. Naruto. What the hell are you doing? She snarled at him. Sorry. I didn't mean to see you like that or something, but some guy who's here with a girl is having his eyes locked onto your dressing room. I don't like the way he looks at it. Naruto whispered as he shut his eyes tight. Naruto, keep your eyes shut. Temari said softly, and Naruto nodded in reply, so Temari turned towards him and bent over to be on face length. It's alright if he looks. His girlfriend will beat him up if she notices, and how am I otherwise supposed to get your opinion on what I have lying around here? Can't you just motion me to come to the dressing room and show it then? I feel bad for that guy's girl, he doesn't even pay attention to what she's wearing. Alright, if that's the case then I'll motion you to come over to the dressing room when I'm done. You are really starting to develop a big sister complex over me, aren't you? You're not my sis. I know, just saying that because you seem to worry a lot about me. No need to, really, I can take care of myself most of the time. Temari ruffled trough Naruto's hair and pushed the blonde's head out of the dressing room with one hand. Naruto slightly groaned and let out a sigh as he headed back to his seat with a red face. Sure, she's a jounin, but even then if some pervert stares at her it's not like I can just plainly ignore that. From the corner of his eyes he could see that guy eye him jealously, and Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. The guy stood relaxed and carefree of his seat and walked forward towards the dressing rooms. When he stood in front of the dressing room where the girl who he was with was changing, he started sidestepping towards Temari's dressing room. Naruto took notice of it, and once the guy was just one dressing room away from Temari, Naruto launched himself at the guy, sending them both into the empty dressing room the guy stood in front of. What the hell are you trying to do? Wanting to peep at Temari, huh? Aw. Share the wealth, kid. Share the wealth. Oh, I'll share the wealth with you. The wealth of my fists, that is. The guy shielded his face with his arms, and as he looked to his side, saw a pair of white panties lying on the floor, Temari's white panties. Take this! Both Naruto and the perverted guy yelled, the last one grabbing Temari's pair of panties and holding it in front of Naruto's face. My panties! Naruto heard Temari shriek and the guy who held them up to his face smirked, ultimate pervert escape technique, white panties. The pervert threw Temari's white panties into Naruto's face, where it hung on Naruto's nose, and as he took it off, the pervert started crawling out of the dressing room. Naruto blushed crimson after giving the panties a look and then quickly threw them over the dressing room board, which separated and divided every dressing room. Grab it, Temari. Naruto then turned around and saw the pervert take the girl he was with out of her dressing room, still half naked. Come on sis, we're leaving. Kaiowea! The girl screamed as she covered herself up and with her legs started kicking her apparent brother. What do you think you are doing, perverted brother? As the girl kept kicking her brother, Temari stuck her head out of her dressing room with her white panties sitting on top of her head, and Naruto watched the pervert get beat up while he rested his hands on the back of his head. Just then two very, very big men marched into the dressing room area. Did someone say pervert? Naruto looked at the pink shirts the men were wearing which said anti-pervert security and blinked at them as the girl talked to the security. Yeah. My perverted brother pulled me out of the dressing room while I was like this. I see. One of the two men exclaimed. Then we shall throw him out of the store for you, miss. He will not bother you again with your lingerie shopping. For we are. Made-o lame. He struck the nice guy pose and his teeth sparkled, and Matteo G. The other guy said, struck the same nice guy pose and his teeth sparkled as well. Thank you very much. The girl bowed to the two men and headed quickly back into her dressing room. All right, Aniki. Let's throw this pervert out. Lame said. Yes. Let's. G replied. Ano sa? Naruto asked as he eyed the security guards awkwardly. Yes? Can we help you? Lame asked as they started pulling the pervert away. You wouldn't be related to a guy named Mato Guy, would you? Naruto eyed them awkwardly. Aniki. This little blonde knows Oniai-sama. It appears so. What shall we do? What do you mean? Naruto looked in confusion at the two brothers of Guy. All who know Oniai-sama are either stuck in their springtime of life or not. Seeing you are in this story, you are not. Anti-pervert security. The two guys exclaimed, taking out another pervert. The two men started walking towards Naruto, ready to capture him and throw him out as well. However, the two of them suddenly stopped as Temari wrapped her arms around Naruto from over his shoulders, resting her head next to his. He's with me. The security guards stopped and looked at Temari, who smiled at them, or perhaps, rather, because she surprised Naruto with her sudden course of action. So leave him alone, I need him to judge my new lingerie. Temari said and then finger flicked Naruto's cheek, and this guy is one of the guys that isn't even close to being perverted. Understood. The security said, saluting Temari, picked up the real pervert and started taking him away. Naruto rubbed his cheek and turned his head towards her. He was going to say something to her amongst the lines of what was that for, but he was too distracted by the softness that was being pressed on his back. All right, now no more fooling around, Naruto. Temari let her arms slide off him and headed back into her dressing room. Naruto sat back down and rested his head on his hands. She's acting kind of strange, she could have just said so without hugging me in that way. I guess it was more convincing than saying so, but still, Well, she did say she was in an affectionate mood today, so that might be it as well, but why did she have to press her chest on my back? There were so soft and warm, gah. What am I thinking about? You want to see them, right? A voice whispered in Naruto's ear and he nodded. You want to grab them and feel how soft they are, right? Naruto nodded again. You want to push her against the wall and... Naruto almost nodded again, but then he recognized the voice and shook out of his thoughts. He backed away and in a reflex, pointed at the white-haired man that was grinning widely at him, Erosennin. What are you doing here? I came here to, gather data. Yes, that's it. Jiraiya grinned widely at Naruto and chuckled. I thought they didn't let guys like you in this place. Naruto kept pointing. Well, that's true, but it's different for the owner of the place, now isn't it? Naruto? Who are you talking to? Temari's voice came from her dressing room. Naruto's eyes shot towards the dressing room and back at the white-haired man, who waved at him and gave him a thumbs up before disappearing from the scene. And no one, Temari. No one is here, you can come out if you want. Naruto stated after he had double-checked if the old hermit really wasn't around them any longer. Temari walked out of the dressing wearing a red-black wave-patterned lingerie set. Naruto flushed red at seeing her again and, to make it even worse, she turned around and bent over, looking at Naruto from over her shoulder. And what do you think of these? Why you want me dead, right? Naruto said, flushing even deeper red as he tried to seal Temari's pose out of his vision. Temari laughed and then headed back into the dressing room. I'll take that as a definite yes, by them, Temari. Half an hour, some blood loss, 2 red paper props in Naruto's nose and a whole lot of new lingerie for Temari later, they were walking back towards Naruto's apartment. He, I think I shouldn't have posed in front of you like that, Naruto. The store's clerk wasn't happy with those bloodstains. Temari sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of her head, one of her 2 shopping bags banging softly against her back. You think? You think? You nearly killed me in there. Naruto shook Temari back and forth. You pretty much killed all the sleep I could have had tonight. And you think you shouldn't have posed like that? I am sleeping next to... Before Naruto was able to continue, Temari covered his mouth and whispered, I got it, don't say anything else, you idiot, people will start thinking you and I are doing stuff together. Also, it's not like you didn't enjoy watching me. If that was the case, I'm seriously starting to doubt your sexuality and I'm going to keep Garo away from you. Whoa, what the? Naruto moved her hand away and looked shocked at her before continuing in a whisper, of course I liked seeing you in those things, every guy in Konoha would like to see you in that databao. It's just that I like my sleep more than the dreams you probably just caused me to get tonight. Temari blushed and looked questioningly at him, why you dream about me? Naruto blushed and tried his best to talk himself out of this one, and no. But I'm almost sure I'll have dreams of you tonight involving H stuff after such a thing. Naruto looked away from Temari, as the 2 of them continued blushing and Temari broke into a grin. If that's the case, then we have one more thing to get before heading back home. HM? What are you talking about? I thought you just wanted to go shopping for the stuff you just bought. Naruto looked in confusion at the blonde. Yeah, but I don't want to wake up lying in a pool of your fluids dash. Temari sang as she started skipping towards the nearest pharmacy. What the hell are you thinking? Something like that won't happen. Naruto yelled and ran after the quickly skipping Temari, who seemed all too happy about teasing the young blonde with these things. A while later, Naruto was sitting on his bed, intensely reading the instructions on the back of the little black box that Temari gave to him with a blush on his face. He looked up from the box to Temari, who sat across him, giggling like a little girl and blushing as well. Naruto stared at her rather annoyed though he was still blushing red in his face. "Ano ani, what's up with picking the small version?" Temari giggled some more and put her hands in front of her face. "Well, I did also buy medium and large, but you'll only get either of those if the small one won't fit." She leered at him and Naruto did process the fact that she looked rather cute doing so, but he was too annoyed by the fact that she bought him a thing like that for God knows what reason. Naruto's eyes twitched. "I'm not even going to try to use it." "Oh come on, or do you want me to put it on for you?" Temari asked teasingly and giggled more. Naruto's eyes widened and then he quickly replied, "No. PFT, I refuse to try such a thing," Naruto said and threw the little black box over his shoulder. "Aw, no." Temari noticed the little black box flying off the air and dived at it to catch it and Naruto yelped, "Ah. Got it, ee." Temari smirked and then noticed she was lying on something that for some reason felt uncomfortable. Temari crawled back and noticed that she jumped right on top of Naruto, who was having a sort of spasm attack right now. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Temari stifled a giggle, "but I couldn't just let that thing fall onto the floor. It cost me money." Naruto shook his head and rose back up rubbing his nose and then he looked at Temari, who rubbed an area in her cleavage with 2 fingers. "Damn, falling on someone hurts." Naruto blushed red, realizing where his nose, or rather, his entire face, had just been. "Temari, if you ever decide to have my face stuck between your breasts, please don't fall on my face." Temari blushed as well and looked away. "Idiot, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, you have one hard nose. I'm going to the bathroom for a minute or two." She jumped up off his bed and quickly headed towards the bathroom and Naruto laid back down on his bed. "Damn, I guess she really is in a good mood today. She didn't even try to kill me yet. Well, not on purpose, I think." A few minutes later, Temari came back from the bathroom and sat down on the edge of Naruto's bed again and Naruto rose back up from his bed to face her. "So, what shall we do now?" Temari asked as she looked around the living room. "I don't know, train?" Naruto asked as he raised an eyebrow. "No, I got an even better idea," Temari said and smiled at Naruto. "You do? What is it?" Naruto asked with his clear blue eyes staring at Temari in wonder what she could have came up with. "Naruto, do you know how to spoil a girl?" Temari asked as she tilted her head to the right and her smile broke into a smirk. Gaara came back to Naruto's apartment a while later, heading the same way he headed out, through the window. He looked around the living room, finding neither his sister nor their blonde friend Naruto. "It's quiet." Gaara walked through Naruto's apartment, searching for any sign of the two still being present and when he found none he walked back into the living room, a little bit too quiet. Just then the door swung open and Naruto came rushing in, momentarily greeting Gaara. "Hey Gaara." "It's energetic Naruto," Gaara thought as he watched the blonde sprint to the fridge, take out a large plastic box filled with grapes and he ran out again. "Bye Gaara." "It's a little bit too energetic Naruto." Gaara raised a non-existent eyebrow and decided to follow the blonde. He quickly followed Naruto, finding out he was headed towards the rooftop of his apartment and Gaara had to say, his interest in what the blonde might be up to slightly increased. However, that interest was nearly instantly lost as he found out exactly what he was doing on his rooftop with his sister. There she was, his sister Temari, in her bikini on a beach blanket on top of a roof in Konoha, getting her every need served by a bunch of Narutos. One Naruto was on her back, giving her a massage, another one was feeding her grapes and a total of 3 Narutos were waving Temari's huge fan up and down to create a soft breeze. "Temari, what are you doing up here?" Gaara asked once he approached his sister and Naruto. Hey, Gaara! You're in my sunlight, so could you please take a step back first? Temari asked, and Gaara blinked at her for a moment before taking a step back. Thanks. As for what we are doing here, Naruto was nice enough to spoil me for the rest of the afternoon. Naruto, who was massaging Temari, groaned and muttered something, to which Temari broke into a smirk and replied to, "What was that, dear? I couldn't quite hear you." Nothing. Nothing, Databeo. Naruto replied and continued to give her a massage. I assumed that this is the point where I leave you two alone then. Gaara said and started walking away, slightly shaking his head before heading back down to Naruto's apartment. Ah, this is how life should be for the rest of my life. Temari sang and opened her mouth so Naruto's clone could feed her another grape. For you it is. Naruto said as he continued giving a massage to Temari's lower back, steadily moving up. You can stop giving me a massage for a moment, Naruto. Temari said, and Naruto gladly stopped to take a break. Temari moved her hand to her back and untied her bikini top, to which Naruto reacted rather surprised. What did you do that for? To get a nice tan, silly. I don't want to have a tan with parts being white due to my top. Ah, Konoha's spring sun is so nice. Temari rested her head on her arms and closed her eyes. You're lucky, usually it takes a bit longer for the spring to arrive. Naruto said as he started giving Temari another massage. I'm luckier that you're a natural at giving massages, Naruto. Temari replied as she rubbed her face over her arm, trying to position her head better. Yeah, I never knew a thing like that. Naruto broke into a wide grin and moved towards the upper part of Temari's back. You know, I just decided on what I want to have in the nearby future. Temari said sleepily. What would that be? Nimir-kun's babies and you as my slave. Naruto abruptly stopped giving her a massage and stared at her. Temari slightly opened one eye and looked at him. Don't get the wrong idea, Naruto. I just want to have you as my slave so you can spoil me like this every day. And what about that Nimir guy then? Naruto asked as he blinked at her, still somewhat shocked. Well, someone needs to make some money while I breastfeed the babies, If he could do this though, it would be even better. 2 guys are better than 1, then again you can do Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and so can he, that means an entire legion of love slaves, Temari said dreamily as she closed her eyes again and started drifting off. What are you thinking about? Naruto yelped and looked with wide eyes at Temari, who was slowly falling asleep, and mumbled something to Naruto before falling asleep. Naruto shook his head and continued giving Temari a massage until he was starting to overheat from the bright afternoon sun. As he took his jacket off, Temari let out a soft whimper of not receiving her massage, and Naruto softly smiled at her before continuing with Temari's massage. Ah! Temari shot up from her position, finding herself lying in Naruto's bed. Ah, Temari, finally awake, huh? You were starting to become, in Shikamaru's words, quite troublesome. Naruto grinned at her as he sat on the edge of his bed, an arm wrapped around Temari's waist. Temari looked around the room in confusement. Did something happen? Nothing much. Gaara sat with his arms crossed as he looked at the TV. Naruto, did you? Temari looked questioningly at the grinning blonde. After a while I thought that if you stayed in the sun for much longer, you'd get a really bad burn. So I tied your top, since I wouldn't want to get killed by you, now would I? Anyway, I decided to carry you back down here, to make sure you wouldn't get burned, but the instant I stopped giving you a massage, you started whimpering the entire time. Naruto grinned and scratched back of his head, so considered giving you a massage once I laid you down here, but I'd get tired if you kept sleeping for a long time, so I settled with caressing your waist, which you seemed to like as your whimpering stopped. Temari blushed and removed Naruto's arm from around her waist. Sorry, Naruto, it's nothing to be sorry about. Besides, you looked really adorable when you were asleep and your whimpering was so sad. I just couldn't resist trying to make you stop without waking you up. Naruto scratched the back of his head again and then rested both his hands behind his head and grinned at the blonde from Suna. Temari blinked wide-eyed at the blonde and then spoke up again. I see, Naruto, where's my fan? Naruto pointed towards the large fan which was resting on his bed as well, and Temari looked towards it, running a hand over the metal. Ah. Temari's gentle smiling eyes broke into a glare, and as she snapped the fan of its resting place, she let a cry of war out. H! Temari! What are you doing? Naruto barely avoided Temari's fan. Shut up! Temari replied as she jumped up from the bed and rose her fan again, ready to try and hit Naruto again, who started running for his life. Temari! Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Naruto cried out as he started running around in his apartment. Because. Temari cried back as she again failed to hit Naruto with her large fan. Home, sweet home. Gaara thought as he watched the two run around. Perhaps I should settle them down, makes nice target practice as well. Gaara calmly started to make his sand crawl out of his gourd, until Temari smashed her fan down right in front of the TV, the shockwave causing Gaara's second favorite non-living object in the world to fall out. Die! Gaara snapped as his sand instantly bursted out of his gourd, formed a large hand and started chasing Naruto and Temari around the room as well. Temari took notice of this and, instead of trying to hit Naruto with her fan, she started running for her life as well. A while later, Temari and Naruto were caught in two separate pillars of sand with Gaara standing in front of them, his eyes uncontrollably twitching. Temari, you realize what you've done? Gaara asked calmly, but his eyes still twitched. Ehehe, I think that my fan caused the TV to drop out. Temari asked, sheepishly grinning at her little brother. Exactly. How do you want to repent for your actions? Whack Naruto over the head with my fan for your entertainment? Oi. Gaara silently stared at Temari, his eyes still twitching. All right, I understand. I'll make you my famous soup, however I'll do it tomorrow. Right now it's too late to do such a thing. I have to get ready for a possible date, you know. Temari said as she stuck her nose up in the air as much as she could, which wasn't all that much due to her prison of sand. Naruto looked at the clock and noticed that it was already after 6. That's right, I have to leave in less than an hour. Too bad for Temari, it's not her who I'm taking out on a date tonight. Oh well. Ramen is always good food. I'll take it for your word then. Now let's eat, I'm hungry. Gaara said as his sand released Naruto and Temari. Ramen for all! Naruto cheered and ran to the kitchen to grab cups of instant ramen for all of them. Ramen again? Not that I don't like ramen, but eating it all the time isn't really good for a person. Temari said as she took a seat at the kitchen table, where dinner would soon be served. What are you talking about? I ate ramen nearly all my life and look how I turned out. Just fine. Naruto nodded with a smile on his face as he grabbed 3 cups of instant ramen. Humph. Just fine, he says, huh? Temari rested her head on her hand and smiled at the energetic blonde, who was watching the ramen in the microwave like it was about to do something surprising. After their ramen dinner, Temari was the first to stand up and stretch out, realizing she was still in her bikini. Naruto, I can use your bathroom for the coming time, right? I need to get ready for my possible date with Nimur-kun, so. Naruto smiled back at her as Temari scratched her cheek and sheepishly smiled at him. Sure, go right ahead. I'm going out for training now anyway, so I won't be using it until later tonight. Have fun, Temari. Later, Gaara. Naruto stood up and quickly headed out of his apartment, but as he shut his door, he hesitated a moment and looked up to the sky. Is this all right? Temari seems so excited about just the possibility of having a date with me, then again so do the other girls. Well, aside from Hinata, I guess I will let Tenten and Ino down as well tonight. In the end I will have had a date with all of them anyway. Just need to make clear to them that a second date won't follow until I've been on one with all of them. Also, giving them word ahead if I will go out with them is important. Alright, starting tomorrow I'll let them all know if they have a date with me tonight or not. Naruto smiled at the sky and then rushed off, heading out towards Sakura's to go out with his favorite pink-haired teammate. Somewhere along the way to Sakura's house, Naruto hid himself in the shadows and quickly transformed into his alter ego Nimur and quickly headed onward to Sakura's house. After reaching Sakura's house and knocking on the door, Naruto could start feeling his nerves crawl up over his back as he waited for, what to him seemed to take a century, the door to be opened. Damn, I'm finally going out on a real date with Sakura, a real date. Wait a minute, where am I going to dash? Naruto's thoughts were cut off as the door slowly opened, revealing Sakura's green orbs and her pink hair. She stared at him for a moment, her vivid emerald green eyes widening for a moment before she yelped in joy and threw her arms around Naruto's neck. Hey, Sakura. I'm here too. Naruto started with a smile on his face and an arm on Sakura's back. I know. Sakura smiled at him and she turned around, shouting back inside, Mom, I'm heading out. Honey, where? Before Sakura's mother could ask anymore, Sakura slammed the door shut and took Naruto's hand. So, where are we going? Naruto sheepishly grinned at her and rubbed the back of his head. My thoughts exactly, Sakura-chan. You don't know? Sakura looked questioningly at him with her big eyes. Ehehe, it isn't a case of not knowing really, more like, why didn't I think about this earlier than a minute before I knocked on your door? Naruto grinned at her and prayed to whatever god would listen to him that they wouldn't make Sakura hit him. Sakura giggled for a moment and then started leading Naruto away from her home. Don't worry. I know exactly where I want to go with you. Trust me, it's beautiful there and we can get to know each other as much as you want there. Sakura, I'm really sorry that I kind of came unprepared for our date. Naruto said apologetically, it's just that I kind of had a busy day and all. I said it's all right. I don't know why you rushed off this morning, but if you could, please do tell me. Well, I'm not even sure what happened, but my brain screamed I should get away as fast as possible for your own safety. Naruto's eyes saddened. I really don't want to know, or even think about what would or could have happened if I lost control of the Kyuubi like that time with Erosennin. Well, if that's that, then it is all right, isn't it? Sakura asked smiling and then she tilted her head towards Naruto. Besides, if you would have stayed with us, things might be different, right? Did I miss anything special? Naruto questioningly looked at Sakura and blinked at the pink-haired girl. Sakura bursted out in laughter and nodded. Oh yes, you did. You certainly did. Something funny happened? What was it? Naruto asked as Sakura tried to restrain her laughter, not wanting to have the surrounding people think she had gone crazy. I'll tell you once we reach our destination. Sakura said and giggled again. As soon as they reached their destination, Sakura wrapped her arms around one of Naruto's muscular arms and leaned her head against his shoulder. Beautiful, isn't it? Naruto looked towards the emerald-eyed girl and blushed, just then taking in the outfit that she wore. Why yeah. She wore a button pink blouse, with a wide fade running down from the edges of it, and she actually wore jeans, which was the first time Naruto saw her in a pair of jeans, and he had to admit, she had a mighty fine pair of legs. So, where shall we sit down and talk? Naruto asked as he looked around, finding couples walking hand in hand everywhere and cuddling on the benches. How about near the sakura tree in the middle of the park? Sakura pointed towards the slowly blossoming sakura tree in the middle of the park. It's only fitting when being here with a girl named after it. Naruto smiled at Sakura, who sweetly smiled back at him. I bet she already knew. They walked over the grass, past a group of couples, and settled down near the tree's perimeter. Without asking permission, Sakura effortlessly lifted Naruto's arms up, sat down on his lap and wrapped his arms around her. I really love the scenery here. As she leaned against Naruto, she slightly blushed and Naruto blushed as well. Why yeah, it's nice anyway. What was so funny when I left you girls this morning? Sakura giggled slightly again. Well, after you left, Hinata just woke up. I think it was from the bloodlust you unconsciously released. Anyway, that's when the fun pretty much started. Flashback no jutsu. Hinata let out a yawn and rubbed the sleep out of her still sleepy eyes. Oh, heyo, everyone. Did everyone had a good rest? Did you just sleep through all of that? Temari blinked at the white-eyed girl as the girls walked back into the living room. Did I miss something? Hinata looked around and noticed the broken window along with the fact that Ymir was nowhere to be found. Nothing more important than a nice sleep. Tenten replied and fell down onto her bed with her arms widely spread. Well, I would consider finding out that you, Tenten, drooled all over Ymir-kun's pants, something that is more important than a nice sleep. Ino leered at Tenten and grinned widely at her. Ino! Tenten shot up from her bed and Ino giggled. That's not funny. It's not like I normally drool in my sleep. Oh. That makes it even more interesting why you drooled on his crotch. Ino giggled some more and Tenten blushed as she gritted her teeth. Stop it you two, let's make breakfast or something. Sakura said as she placed her hands on her hips. Or perhaps it's more fun to talk about last night. Temari giggled. You girls do realize how we slept, right? On top of Ymir-kun. The rest of the girls, aside from Hinata, giggled as well. You could say that we were in some interesting positions, yeah. Ino giggled. Sakura glared at Ino with a wicked grin on her face. No, you can say that Temari, Tenten and myself were in interesting positions. You were just lying on his legs, while his hands were in rather interesting positions for Temari and myself. Tenten just hit the jackpot with her position though. Ehehe, I wonder if he moved his hands in his sleep. I'm going to check that in a minute. Temari wickedly grinned now as well and Tenten started laughing maniacally as Ino let her shoulders hang in defeat that her position was the least interesting out of the four of them. Just then there was a knock on the door and realizing that it might be Ymir, who had returned for some reason, the girls started fighting each other when they jumped towards the door, trying to decide who should get to open it. Let me open the door. No. I'm going to open the door. Screw you all. This is my house, I'm the one who should open the door. Shinranshin no jutsu. Ino shouted and used her mind confusement technique to make the other girls back off. That's unfair, Ino. The girls chanted together as they started walking back into the living room. All is fair in love and war. Ino winked at the girls and then quickly ran to the door. Hello. Ino's happy face clouded as she saw who it was. "Oh, it's you, huh? I'm here to pick Hinata-sama up on request of my uncle," Niji said as he stared at Ino's disappointed and moderately annoyed face. "Please come in then," Ino instantly said and let Niji in. "Is that your usual nightly wear, Yamanaka? Seems enveloping," Niji asked as he walked past Ino, who closed the door behind him. Just then Ino realized what she was wearing and blushed red, knowing that Niji was just about to walk into a room filled with girls dressed the same way as she was. Hold on a minute. Ino rushed to catch up with the Hyuga and stood with her arms spread in front of him when he was just about to enter the living room. Niji glared at her. "No need to wait." Niji carefully moved Ino out of his way and then stepped into the living room, the looks of 4 girls fixed on him. "Niji-Nizan?" Hinata asked as she jumped out of bed and her chest slightly bounced up and down. The movement repeated a couple of times in Niji's vision and then his eye twitched as he stood there awestruck. "Ehehe. Don't worry, Niji, nothing happened last night. We were just having some fun together, that's all." Tenten waved apologetical at her teammate, whose eyes now turned towards Tenten and the other girls. "Aw." Niji gasped as he couldn't help but let his eyes fall down to the chests of all the blushing girls in the room before finally letting them fall on Tenten's. "What's wrong, Niji?" Tenten asked in a worried tone as she touched her lips with her fingers. Just then a vital piece of the now moderately torn fabric fell down, exposing a vital part of Tenten's breasts, and it was all too much for the young Hugo prodigy. A small trickle of blood dripped out of his nose before he fell back and fainted. Ino blinked at Tenten and then started snickering softly as Tenten bent over to check up on her teammate that just fainted. Tenten blinked at her teammate and then turned around to face Sakura and Temari. "Was it something I said?" Temari and Sakura blushed at seeing that an important part of what should cover Tenten up now loosely hung by her side, and then the two broke out into laughter. "Tenten. Your breasts." He could see them. Tenten looked down, noticed that her chest was indeed exposed, and after a yelp and a crimson blush on her face she quickly covered her chest up with her arms. I think we should put our clothes back on, for Niji-Nizan's sake," Hinata suggested as she checked for her cousin's pulse. "Why yeah." The still flushed red Tenten agreed as she quickly ran into her bathroom. End of flashback. No jutsu. Naruto tried to restrain his laughter as the mental picture of Niji having a nosebleed crossed his mind once again, but he failed miserably. He actually passed out from that. I can't believe it. I had to endure much more last night than that," Naruto said between bellows of laughter as tears formed in the corner of his eyes. "You should have seen him when we were all dressed and we woke him up. He couldn't stop staring at Tenten and Hinata's chests." Sakura laughed in a more delicate way than Naruto, but tears were still forming in the corners of her eyes. Really?" Naruto couldn't stop laughing and literally rolled over of laughter, forgetting that in doing so he'd take Sakura with him. The pink-haired girl didn't seem to mind, as she kept laughing with him for a while before taking Naruto's arm and laying it around her waist. "But you know, I'm glad you weren't there after that. He really seemed like he wanted to beat the crap out of any guy that would be on his path back then." I see." Naruto reduced his laughter to soft snickering. "Either way it's all right. I don't know how strong he is, but I wouldn't have backed out of a fight." Sakura turned around and stared dreamily into Naruto's eyes, who, upon noticing that she was staring at him, stopped his snickering. "You really resemble him a lot, you know." "Huh? I resemble Niji?" "No. I meant that you resemble him a lot, my teammate and one of my closest friends, Naruto." Naruto blinked at Sakura. "What the? She seems like she's sad or something." You're really lucky, you know. If Naruto was the way you are, Lemur-kun, I wouldn't even have paid attention to you. I thought he had matured a lot when I first saw him in 2.5 years, and he did, but he still was an complete idiot at times. If he was more like you, I think I would have fallen in love with him. There were times I thought I was, but... Tears formed in the corners of her eyes again, although they weren't of laughter this time. Sakura-chan, you... Naruto silently stared at her with wide eyes. "Aw, look at me now. I'm just acting silly. I'm here with Lemur-kun because I like you." Sakura rubbed the tears out of her eyes and rested her hand on Naruto's cheek as he stared at her in disbelief. "I guess you can't call it love on first sight really, but your actions and words, they moved me, they are what made me fall in love with you, so..." Sakura closed her eyes and moved her lips towards Naruto's. "Sakura-chan." Naruto pulled her closer and momentarily their lips connected with one another, their feelings for each other bonded momentarily together in one tender kiss. Sakura rose from the grass after breaking the kiss, sitting on her knees with a blush appearing on her face. Naruto took the same position as her, blinking at the pink-haired girl as he too slightly blushed. Sakura crawled over to Naruto, a look of longing apparent in her eyes as she placed Naruto's hands on her hips. "You said you liked me as well, right?" Naruto could only slightly nod before Sakura sat back on his lap with her back resting against his right arm. She started unbuttoning her blouse, revealing her pink bra and bare skin underneath it. "Then please take me, love me, do what you want with me, my body, all of it. I want to lose all of my body's innocence to you, Lemur-kun, tonight." Sakura rested a hand on the back of Naruto's head and pulled him in for another kiss, this time letting her tongue tenderly lick his lips, asking for entrance. Naruto obeyed to her request and opened his mouth as more blood started rushing to his face. She wants to do things with me." As they kissed each other with passion, Naruto's mind still raced to process the information just given to him. How the heck am I supposed to do something that she wants? I don't know. It's not like Erosennin ever told me something about how to do things with a girl. Naruto slightly opened his eyes as Sakura kept hers closed and they continued kissing. His eyes darted to the right, finding a pair cuddling each other, smiling towards Naruto and Sakura before the guy gently lets his girlfriend fall onto the grass and starts kissing her. "Maybe if I kiss Sakura long enough I will be able to watch them and pick up hints of how to do things. What am I thinking? There's no way I can do something like that." Sakura broke the kiss and looked with tender lust in her eyes towards Naruto and placed a finger on his lips as he was just about to bend over and give her another kiss. "What's wrong, Lemur-kun?" "I said I wanted to lose my innocence tonight with you." "Well, I am." Naruto stuttered and then gulped as Sakura brushed her body over his, tilting his head up and staring into his eyes from slightly above him. "If you don't know how to, I can show you. I know how to start things off since I tried that once myself. After that I can guide you with what I learned as a medic nin," Sakura said with a deep blush on her face and tenderly gave Naruto another kiss. Wawaya-at. Naruto felt like he was going to die if Sakura would take this any further, and no. That's not it, it's just... Just what? If you're unsure about doing this with me, I understand. I won't force you to do it with me, but No. I mean, out here amongst all these people. Naruto avoided Sakura's gaze and blankly stared at the grass. They're doing it too, carefree, letting their love drive them without bounds. I want to experience that too, Sakura said as she caressed Naruto, making the blonde turn even brighter red. But I guess you just don't want my body to be your first, huh? It's really lacking the sex appeal of Tamari's or Tenten's. Naruto turned his gaze back to Sakura's. No. You are more than just attractive, Sakura, and you're beautiful too, really. It's just that you aren't sure about doing such a thing with me yet, huh? Sakura smiled softly at him. I understand, I'm not entirely sure either. I just wanted to know so badly how it would feel. I'm an idiot, aren't I? No. You aren't. Naruto kissed Sakura tenderly and held her closer to him. You aren't an idiot, Sakura. Sakura smiled at him. Can you just promise me one thing for tonight though? Naruto blinked at her as she buttoned her blouse again. I guess I can. Sakura smiled widely and moved her hands under her blouse, taking her bra off and placing it on the grass. I want you to caress me there, grope me if you want, just let me know how it feels when being caressed there while being kissed. Naruto flushed crimson and yelled in surprise, Are you crazy? You want me dead, don't you? No. I don't want you dead. Sakura grabbed a hold of Naruto's collar and pulled him down with her as she laid back on the grass. And yes, I am crazy about you. Naruto gulped as Sakura placed one of his hands under her blouse and then pulled him closer towards her. Now, I just want to hold you, be caressed by you, and kiss you. Naruto's hand traced tenderly up towards Sakura's chest as their lips connected and Sakura asked for entrance to Naruto's mouth once again. A while later, Sakura was lying in Naruto's arms with a blush on her face as Naruto kept caressing her, a soft moan still escaping her mouth every now and then. Promise me that the next time we go out that you'll only kiss me like that. Naruto grinned widely. Well, I first have to go out with all the other girls before the next date, so you'll have to wait a bit. Sorry for asking you that other thing before. I learned a lot about you now since we talked so much. How long have we been lying like this anyway? I don't know. I lost track of time a long time ago. Naruto grinned, and I'm more sorry, I guess. No. It's not right to do such a thing on a first date. I was wrong and just wanted to. Well, I guess you know that story by now. It's all right. If I end up with you, it will all happen sooner or later. Naruto softly smiled and gave Sakura a kiss on her cheek. The pink-haired girl started blushing more intensely. You really like all of us, huh? Sakura's eyes softened, which means that you do this with all the others as well. Naruto looked surprised at her for a moment, then broke out into a wide grin. No, from the start I liked you the most, I guess. However, if the other girls want to do this as well, I guess I would do it if the mood is set. I don't really know. I guess I'll have to wait and see what happens on the other dates. I see. Sakura crawled out of her position and turned around to sit on Naruto's lap with her face towards him. Let me enjoy this one last time for tonight, even though I don't want this night to end. My mom will kill me if I'd be brought home by a guy after midnight. Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto once more and kissed him again. After breaking their kiss, she grinned widely at him. Now, I need your help a bit. I don't want to be seen topless in public, you know. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto blinked at her as she leaned back, picked her bra up from the grass and smiled at Naruto again. I need you to cover me up with my blouse while I put this little thing back on. Sakura said, smiling at him. How am I supposed to do that without looking at you? Just rest your head on my shoulder and keep my blouse open around my body to cover me up. Sakura said, smiling. Naruto did as she had put her bra back on. She hugged Naruto. Thank you. I'm glad you aren't perverted like most guys here. Ehehe, you're welcome. Naruto grinned sheepishly as he could feel Sakura's chest pressed against his. Sakura slipped back into her blouse and Naruto backed off from her to let her button it. He looked at her doing that for a second and then looked away with a deep blush on his face. Like what you saw. Sakura winked and stuck her tongue out at him. Of course, of course. Naruto said, still blushing. Sakura slightly giggled and hugged him again. Bring me back home safely. Naruto returned the hug and held her for a moment. Yeah. On their way back to Sakura's place, they talked a bit more about what they both liked, and Naruto was glad he got to learn his teammate better after all these years of having a crush on her. Well then, Sakura said, moving the tip of her shoe over the ground as they stood in front of her door. Who are you going out with tomorrow? Naruto thought about it for a second and then rubbed the back of his head. I haven't decided yet, but it's most likely either Tenten or Temari, I guess. I decided that I'd let all of them know in advance no matter what though. Ah, I see. Sakura said and then jumped around Naruto's neck again. Oyasumi ni Merkuen. She gave him a passionate and long goodnight kiss before quickly heading inside and closing the door behind her. Oyasumi Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a smile as he turned around and left, not knowing that Sakura was gasping for air behind her door, her eyes widening as well after hearing her name being pronounced that way. Naruto jumped from rooftop to rooftop in pure bliss, already having returned to his normal looks at that time. Sakura-chan lovi me dash. Naruto sang as he jumped from building to building, not noticing the telephone pole in front of him, and with a large thud, he crashed into it. That hurts, Naruto stated as he fell down from the pole. Naruto decided to reduce his happiness about the success of tonight's date to a mere wide smile on his face as he continued heading on home. His moment of bliss and joy was however instantly destroyed as he turned the handle of the door that led to his apartment. A loud wail was the thing that instantly knocked him out of it, and as the wailing settled down for a minute, Naruto quickly walked into his apartment and closed the door behind him. Gaara approached him from the living room with his arms crossed, finally came back. Huh? What's wrong with Temari? Naruto asked, not even needing to know who else would wail like that in his home. You go figure that out while I go take a crap and a piss in the bathroom. I think I'll also reenact Shakespeare's Hamlet with my sand while I'm at it, at least until Temari Falls has dried up. Gaara walked past Naruto after that and stepped into the bathroom without saying another word. Naruto shrugged and walked into his living room and saw Temari sitting on his bed, her back towards him and his pillow missing from its original spot. Temari? Naruto asked as he slowly approached the blonde girl, but another wail stopped him momentarily in his tracks. As Temari softly sobbed and as Naruto sneaked towards her and decided that he should try again, Hey, Temari. What's wrong? She continued to sob softly as he took more steps towards her, and then she suddenly burst out into another loud wail, freezing Naruto up once again. Wow, she's this devastated about not being the first to get a date with me. If I knew this. Naruto's eyes saddened and he approached Temari again. Temari. This time she just kept softly sobbing, and Naruto sat down next to his bed, wrapping an arm around the crying blonde, who was tightly hugging his pillow. Temari, it's all right. Temari dropped the pillow and tightly hugged Naruto. Naruto, I. It's all right. Naruto gently stroked with his fingers over Temari's back. There's no need to be sad. I'm here for you. Don't worry. I still think that you are good looking and should have been the first pick of that Lemur guy. Temari slightly backed off and stared with wet, saddened eyes at Naruto. You. HM? What is it, Temari? You can tell me. Naruto blinked at the blonde girl from Suna as she sniffled. This isn't because Merkuen didn't come. More of Temari's tears rolled down her cheeks as she softly sobbed again. What? Naruto blinked in confusion at the wind mistress, whose tears started to multiply in number. It's because... Temari pressed a scroll into Naruto's face and started wailing again. Naruto opened the scroll and read out loud what was written within it. Dear Temari, we sadly have to inform you that we found your cat, better known to you as Nico-chan, dead in front of your house this morning. He was Naruto decided that it was useless to read out loud from that point on, since Temari started wailing, increasing in volume. After reading the scroll, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, thank goodness, I thought you were crying because Ymir didn't pick you for the first date." "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Don't you have a heart, Naruto? My Nico-chan is dead. I will no longer be able to see her cute snuggly face. She won't lick up my tears anymore when I start crying." She. Temari cried louder. "Ah. I'm sorry, Temari. Really? But Naruto grinned sheepishly at the crying girl as he rubbed the back of his head. "If you were crying because I didn't pick you as my first date out of all the girls, the guilt of a thing like that is too much, you know." "Nico-chan. Why did it had to be you? Why?" Temari kept on wailing. Where she was able to get all those tears from was something no one really knew, however. Naruto placed the scroll aside and wrapped his arms around Temari, and the wind mistress rested her head on his shoulder, tears still endlessly flowing from her eyes. Eventually, the two of them ended up lying in each other's arms on Naruto's bed, and Naruto grabbed the pillow from where Temari had dropped it, placing it under their heads. "Feeling a bit better now?" Naruto asked as Temari's crying nearly came to a stop. "A bit." Temari sniffled. "Thanks, and sorry for soaking your vest." "It's all right, Temari." Naruto smiled softly at the blonde lying in his arms. "We'll have a memorial for Nico-chan tomorrow if you want." Temari sniffled some more and nodded. "Thanks, sweetie. I appreciate it. And if you want, I can be your new Nico-chan," Naruto said, grinning widely at Temari. "Idiot, how can you be my new Nico-chan?" Temari said, her voice trembling slightly and tears flowing down her cheeks again. "Well, you said your Nico-chan lit your tears up when you started crying, right?" "Huh." Naruto grinned at her and then licked her tears up, putting on a sour face after he did that. "Bleh, salty, Nico-chan sure wanted to go trough a lot to make you stop crying." Temari smiled at Naruto and tightly hugged him, stroking with her hand over the back of his head. "Thank you. Thank me by restraining your tears. I don't think I can lick all of them," Naruto said, grinning widely as he pressed Temari's body against his own. Temari slightly giggled as she kept on stroking the back of Naruto's head. "I'll try." Just then Naruto could hear the toilet flush, and a few moments later he saw Gaara step out of the bathroom, walking back towards the living room. "Temari, we need to go and look for an hotel now," Gaara stated as he entered the living room. "Do we have to? I don't think Naruto minds having us here," Temari replied, not looking at her brother yet and keeping her arms tightly wrapped around Naruto. "Temari, I don't mind you staying here, but I don't know how long my usually near-infinite ramen supply lasts if you two stay here. You should look for a hotel where you can eat something better." Naruto smiled widely. "But," Temari protested. "Come on. You said it yourself earlier. You can't live on ramen, and I doubt you two plan on doing shopping and cooking for me for the coming time," Naruto stated as he let his hand slide off Temari's back. "All right then, but if we are unable to find a hotel tonight, I'll start cooking meals for us all. Beginning to keep that promise tomorrow at lunch, that is," Temari said as she let go of Naruto and stood up from his bed, wiping the remaining tears out of her eyes. "Let us be on our way then," Gaara stated as he started walking. "Good luck finding a hotel. TSCH. It almost sounds like you don't want to eat my cookings," Temari replied in her usual tone, a smirk crawling up on her face as she takes one last look at Naruto from over her shoulder before heading out. Naruto jumped up and stretched himself out. Well then, I guess I'm going to regret doing this, but it's not like I have a choice. Naruto walked towards the phone and picked up a small card that was lying next to it. After reading the number written on it, he picked up the horn and dialed the number. The phone rang a couple of times before the person on the other end of the line picked it up. Hello, Mitarashi Anko speaking. Yo, Anko-sensei. Naruto replied, a smile forming on his face out of happiness that the purple-headed seductress was home. Naru-chan. Anko yelped in delight and it sounded like she wanted to jump off the phone and tightly hug Naruto. Yeah, it's me. Naruto said, grinning sheepishly and rubbing the back of his head. Anko-sensei, I need your help with something. Chapter 8, I spy with my white eye. Hello, Mitarashi Anko speaking. Yo, Anko-sensei. Naruto replied, a smile forming on his face out of happiness that the purple-headed seductress was home. Naru-chan. Anko yelped in delight and it sounded like she wanted to jump through the phone and tightly hug Naruto. Yeah, it's me. Naruto said, grinning sheepishly and rubbing the back of his head. Anko-sensei, I need your help with something. My help? Oh, hold on a second, Naru-chan. Anko said, and Naruto could hear her lay down the phone for a moment. Ah. Yes. That's how I want it. That's great. Yes. Greatest performance I've seen yet. I like it. Yeah. Naruto took the phone away from his ear and stared at it like it was about to unleash the Kyuubi upon him. What the heck is she doing? Sorry about that, Naru-chan. Anko's voice sounded clear and normal through the receiving end of the phone again. Am I interrupting something? I think I'll call back later. Naruto said as his eyes twitched and a shiver ran down his spine. No. You're not interrupting at all. Hold on, I have some guests. I'll go kick them out of my house. Anko said, and a moment of silence followed. All right guys, it's time for you all to leave now. I've got Naru-chan on the phone, who apparently has some important matters to discuss with me. Great performance. I'll let you guys know if I want to see you again or not. Anko said, her wireless phone pressed against her shoulder as she opened her door to lead her guests out of her house. You work a bit on your performance, but I like what you can do with your balls. Anko said as the juggler passed her by, who kept on juggling the entire way and gave her a small nod in reply. Was I hot enough for you, hot stuff? A fire breather said and exhaled a circle of fire to show his skills off one last time. Not hot enough, keep walking. Anko said and kicked the fire breather out of her house. Was my performance good enough? A little girl dressed up like a clown asked as she looked with big pleading eyes at Anko. I liked it. Be sure to come back to me when you're older. Anko winked at the small girl, who rose a wide grin on her face and then rushed after the rest of the performers. Anko closed the door behind them and placed the phone back to her ear. Are you still there, Naru-chan? What in the name of the Kyuubi was she doing before I called her? Naruto awkwardly stared from the corners of his eyes at the phone. Yeah, I'm still here. All right then. Anko jumped onto her bed, supporting herself on her elbows and moving her feet rhythmically up and down. What was this thing about needing my help with? Well, you see, I think the other senseis already explained certain things to their subordinates and well, since it's kind of embarrassing to ask any of them, I'd ask you about those kind of things? Naruto asked as he stretched his collar a bit with one finger. Ah, I see. A devious smirk formed on Anko's face. You to have the talk with me, right, Naru-chan? Yeah. Naruto said and scraped his throat before silently awaiting Anko's reply. Well, you do have to know that no one, and with that I really mean no one, does the talk the way I do the talk, also no one can do it better than me, huh? Anko smirked and unconsciously also winked at Naruto. Ihihi, I doubt that they would know it better than you, Anko-sensei. Naruto replied, you nympho. I'll leave it at just nympho for now. Oh. I just love it when you call me sensei. Anko's smirk widened and for a moment there Naruto thought she'd squeal, then when will you be here for, the talk? At your place you mean? See, can't we have the talk over the phone? Naruto asked wide-eyed, hoping that he wouldn't have to go and run into the seductress lair to get the talk. Sorry, but it's my way or the highway, Naru-chan. Anko said and then teased Naruto a bit more, or, we could do it at your place, in the bathroom, underneath a nice hot shower, both wearing absolutely nothing. Ah ha ha ha. No, no. Your place, huh? Sure. I'll be there in whatever time it takes me to go from my place to yours. Naruto said and continued laughing nervously. That is all right, I'll see you soon then, Naru-chan. Anko said his nickname in a way that she was sure that he'd be shivering, one way or another, which Naruto as a matter of fact did as he hung up. I'm so dead. Naruto stated as he looked over his shoulder to talk to no particular person, since there was none present in the room, and in addition he cried a pair small waterfalls. About 15 minutes later, Naruto was standing in front Anko's apartment and was reconsidering whether to do this or not. Aw man, what the heck am I doing? But I need to know. Oh well, it can't be that bad, right? It's not like she'll kill me, intentionally. Well, since I'm here anyway, let's get it over with. Naruto knocked on the door and waited for it to be opened. The door slowly was opened from the inside and Naruto would have seen a fairly normal apartment hallway. Would have, because his vision was obstructed by Kurenai, who wore a rather loose shirt that exposed one of her shoulders and other than that, just her panties. Not to mention Kurenai apparently didn't feel like bounding her breasts or wearing a bra as her rack was at least 10 times bigger than what they normally were. Ah, we already expected you to come, Naruto-chan. Kurenai said as she leaned against the door to let Naruto in. However, Naruto just stood there frozen stiff with his mouth open before he quickly turned around and tried to run away. I'm sorry. Coming here was a mistake. Bye now. Kurenai sighed and grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar. You're not going anywhere other than here, Naruto-chan. Anko was looking forward to having you over, so you'd do best by coming inside. Ah. Naruto yelped as Kurenai pulled him into the apartment and closed the door behind him. She crossed her arms as Naruto looked pleading over his shoulders at her. Damn it, look at what she's wearing. I'm going to die if those two get their hands on me. Oh wait, when they put their hands on me, they already have me trapped here, unless I jump out the window and, I'll save that as a last resort. Kurenai placed her hands on Naruto's shoulders and pushed him forward. Come on, Naruto-chan, Anko is excited enough already. Don't make her wait much longer. Yeah. Naruto grinned sheepishly at the red-eyed jounin and slowly walked into the living room. Anko, Naruto-chan's here. Kurenai announced and continued walking towards Anko, who was currently with another purple-headed woman. Yo, Naru-chan. Anko grinned widely at Naruto, whose jaw just dropped to the floor then and had trouble breathing. Anko-chan. Don't stop. The purple-headed woman moaned. Aw, sorry you-chan, be with you in a few. Anko took a moment to look at the woman that sat on her, minutes. If you keep this up it will be more like hours. The woman complained. Even though I know you'd like that, we don't have hours, let's quickly continue then, huh? Anko smirked and pulled the woman closer to her. I have died and end up in Erosennin's heaven. That was Naruto's last thought as blood shot out of his nose and he passed out once he had hit the floor. Naruto's eyes slowly opened up, the world still being a blur to him, and he groaned. Naru-chan? Anko's voice reached his ears and he could faintly make out the purple color of Anko's hair and the cream color of her trench coat. Naru-chan. Her voice ran through his head again as his vision took its time to sharpen until he completely could see Anko. What happened? Naruto asked the purple-headed seductress. Well, I guess you can't handle seeing such a thing as that just yet, huh? You passed out, for a good 5 minutes I guess. Anko replied with a casual smile. I see, thanks for at least covering yourself up. Well, what fun would it be to have you pass out over and over again until you die from blood loss? Anko replied with a smirk on her face. Where's Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked as he tried to get up, noticing he couldn't and could tell why. He had been restrained to the bed, and why the hell am I tied up like this? Nai-chan is keeping Yu-chan warm for me right now. Anko smirked wider at Naruto, and these restraints are for in case you planned on jumping up and running back into the other room. We wouldn't want you to interrupt Nai-chan and Yu-chan's fun and pass out again, now would we? All right. I understand. I won't run away or run into the other room. Just untie me. No. Anko smirked at him. Why not? Naruto was almost too afraid to ask her and realized he was right about his fears as Anko crawled over him, heading towards his face. Because I haven't forgotten that kiss you gave me this morning, Naru-chan. That's why I decided that I should at least play with you a little before giving you all that I know and teaching you how to use that knowledge. Anko tenderly traced with her index finger over Naruto's jaw. Naruto turned his face away from the jounin, but Anko just made him face her again. Don't worry, Naru-chan, I won't break my promise of leaving it just at hugs and kisses. Right, and Erosennin isn't the writer of the Ika Ika Paradise series. Naruto glared at Anko as she lowered her face, getting her lips closer to his. Anko stroked with her hand through Naruto's hair as their lips momentarily met. She pulled away from him and leered at him with her ever-seductive look. I'd like to do more of that, but right now I can see it written all over your face. Yeah, just kiss me already and get it over with so we can get down to business, huh? Naruto grinned widely. I see you start to figure out how I think, huh? Not that I like it, you nympho. Anko lowered on him once again and kissed him, this time asking, or perhaps in her case it was demanding, entrance to his mouth. Naruto, realizing that she would have total control over him since he needed her for something, obediently opened his mouth and let the seductress have her way. All right then. Anko said after breaking the kiss, and she started to untie the blonde. About time you released me. Naruto said after he was released, loosening his wrists and any other limb that had gone slightly numb from the restraints. Then are you ready for the talk now? Anko asked as she leered at Naruto. Of course. That's why I came here in the first place. Naruto retorted as he crossed his arms. Well then, Naru-chan, I'm going to teach you the basics. Anko said as she spread Naruto's legs wide. Basics. Naruto looked with wide eyes at the seductress as she crawled up between his legs, resting her back against his chest. Yeah, the basics. Anko said, nearly whispering, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine. She then abruptly took her trench coat off, revealing her naked body that she covered up with it. Anko-sensei's sex ed 101 has started. Gah! That night, Naruto had his first real near-death experience as he lost more blood than Zabuza did in his final battle. However, luckily for him, Anko and her two female playmates were able to rescue him from a certain death by a blood transfusion, and Naruto learned more about the female anatomy than Jiraiya would have learned from peeking at naked girls in the hot springs his entire life. After his sexual education lessons with Anko, Naruto stumbled back home. Damn it, she really overdid it this time. Naruto muttered as he removed the patch that covered the area where the needle for the blood transfusion once sat. I wonder though, how the heck did she get my medical record and knew what blood type I had? Oh well, she saved herself from becoming a murderer by killing me. I wonder why the heck that fox bastard didn't start leaking his chakra out to fasten my blood generation. Naruto said to himself as he jumped up a building to make sure he wouldn't hit anyone that passed by him, seeing how he still was a little lightheaded from all the blood loss. Not to mention that thinking would just hurt him too much right now, after all he had to process and remember a lot of information, since he didn't want to lose any of it and go to Anko for her lessons again. Once Naruto reached his apartment's rooftop, he stopped for a minute, letting his blood flow freely through him. He already felt a whole lot stronger again and figured that his amount of blood was being close to the amount it was before he visited Anko. Naruto snickered, I guess I can always talk to Temari about this stuff now if I'm in doubt about certain matters. At least now I know something and won't have to randomly ask her, Temari, can you give me the talk? She'd probably laugh and explain it to me. God damn it, oh well, I doubt she'd do it on the same level as Anko. Naruto took a deep breath in and then quickly jogged to the front of his apartment, heading back inside where it was warm, a different kind of warm than he experienced earlier tonight. Walking through the hallway, he could see only a faint light still burning in the living room, making him realize that Gaara and Temari were back home again and that they didn't find a hotel with vacancy. He walked into the room, finding only Temari present and on his bed with a small red book in her hands, entitled Aika Aika Paradise. Temari noticed Naruto's presence in the room and leered towards the young blonde with a devious smirk on her face. Yo, Naruto no Ekiai. No. It's not what you think. Wait a damn minute, why are you reading that book? Naruto's mouth hung wide open and he pointed towards Temari, who had the book actually open and was most likely done reading about 1/8 of the entire novel. That's my line, I thought you were innocent but apparently you are more naughty than I thought you were. Temari gave Naruto a wink before slightly giggling. I told you, it's not like that. Naruto yelled and still pointed accusingly with his index finger at Temari, but why the heck are you reading it? It's fun. Temari said and continued giggling. That book isn't supposed to be fun for people of our age. Why do you read it then? Naruto was at a loss at that question for a moment and then he vigorously shook his head. I don't read it. Oh, what do you use it for then? Temari leered suspiciously at Naruto with a huge smirk on her face. Training! Naruto let out before he realized it and quickly slapped his hands in front of his mouth and stared at Temari. The wind mistress slightly blushed and then bursted out into tears of laughter. No. It's not what you think it is. Erosennin said Yondaime read that book. He told me it would be good training. Naruto lied the last part, but he had to save what was left of his dignity. Oh yeah, this sure is good training. Temari said between laughs and then started quoting from the novel, Omiya-chan, are you sure this is right? Even though I long to see your big Rakai. Ah. What the hell do you think you are doing? Naruto yelled and dived at Temari to snatch the little red book out of her hands. A breath was abruptly forced out of Temari as she lifted her arms up to keep the book safe, but in doing so Naruto roughly fell on her stomach. Oh, Kai-san! If we are caught in the act by my father, we will both die no matter what. So take me and take me hard, my. Temari continued to quote, but Naruto managed to snatch the novel out of her hands. Oh, come on, Naruto. It's funny. Temari loudly said with a smile on her face as she reached out for the book in Naruto's hands, making the blonde shinobi roll over and lie on her lap instead of on top of Temari's stomach. The hell? It's not funny. Naruto said as he reached out with his arms as far away from Temari as he could. Temari rolled away from underneath Naruto in order to gain full movement once more, and Naruto took this chance to dive off his bed and somehow put the book away from Temari's grasp. However, Temari thought different about the matter as she jumped on Naruto to stop him from escaping with the book. The two of them fell face down on the ground, where the struggle for possession of Jiraiya's beloved novel continued. Come on, Naruto. Give me the book, Temari said as she reached out for the book that Naruto held out with one hand. I won't let you read it, Naruto replied as he tried to stretch out further and crawl away from underneath Temari. Naruto. Temari calmly asked him, and Naruto calmed down for a moment as well. Yeah? Are you ticklish? Temari asked with a wide smirk on her face. Before Naruto could even think about whether he was or not, he bursted out in laughter as the wind mistress started to tickle his ribs. Ahahaha. Temari, stop it. That's cheating. Ha 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 ha. Temari. After a few more moments of being tickled, Temari finally received the opportunity to snatch the small red book out of Naruto's grasp as he clutched onto his stomach, trying to stop her from tickling him. The instant Temari had grabbed onto the book, she rolled off Naruto and jumped up, facing with her back towards Naruto. Just as she snapped the book open again to give Naruto more quotes from the famous novel again, Naruto jumped her back, making her stumble towards Naruto's bed, and both of them fell onto it. I won't let you read that book. Naruto lashed at the novel, trying to smack it out of Temari's hands, but he failed miserably. Why not? It's funny, Temari retorted as she jumped onto Naruto so he wouldn't be able to try again. It's perverted. Not if you only take all the perverted parts as a joke. Naruto's struggles stopped and he blinked at the blonde from Suna. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you see, this novel is perverted, if you take the events in it like you were actually experiencing them on your own, Temari slightly blushed. Yeah, that's it, but if you take it all as fiction and just as something funny and laugh about it, then you won't even picture that even in your mind, because you will be too busy laughing. I guess that could work. Naruto blinked and then pointed an accusing finger at the wind mistress, but it's still perverted because it's hard not to picture things when you read them. Just imagine all the characters having weird and funny little voices, and then I'm sure you'll just laugh and not even thoroughly think about it then. That's what I do. Naruto crossed his arms and thought about it for a moment. Well, I guess you could do it that way. Temari raised a smile at him. Good, I'm glad you are understanding what I mean. How about we read it together? Naruto turned slightly red in his face. What? Together. Why? Because. Temari slightly blushed and averted her eyes from Naruto. It will probably be easier for both of us. Some stuff in this book is hard not to think about and all. If we read it together we will laugh more and I don't think we'd dare think about it in a perverted way then. Naruto questioningly blinked at Temari, wondering for a moment why she reacted like this, before figuring out it must be because she just admitted that she thought some perverted things earlier. Alright then. I don't read that fast, so please tell me if you think something comes up that is almost guaranteed to make me think perverted things. Sure thing. Temari smiled at the young blonde and got off him. I'll just go and change into my nightgown. Why that? Naruto rose from his bed and blinked at the wind mistress. You don't need that to read, right? Naruto, do you have any idea what the time is? Probably, just after midnight? Naruto replied without even bothering to take a glance at the clock. It's nearing 1 a.m. already. Temari replied, pointing towards the clock as she did, so once we get too tired to read, I want to instantly go to bed and sleep. Ah, I see, then I shall go put on my pajamas as well. Naruto jumped off the bed and then waited. Are you going to change in the bathroom or should I? Temari smirked at Naruto and then got up from Naruto's bed as well. I'll go change in the bathroom. She gathered her needed belongings and then headed into the bathroom, shutting the door behind her before locking it. Naruto unconsciously let a smile crawl up on his face before he turned back towards his bed, lifting the blankets up to grab his PJs from underneath it. After throwing the small pile of nightly clothes onto his bed, Naruto quickly stripped down to his boxers. He picked up the small pile of clothing and then he noticed something was wrong about it. Huh? What the? Naruto looked confused at his pajama pants, noticing that his nightly shirt was missing from it. After quickly putting his pajama pants on, Naruto lifted the blankets and started searching for his shirt. What the hell? Where is it? I know it should be here. Not here. Naruto checked at the end of his bed for his shirt. Not here either. Naruto said as he lifted his pillow. Nor here. He said after looking if it had fallen between the edge of his bed and the wall. Or here. What the hell is going on here? Naruto yelled once he confirmed that his pajama shirt wasn't even under his bed. Akamaru, come on, it's bedtime, boy. Kiba called out to his dog that was still up and active in the large backyard at the Inuzuka residence. Akamaru loudly barked in reply and Kiba noticed that his trusted canine companion was busy with something. Huh? You found something weird earlier today and are playing with it right now? Kiba put his hands into his pockets and walked towards Akamaru. What have you found? Kiba hunched over and Akamaru dropped a drool-covered piece of fabric into Kiba's lap. Ow man, you drooled all over it. Hey, this somewhat looks familiar. Akamaru barked something in reply as Kiba held the torn fabric between his thumb and index finger on one of the few parts that wasn't covered in drool. Damn it, it just disappeared. Naruto said as he sat down on his bed with his arms crossed over one another. What the hell? How does something like that disappear all of a sudden? Naruto heard the bathroom door open and a moment later Temari's voice called out from behind it. Naruto, are you done changing into your nightly clothing? Why yeah. More or less. Naruto quickly replied. Temari walked out of the bathroom and as she headed back into the living room, she asked, What do you mean more or less? She stopped walking once she saw Naruto not wearing his shirt and Naruto quickly replied again before she got the wrong idea. Well, I can't find my shirt. I see. Oh well, it's not like I'm not used to seeing male skin. Temari replied nonchalantly, walking back towards Naruto. What do you mean? Well, when growing up with two little brothers you tend to see a lot of the male anatomy sooner or later in your life. Temari raised a smile at Naruto as she sat down on their joint bed. I see, well I'll just go put on a t-shirt or such. Naruto said and got off his bed. No need to, I could use the extra warmth. Temari replied, making Naruto turn around and blushed at Temari. And no. Don't think I'll do anything weirdo or something. It's just that when wearing clothing it isolates the warmth mostly between your body and the fabric. I'd be topless right now too, if you weren't a guy, that is, not that I'd do such a thing with a girl that easy either. It's just that. Temari decided to abruptly shut up and look away from Naruto right then. Ehehe. Naruto grinned sheepishly at the girl and rubbed the back of his head. It's all right, I understand. If you really don't mind me like this, then I guess it's okay. Temari slightly blushed and stood up from the bed, allowing Naruto to slip underneath the blankets and sheets before she joined him. She picked the little red book with one hand up from the bed and wrapped her free arm around Naruto's waist, causing the blonde shinobi to turn his head towards her and stare at her with a blush appearing on his face. Temari blushed back, as sorry, Naruto, it's just easier to read together this way. It's all right, it's just that it kind of startled me. Naruto said smiling as he averted Temari's gaze. Holy crap, she looks extremely cute like this. Well, I'm sorry, can you scoot a little closer? Makes it even easier, you know, and... Naruto grinned at her, yeah. I understand. You know, this is the first time I ever had something like a bedtime story. Temari's blush instantly faded and blinked at him. You never been read to before? Not that I'm going to do that, I mean, sure I can quote it all but like it's kind of embarrassing, wouldn't you say so? I know, but yeah, this is probably the closest I've ever come to being read to. Not that it matters, really. I can read just fine by myself. I almost forgot, he's just like Gaara. Well, Gaara still had me, Kankuro, father and Uncle Yashimaru for a while, but other than that they're both the same. They both grew up in solitude, never been told a bedtime story. I think I haven't done that for Gaara yet either. That solitude, it must have been more awful than I could possibly imagine. Temari thought as she stared at Naruto, who just blankly looked at her. Naruto was surprised, as he found himself suddenly embraced by Temari in a hug. Temari? Tell me, Naruto. Why yeah. How much did you read of the novel? Temari smiled at him as she let him go and just rested her arm around his waist again. Huh? I guess, I kind of stopped reading after the first few pages due to certain blood loss. Naruto grinned at her and scratched his whiskers. Why did she hug me just now? Ah, I see. Well, I guess I'll just give you a summary of what happened up until the point where I am then. Temari said and started turning pages in the novel until she turned the last page that she finished reading before Naruto came back home. An hour and a half, a lot of laughter and moderately perverted conversations. After almost every chapter they finished later, Naruto and Temari were reaching the peak of the story. Oh. Temari said and placed her hand in front of Naruto's eyes. Temari! Come on! I bet it's just something funny like the last couple of times. Naruto complained, but made no attempt to remove Temari's hand from his eyes. No, I think that this time it might actually be too much for you from how this starts off. Temari replied as continued on reading. It was just starting to get good again, like it really turned out to be something that's too much for me, Yeri dash. Before Naruto could complete his sentence, Temari's hand slid off his eyes. Naruto surprised towards the blonde kunoichi for a moment, only to see blood trickle out from her nose and fall back down on the bed. Oi, Temari! Naruto said as the wind mistress lost consciousness, in an attempt to keep her from fainting. Damn it, looks like it really was that bad after all. Come on, Temari, wake up. Naruto shook the blonde a couple of times, trying to snap her out of it. Not getting any response from the girl, Naruto pouted and crawled over her, sitting down on her lap and shaking her more furiously back and forth. Temari. Come on! Temari! I can't do this all night, you know. Just then Naruto could hear the door close and he automatically turned his towards the hallway and found himself staring into Gaara's eyes, that we narrowed upon the blonde. Yo Gaara, can you help me out with your sis here? Naruto asked the red-haired boy, whose eyes twitched in reply. What the heck are you doing with my sister? Gaara replied and Naruto's eyes slightly widened in surprise, looking down towards the unconscious blonde below him. Ah. This isn't. Really? I wasn't really doing. We were just. Sabaku. Gaara's sand formed a hand and raced towards Naruto. Not really knowing what to do, Naruto did what he used to do when he was a little kid, throwing his hands in front of his face to shield his head. A couple of moments passed and Gaara's sand still hadn't reached him yet. Naruto peeked at the red head and found the giant hand of sand waiting in front of him. Naruto managed to let out as he lowered his arms and looked at the Kazekage, who glanced back and forth between the clock that was present in the room and to his teddy bear on the couch. It's late, Gaara stated and then paused for a moment. Remind me to kill you in the morning. Naruto said as Gaara retracted his sand, placed his gourd on the ground, picked up his teddy and laid down onto the couch. Sure. Naruto blinked and stared at the red-headed Kazekage until he could hear him softly snore, which didn't take that long. He dropped down onto Temari's unconscious body, who didn't even react to the sudden fall of the other blonde. What a day. Naruto looked up to Temari, whose nose had long stopped bleeding, but she was still unconscious. Temari, don't be mad at me for falling asleep on you. With that, Naruto closed his eyes, said a little prayer in hope that he'd have a nice rest, that Temari would gently put him off her if she regained consciousness and that Gaara wouldn't kill him in the morning, falling asleep almost immediately after his prayer. The following morning, Naruto woke up to find himself in Temari's arms, who apparently had awoken from her unconscious state during the night, as there were no traces of blood on her upper lip. Naruto carefully slipped out of Temari's embrace, trying his best not to wake the girl up. He rose from his bed and looked outside, where he found a beautiful blue sky and a bright shining sun. Naruto grinned, as if to greet the new morning, and he was surprised to find out that he actually felt quite energetic this morning. Without disturbing the deep slumber Temari was still in, Naruto jumped over her and quickly gathered his clothing for today, or at least what he needed to wear for staying in during the morning. While he took a shower, Naruto couldn't help but grin widely. This is the best nightly rest I've had all week. With the grin still stamped onto his face, Naruto headed back into his living room after completing the first part of his morning ritual and was wearing his standard orange pants and a black t-shirt with, of course, his hitayate wrapped around his forehead once again. Naruto took a small spin and then walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for him and his roommates. While waiting for the ramen to be done cooking, Naruto looked over to his roommates and he suddenly remembered what Gaara said last night. Oh, that might be bad. I hope he forgot or something. 3 minutes later, Naruto served the ramen cups and figured that they'd most likely need something to drink with it. He pulled his fridge open again, took the milk out and filled 3 glasses with the cold fluid before replacing it back in the fridge. Naruto took a large serving plate from the kitchen cabinet and placed 1 cup of ramen, a glass of milk and a pair of chopsticks on it. He took the plate and walked over to the coffee table, where he placed the plate on and then turned towards Temari. Naruto softly shook Temari back and forth, trying to wake the blonde up. Temari, wake up, I've got breakfast for you. Slowly, Temari's eyes slightly opened and she turned her head towards Naruto. Morning Teddy, you're up and bright this morning. Naruto, who was still grinning, grinned even wider. I know. I feel really energetic. Anyway, breakfast is ready. All right. Temari turned her head back around and closed her eyes again. I'll be out of bed in a minute or 5. Why do you need to get out of bed? Naruto asked as he grabbed the serving plate and walked back towards Temari again. How else am I going to dash? Temari wanted to finish her sentence, but she stopped talking the instant she felt Naruto put something down onto the bed. She looked over to where her breakfast was and she spontaneously sat up and was fully awake. Oh my god, Naruto. Do you have any idea how much I love this? You do? Well, I just felt rather energetic, so I decided to. Naruto stopped as Temari hugged him and gave him a kiss on his cheek, making him blush a shade of red. It isn't perfect, but I really love having breakfast on bed. Temari stated, though it was rather unnecessary for Naruto since he got that idea by now. Now I can just be warm and comfy while eating my breakfast. Temari took the plate and picked up her chopsticks, and immediately after saying a quick itadakimasu, she started her meal. Hee, I guess she can be very gentle. I hope Gaara is just as happy, well, aside from getting a kiss on my cheek from him as well, that is. Naruto thought as he rubbed the back of his head. Naruto went back into the kitchen, grabbed another glass of milk and a cup of ramen and brought the 2 items to the coffee table. Naruto. Temari said as Naruto reached out with his hands to wake Gaara up. Yeah? Naruto asked in return as Temari swallowed the noodles that were in her mouth. I wouldn't do that if I were you, not unless you want to take a flying trip over the village, that is. Naruto blinked at Temari, but if I don't wake him up, his ramen will go to waste. Alright, just leave it to me, just cover your ears. Huh? YTH-. Gaara! Wake up! Temari yelled at the top of her lungs as Naruto quickly tried to diminish the sound by pressing the palms of his hands against his ears. Gaara rose from the couch and turned towards Temari. What is it? Breakfast. Temari pointed out the cup of ramen and glass of milk on the coffee for Gaara. I see. Gaara replied. Why, yo Gaara. Naruto said, grinning sheepishly and rubbing the back of his head. Naruto. Gaara said as he eyed the blonde. Something wrong? Ehehe, no, nothing really. How about you? Naruto asked warily. Gaara crossed his arms and was deep in thought for a moment. Other than that my slumber was ended prematurely, I guess not. Should there be something wrong? And no. Not at all. Enjoy your meal. Naruto said and quickly ran towards the kitchen to eat his own meal. It's a miracle. He doesn't remember. Gaara hummed and brought his first up loosely up to his chin. What is it, Gaara? Temari asked between 2 bits of her breakfast. I don't know. It feels like I should do something, but what is it? Naruto started sweating, a lot as a matter of fact. It's probably nothing important if you forgot it. Temari replied and continued eating. I guess so. Gaara said and continued his meal as Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Safe. A few minutes later, they were all done with their meals and were now just silent for a few moments. I should really get less sweet with Naruto. I might give him the wrong idea. I mean, just now when he gave me breakfast. Temari thought as she stared at her empty cup of ramen. Why is it so goddamn quiet all of a sudden? Something's weird. Naruto thought as he looked at his 2 roommates. I know I forgot something. What was it? Gaara thought as he closed his eyes and crossed his eyes. So, Naruto said, trying to break the ice, and suddenly, someone loudly knocked onto the door of Naruto's apartment. Who in the world could that be? Naruto and Temari said simultaneously. Temari smirked at Naruto and he smiled back at her. I'll go see who it is, Naruto stated as he got up from his seat and walked towards the front door. When he opened the door, Naruto faced two colossal men who he recognized. We're here to pick Uzumaki Naruto up, Colossal Man number 1 said. Uzumaki Naruto and Kazekage-sama, Colossal Man number 2 added as he flexed his equally colossal muscles and pressed his knuckles against each other. You guys are, Naruto said as he blinked at the two men. Mato G, G said and struck the nice guy pose. And Mato Lame, Lame added and then struck the same pose as his twin brother. How did these weirdos find out where I live? Naruto eyed the two Mato brothers awkwardly. How did you guys find out where I live? Oni-sama told us. Oni-sama did. He also said that Kazekage-sama would be here. He did. We must bring Uzumaki Naruto and Kazekage-sama to Oni-sama. Naruto took a step away from the two brothers. Did I hear someone mention Kazekage-sama? Gaara asked as he walked to the door. Aniki! Look! It's Kazekage-sama, G stated. And this is Uzumaki Naruto, Lame added. We shall take you to Oni-sama right now, both of the Mato brothers stated as they picked Naruto and Gaara up. Oi! Wait a damn minute! Naruto struggled to get free. Oni-sama told us to bring you immediately, Lame stated, being the one that held Naruto firmly in his grip. Gaara! Do something to free us of these maniacs. I would, but my sand is in my gourd, and I don't see what's so bad to listen to an apparently important message from one of Konoha's jounin. Gaara replied calmly, hanging over G's shoulder. Then we shall now be on our way, G exclaimed. Temari! Save Dash! Naruto yelled, but the door was slammed shut and Naruto's cry for help was abruptly shut off. Temari blinked at the door. Well, I guess I'm alone for a while. What to do? Temari looked around the apartment to figure out what she could do in her moment of being alone. I know. I'm going to take a shower and then... Temari abruptly turned red in her face and softly snickered as she had a devious look in her eyes, looking towards the front door. I guess I could walk around naked for a while, kind of exciting to do it in someone else's place, better carry my fan around, don't want Naruto or Gaara to see me like that, Nimur-kun on the other hand. Temari snickered some more and then softly squealed before heading into the bathroom to take a nice shower. Naruto looked annoyed at his apartment, that was now already a bit away from him. He groaned, damn, what is this all about? I hope Temari's not too confused about this happening all of a sudden. Don't worry, Temari will probably just polish her fan or something while we're away. I'm more concerned about what it is that I've forgotten. I still can't quite place it, it's irritating me, Gaara stated. Ehehe. I bet it's nothing really. Nothing, I'm telling ya. Naruto grinned sheepishly at the red-headed Kazekage. Damn it, maybe this day is not as beautiful as I thought it would be. A while later, the two Mato brothers stopped in front of a house in the center of Konoha. We have arrived, the brothers cheerfully announced as they opened the door with and put Naruto and Gaara inside. Naruto looked around in the hallway, finding a lot of green stuff along with some turtles here and there. Go on forth. Oni-sama is waiting for you two in the next room. Right. Naruto replied as he and Gaara were forced by the brothers to walk onward. Naruto was still studying his surroundings and he found a couple of pictures along the way. One guy was just a genin himself, he looks just like Lee, or Lee looks just like him. Then after that came one with Guy and his team, Lee and Guy striking their nice guy pose in 10-10 and Neji standing slightly away from the two but smiling nonetheless. The next picture had Teen Guy in Chunin clothing, most likely taken immediately after they had become Chunin. The final picture was with all four of them, Neji being in Jounin clothing, and Naruto noticed that it was taken recently. At the end of the hallway there was a door, at which they stopped and the Mato brothers opened it for them. "Please enter." Naruto exchanged an awkward look with the two Mato brothers and then stepped into the room, where more people were already gathered. Neji sat cross-legged on the ground and appearing to be in some sort of meditation. Shino was having an intense silent conversation with one of his bugs, Kiba leaned against the back wall, Shikamaru was lazily staring at the ceiling, Chuji was, what else would you have expected from him, eating chips, and Lee was brimming with energy between his sensei and Kakashi, who was reading his Aika Aika Paradise novel. Ah! The final guests have arrived. Now we can begin! Guy exclaimed and struck his nice guy pose. Begin exactly what? Naruto asked as he looked around the gathered group. Sit down and I can start explaining. Guy exclaimed and Lee bursted out in flames. Oh! Guy-sensei! You're so hip when you explain things. It's so youthful. Naruto groaned as he and Gaara joined the other on the floor. Why do I get the feeling that this is for something really stupid? First of all, I thank you for coming here on such short notice. Your youthfulness is amazing. Guy exclaimed and received murderous glares from most of the young men present. Next, I'd like to know if any of you want to ask a question. Guy exclaimed and Naruto raised his hand, but it must not be about why we are here. That question will be answered soon enough. Naruto lowered his hand and then rose it back up again, or how long this will take. The springtime of youth does not wait. Once again Naruto lowered and raised his hand, this time getting an actual direct response from Guy. Yes, Naruto-kun? You have a question? Naruto groaned as Guy struck another nice guy pose. Kakashi-sensei, were you dragged to this place as well? If not, get us out of here or something. Well, I think I recall Guy waking me up early this morning for some important talk he had to give to all the youthful men in Konoha. Also, I figured that this is the best hiding place from Hokage-sama's missions so I can read my Aika Aika Paradise in peace. Kakashi replied, not even removing his eyes from his novel. Important talk, huh? Naruto repeated and then nodded his head. Yes. It is very important. That is why we gathered all of you here. Guy exclaimed. All of a sudden, there was a sort of earthquake and the door that Ji and Lame blocked was swung open. Everyone looked towards the entrance to find the white-haired Sannin, Jiraiya, standing there looking rather pissed off. Boss! Ji and Lame exclaimed at seeing their employer, what are you doing here? That's my line. You two are supposed to be at the shop. Jiraiya yelled at the two Mato brothers and exaggeratingly pointed with his finger at them. But boss! We're trying to stop more perverts from becoming one. Ji exclaimed. It's our duty to stop all perverts. Lame added. Then why is the store being overrun with them right now, huh? Aniki! Ji yelled. Aniki! Lame replied at least equally as loud, if not louder than his brother. There are perverts there. Yes, they are there. We must fulfill our duty to the world. Indeed, we must do that. Anti-pervert security dash. They both yelled and flexed their colossal muscles, moving out. Ichi and I, Ichi and I. The two brothers chanted as they marched past Jiraiya and out of Guy's house. Jiraiya let out a deep sigh in relief that the two brothers headed back to his store before its reputation was ruined. Oi, I think I'd rather be in Temari's shoes right now. Naruto whispered to Gaara. You like polishing fans as well? Gaara asked in return without even turning towards Naruto. No, but she's definitely in a better situation than us right now. Naruto replied and then looked back out in front of them. Ah. Hot showers are just the best, well, a bath is even better, but unfortunately I don't have that luxury. Temari said to herself as she walked out of the bathroom, not wearing a single piece of clothing as she was home all by herself. Better get my fan though, Gaara and Naruto might be home any minute. Temari said as she walked back towards the living room to get her fan. Just then the front door was opened and out of pure surprise to the sudden sound, Temari turned halfway around. Naruto, are you? Sakura asked as she stepped into the hallway and found herself looking at a fully nude Temari. Home? Sakura finished her sentence as she blushingly gasped at Temari, who has exactly the same reaction as Sakura. Yup, she's definitely in a better position than us. Naruto nodded to himself. All right then. Now that everything has been quieted once again, we can start what I called you all here for. Guy exclaimed. Yeah, it was quiet. Naruto muttered, forming a grin on Shikamaru's face, who obviously heard Naruto's little remark. I've gathered all of you here because Konoha's beautiful flowers are blossoming. Guy exclaimed. Shikamaru sat up and looked dully towards the green-clad Jounin. Aren't flowers girl stuff? What do we men have to do with flowers? It's such a troublesome subject, I don't want or need to know anything about. I'm not talking about normal flowers. Guy struck the nice guy pose again, I'm talking about all the young female flowers. Shikamaru's dull expression spread out to most of the guys in the room, aside from Neji and Shino. Guy? I think it would help a lot to tell them you mean the girls of their age, or even more importantly, their kunoichi teammates, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata and Tenten, and if I'm not mistaken Temari of the Sand. Kakashi stated, still having his eyes fixed on his novel. A light bulb was lit on above each of the young men's heads, and understanding that their female teammates, and Gaara's sister, were blossoming. Ah. Kakashi! Your replies are always so hip. You always manage to get through to them. Did you say something? Oh my good! Guy blabbered on about something about Kakashi's hipness before turning back towards the crowd of young men in front of him. Anyway, my eternal rival is right. Your female comrades of youth are blossoming at a rapid pace. Yesterday when my adorable and youthful student Lee and I went to give our team's Tenten a good morning visit, we found her and all the other girls wrapped in unyouthful clothing, with their real clothes piled onto the floor. There even was a blonde young man with them. All the eyes were turned towards Naruto, and even though Naruto didn't notice it, Neji was the only one who glared at him. What? That wasn't me. Naruto quickly replied, waving his arms energetically, tell them, Gaara. I was out training all night. It couldn't be me. Damn it, at this rate I might be unmasked. Naruto cursed in his mind as he looked around the crowd. Surprisingly, it was not Gaara who saved Naruto's skin but Guy, that's right. It wasn't Naruto-kun who was doing unyouthful things with our beloved female comrades. I found him familiar, but I don't know who that man was, doing such unyouthful things with our youthful female comrades. See? It wasn't me. Naruto replied and noticed that Kakashi and Jiraiya were eyeing him. Erosennin, you'd better not sell me out, and why is Kakashi-sensei looking at me like that? Now then. We shall discuss what you all need to know about your blossoming kunoichi friends. And then we choose who shall watch over each one of them so they won't end up with a pervert. But first, the talk. Guy exclaimed. Naruto yelled, momentarily gaining everyone's attention once again, we're going to have the talk. I went to Anko-sensei for nothing. All of that for nothing. About half an hour later, however, Naruto realized that Guy's version of the talk was not exactly flawless, as he had to correct the jounin after almost every sentence. Jiraiya was grinning widely and beaming with pride that his student had such a wide knowledge of women, not even bothering to correct Guy himself as he took far too much joy out of seeing Guy get corrected by Jiraiya's blonde student. After that half an hour, all the guys basically asked and discussed everything with Naruto as Guy and Lee let their youthful flames burn, swearing that they'd be hipper than both Kakashi and Naruto and one day will surpass them in knowledge of a certain matter. So. Tell us again, Naruto. What happens then? Kiba said with an excited and moderately perverted grin on his face as he drooled and panted like a dog. Yeah, you know when you were like, throwing with a water balloon back and forth with another person? Naruto asked and Kiba nodded in reply, well, it's kind of like that, when the water balloon explodes in your hands that is and that's well, I guess that's the best comparison I can give. Naruto, I have to point out that a water balloon that snaps is quite different from that. I mean, a water balloon is most of the time completely filled with water and a much larger amount than. Shikamaru stated in a matter-of-factly tone, but got interrupted by Guy, all right. That's enough for the talk. I think Naruto-kun has proven to be more passionate with the flames of youth than I am. But I shall not lose to Naruto-kun. I shall become more youthful than anyone else. Oh, wow. Guy-sensei. You're so youthful when you say that. All right then. Now for who is going to watch over which youthful blossoming kunoichi. Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba will watch over their teammate. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji do that as well. Kazukage-sama can watch over his sister, I assume. Then Neji and Naruto-kun will watch over my team's 10-10. Guy exclaimed as Neji threw Naruto a glare from the corner of his eyes. Guy-sensei. Does that mean that I? Lee exclaimed with wide eyes. Yes, my adorable youthful student Lee. You shall be the one to protect your youthful blossom Sakura from every pervert. Guy exclaimed and struck the nice guy pose, so take your chance and win her over, my youthful student. Lee pinched his eyes tightly shut, clutched both his fists as tight as his eyes as a wide smile formed on his face. Yush! The springtime of youth shall prevail. Lee exclaimed and literally flew up and through the ceiling. That's my youthful student. We shall use your youthfulness to restore my first floor ceiling. And the second one. And. Guy exclaimed as a sound of impact to a thick piece of metal could be heard from way above. It seems that we must also use your youthfulness to restore my youthful weights that keep me youthful. Hi! Guy-sensei! Lee exclaimed from all the way up at the attic. A couple of minutes later, Naruto and Gaara were walking back towards Naruto's apartment. Damn, all that for just this. Naruto let out a deep sigh. Yeah, yet somehow I have the feeling that this is related to the thing I forgot, Gaara closed his eyes as he kept on walking. Ha ha ha. Really? How could this have to do with something that you forgot? You didn't even know we were going to have this. Naruto sheepishly laughed at Gaara as they kept on walking. No. I'm almost sure it is related to this. Gaara replied and continued to ponder. Naruto grinned sheepishly at Gaara as he took a step away from him, just in case Gaara would remember it this time. I guess I'll find out what it was eventually. Gaara stated as he opened his eyes again. Yeah, eventually. Naruto replied, and hopefully when I'm not around. Hey, Gaara. I just remembered something that I must do. Naruto stated as they passed by a street that led to the main street of Konoha. All right then, now only if I could figure out what I have forgotten. Gaara replied. You can find your way back to my apartment, right? Naruto asked as he already turned to head to the main street. Yes, I think I should manage to find it again. Gaara replied. As he stopped and turned around to look at Naruto. I'll see you around noon then. Don't start having lunch without me. Naruto said before he ran off to the main street, heading towards his favorite place in all of Konoha, Ichiraku's Ramen. Upon entering the ramen stand, Naruto was given a warm welcome by Ayame. Naruto. Hey! How's it going? Yo, Ayame-chan. I guess everything's just fine. Naruto smiled at his favorite ramen-making girl as he took a seat. The usual for you, Naruto? Ayame asked as she walked back to her cooking noodles. Yeah, of course. Mind if I pay you back later? Don't have money on me right now. Naruto said after realizing was abruptly taken out of his house and his Gama-chan wasn't in his pants all the time. Well, alright then, just keep it quiet, my father is busy in the back for a while so don't mention it and just one bowl of ramen for you. Ayame whispered to him. Naruto smiled for a moment, then nodded at her and she continued to make ramen, handing Naruto a bowl of his favorite flavor some time later. Ayame-chan, can you help me out today? Naruto asked as he was halfway done with his bowl of ramen. Help you out? What do you need my help for? I thought you arranged everything? Ayame blinked at Naruto in confusion. Well, I guess I just want to talk to you about some stuff that happened these past 2 days and all, plus I need your help with something that I haven't really figured out yet. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned at Ayame. Well, hurry up and finish that bowl so we can get going then. Ayame smiled politely at Naruto. Naruto quickly ate, or rather devoured the last half of his bowl of ramen and placed it back on the counter. Done. All right then. Ayame said as she quickly washed her hands and then dried them even faster. Father, I'm heading out for a while with Naruto-kun. I'll be back later. All right, I'll cut it out of your pay again. Ichiraku-san replied from the back. You greedy old man. Ayame threw a quick glare at the door that led to the back of the ramen stand. During their walk towards the Ichiraku residence, Naruto gave Ayame a quick summary about what happened these past 2 days. And last night I had a date with Sakura-chan. Naruto said cheerful, but not all too loud. So you finally was able to go out with her, what was it like? Ayame asked smiling. A flashback of Sakura kissing him briefly ran through Naruto's head. It was nice. Nice, you say So tell me what happened that was so nice. Ayame winked at Naruto and her smile grew bigger on her face. Naruto blushed as he sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, we kissed a lot. Ayame giggled at Naruto's shy reaction. Well, wasn't that just really nice? Yeah, you know I also had the talk. Naruto said, trying to change the subject, though once he realized what he was turning it into he mentally slapped himself. Idiot. Why are you mentioning that? That's hardly better than talk about your kissing experience with Sakura-chan. Oh. With who did you have the talk? Ayame leered towards Naruto in curiosity. Hey, look. We're here. Naruto announced loudly to point out that they had reached their destination. Either answer to that question is probably bad, but I don't want to lie to her. Shortly after, Ayame and Naruto were up in Ayame's room, and as Ayame lied back down on her bed she decided to ask again, so tell me already, who did you have the talk with? Can we skip this subject? Naruto asked, sheepishly grinning at Ayame. Oh no, we won't skip this subject. Tell me. Was it Sakura-chan? She's a medic nin after all. No, it wasn't Sakura-chan. Was it with your sensei then? No, not with my sensei. Then who? Anko-sensei. There followed a moment of silence in the room after Naruto's statement, and that silence was really awkward, until Ayame shot up from her bed and broke the silence. What? Anko-sensei gave me the talk. Naruto repeated, blushing out of embarrassment. Naruto, have you not only lost your mind but also your virginity due to that woman? No. Besides, at the time I couldn't think of anyone else that would have so much knowledge about that subject. I only figured out I could ask Temari after I had that talk with Anko-sensei. Naruto flushed a deeper shade of red. What about me? Ayame replied and blushed slightly red as well for saying such a thing. Naruto blankly stared at her and blinked a couple of times. What? I can give the talk very well too. I am, as a matter of fact, quite experienced with certain matters. Nei-chan, no offense, but I think super fuzzy eyebrows could even give the talk better than someone as innocent as you. Ayame's thigh twitched as she narrowed her eyes at Naruto. Oh, so I'm too innocent to have proper knowledge to give you the talk, huh? Ayame-chan, why are you looking at me like that? Naruto asked as he slowly backed away from Ayame. However, before Naruto's brain could process that it happened, Ayame had grabbed him, thrown him onto her bed and sat on top of him. She held Naruto slightly up by his shirt and her eyes still twitched as she spoke in a dark voice that wasn't like hers at all. My experience and knowledge, I will show you it. A while later, Naruto was strolling down the streets of Konoha once more with his shoulders hanging in defeat and scratches all over his face, though those were already rapidly healing with the Kyuubi's chakra. Damn it, looks like Ayame-chan knows about as much as Anko-sensei. But did she really had to go and give me a thorough explanation of what it meant if a girl was a dom? Watch Mikalit, who the heck would enjoy that kind of stuff? Naruto looked up ahead, seeing one of the gates of Konoha standing wide open and travelers coming in and leaving through it, but that wasn't what caught his eye. Sakura-chan. Naruto said as he saw the pink-haired Kunoichi standing near the gate, staring to the world that lay beyond it and not moving a single muscle. Naruto put on an annoyed face, since he realized that he was talking to himself before and now answered his own question. He looked at the kunai pouch that was always wrapped around his pants. I guess that can wait for a moment, it's just a small detour anyway. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled as he walked up to his teammate. Sakura turned around and Naruto noticed a faint sign of sadness in her eyes, but it fainted away nearly instantly when she saw him. Morning, Naruto. What are you doing all the way out here? Just walking around a bit and stuff. Just finished a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku's. Naruto smiled at Sakura, almost tempted to go to her and hug her, but he'd rather not get punched in his face. What about you, Sakura-chan? Sakura looked towards the gate for a moment and then back towards Naruto. Well, I was just completing my morning ritual, I guess. Morning ritual? Naruto asked, curious to find out what that had to do with coming all the way to one of Konoha's gates, seeing as his house was nowhere near it. Yeah. The last 2.5 years I've always come here in the morning. Sakura replied as she looked towards the ground. Naruto looked up towards the gate and then realized exactly why Sakura had come here every morning, so he lowered his head and looked towards the ground as well. Sakura-chan, you. Naruto, can I? Sakura-chan. Sakura looked up towards Naruto and saw that look that always was in his eyes when he was promising something, that look of pure determination. I will definitely bring Sasuke back to our village. I promised you, and I do not go back on my word. Sakura smiled warmly at him. I know you will bring him back, but can we talk for a moment, if you're not too busy, that is. A few moments later they were sitting on a bench and just silently staring into the empty space in front of them. Sakura broke the silence, making Naruto turn his head towards her. You know, I'm having mixed feelings right now, so I guess I need to talk about them. Mixed feelings? Naruto repeated and Sakura nodded in reply. Yeah, I don't know really what to do. I love Sasuke. I really do. Sakura bit her lower lip a moment before continuing, but now, I met this guy. Ever since I actually have seen him, there was this spark that was lit within me. I think I love him as well, but I also love Sasuke, even though he isn't here with us right now. Naruto momentarily smiled to himself, knowing that he was most likely that other guy. Well, I can't help you choose, really. Sakura smiled sadly and lowered her head a bit. I know that, and I'm sorry I have to talk to you about all of this since you. No, I'm actually happy that you are even willing to talk to me about such a thing. Naruto replied with a smile at her. Sakura looked surprised at him and bit her lip again. Naruto could notice that tears were forming in the corners of her eyes. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? All of a sudden, Sakura hugged Naruto and started crying. I'm sorry, Naruto, time and time again I've hurt you. You promised me you'd bring the one I love, that you'd bring Sasuke back, and I just fall in love with someone else. I am really the worst, especially since I know that you. Sakura-chan. Naruto interrupted Sakura. I promised you that I'd bring Sasuke back, and I'm going to keep that promise no matter what. Even if you choose that other guy over Sasuke, then you'll still consider Sasuke as one of the people that you treasure. I know that you wouldn't want to see your first love get hurt, no matter what. It's one of the things I understand very well. Naruto slightly pushed Sakura off him and grinned widely at her, but that really surprised me. I never expect you to hug me all of a sudden, Sakura-chan. Sakura looked with wide eyes at him as he stood up from the bench and started walking away. Though I'm kind of used to it with Temari living at my place right now, next time you hug me don't cry, alright? Sakura blinked once with her eyes, shaking the last tears out of her eyes as a light bulb went on in her head. Naruto. Wait. I want to. Later, Sakura-chan. I've got some things to take care of, so I've got to go now. Naruto yelled as he started running and jumped onto the rooftop of a nearby building. I want to ask you something. Sakura whispered once Naruto left. Once Naruto was sure that Sakura wasn't following him, he flicked 5 kunai out of his kunai pouch that all had a piece of paper wrapped around them, threw them towards the small wall on the next building, and then he transformed into Lemur once again. All right, time to distribute these things, Naruto said as he quickly picked up the 5 kunai and headed on. After a while, Naruto was down to one kunai and was back at his apartment. All right, this is the last one. Naruto held the kunai ready, took aim, and once the kunai soared through the air, Naruto quickly changed back into his normal self. As the kunai pinned itself into the doorpost with a soft thud, Naruto started casually walking towards his door and he began his act. Huh? What's this? Why is a kunai sticking out of my doorpost? Naruto asked out loud in a casual tone as he took the kunai out. He blinked at it and then opened the door, shouting into his home once the door was open, "Temari, looks like someone has a message for you." As Naruto headed into his apartment, looking puzzled at the kunai and piece of paper with Temari's name on it, Temari walked up to him. "What is it?" "I don't know. It's a kunai with a note," Naruto said, carefully handing Temari the kunai. Temari looked suspiciously at Naruto, which made him raise an eyebrow at her, though in his mind he was looking at her with wide eyes. Why is she looking at me like that? Does she think it's from me? Or does she know it's from me? How could she? Temari took the piece of paper of the kunai, opened it and started reading. "Dear Temari, I'm sorry I couldn't take you out for a date last night, but I had little time to prepare, so my decision was a quick one. Unfortunately, I'll have to let you down today as well. However, tomorrow I'll have my date with you and I hope I will have come up with a nice idea for our date by then. I wanted to take you out today, but I couldn't come up with anything that I found perfect for the two of us. I did find something like that with one of the other girls for today, so please don't be too mad at me for not going out with you today. I'm looking forward to our date tomorrow. I hope you are too. From Nemur with love. P.S. I'll pick you up in the afternoon, if not then it will be in the evening around 7. A smile crept onto Temari's face as she closed her eyes and she pressed the small note against her chest. Temari? Are you all right? Naruto asked as he looked at the blonde girl. Yeah, I'm all right, just having a feminine moment. Temari replied and continued to hold her position like that. Oh, okay. Naruto replied and blinked at the wind mistress. Temari breathed deeply in and then out once again, and half a second later, a loud squeal echoed through Naruto's apartment. She opened her eyes again, a slight blush appearing on her face as Naruto carefully removed his hands from his ears. I take it as good news? Temari nodded as she pressed the note tighter against her chest. He's such a sweetheart. Ow, I can't wait until it's tomorrow. I wonder who he picked for today though. Hello, Niji speaking. Niji said as he picked up the phone. Niji, hi. It's me. Tenten's voice came cheerfully through the receiving end of Niji's phone. Hey, Tenten. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything is going just fine. Right now I'm just slipping out of my undies and getting ready to take a bath. Tenten replied as she untied her buns. Niji blushed and scraped his throat before replying, really, huh? Is that why you are calling me? To have company while you are taking a bath? Well, if you don't mind talking to me for a while. Tenten replied with a smile on her face as she headed into the bathroom. I guess I have some time to spare. Niji replied as he sat down on his bed. Hold on, Niji, got to put the phone down so I can quickly set everything up and then slip into the bath. Niji heard Tenten put the phone down, followed by a couple of other sounds he couldn't make up, aside from the water flowing into the bathtub. There we go. Tenten said as she picked the phone up again. Have you slept well? Niji asked her to get the conversation started again. Lee, your guy-sensei didn't wake me up this morning, so I slept very well. Tenten said and then slightly blushed. what about you? I mean, after yesterday morning he. Yeah, I slept just fine as well. Niji replied as he turned slightly more red in his face from his memory of seeing Tenten that way. I must admit, I'm glad I'm talking to Tenten on the phone and not face to face right now. Those perverted thoughts would be the end of me, one way or another. Aha, so, did you dream about me? Tenten asked as she stopped the flow of water that was filling the tub. No. Tenten slipped into the bathtub and let out a moan that was as soft as possible as the warm water engulfed her body. You're a bad liar, Niji. Niji coughed. I'm not lying. Tenten's smile widened as she placed the phone on the edge of her bath and put it on speaker mode. You sure? Because from what I remember, you saw me in quite the daring outfit. Should I start questioning your sexuality, Niji? May I be so kind to remind you that I passed out because of that. My sexuality needs no questioning. So you haven't even thought the teeny tiniest bit about me like that? I haven't. Tenten slipped down further into the bath. All right, I was just wondering about that. Bathing is nice, isn't it, Niji? Yes, I guess you could call taking a warm bath nice. Ah, you should see me right now, hair untied and wet from the nice warm water, a blush on my face from the warmth, my entire feminine body being warmed up by the water, that same water that is caressing my soft skin with each motion I make in the water. Tenten, are you trying to corrupt my mind? Niji asked, his eyes twitching as his face was as red as a tomato, because you are doing a fine job at that. Ehehe, maybe I am, or maybe you just forgot I just love teasing you. If that's all you want to do, then I'm going to hang up. Niji replied, well, actually, I wouldn't do that abruptly but still do it in the end. No. I called you for another reason as well. Niji's interest in the conversation was fully back now. Oh? What is it then? Tenten frowned and stared at the phone for a moment, in which Niji wondered why she went silent. Tenten? What is it? Do you need my help for something or? Way to go, now she might think you were thinking perverted once again. So much for being a genius. I'm sorry, Niji, but I can't train with you this afternoon. Niji was as shocked as he could be about hearing such a thing from Tenten. You can't? How so? Do you need to do your groceries or something? I could help you out with that and then we could train together, or is it something else I can help out with? Thanks, Niji. You are too kind sometimes, and only sometimes. Tenten added quickly as she smiled and the blush on her face turned into a deeper shade of red. Unfortunately, I'll be out on a date all afternoon, so. What? Niji calmly asked. I'm going out on a picnic date this afternoon with Nimur-kun, so, unfortunately, I won't be able to train together with you this afternoon. Niji dropped the phone out of his hands out of pure shock and he gasped for air. A couple of hours later, Naruto was standing as his alter ego in front of Tenten's door with a picnic basket in his hands. I'm so in debt to Ayame-chan for going through the trouble of preparing most of this. She gave me a lot of stuff. I wonder if it will even all be gone by the end of the day. Naruto knocked on the door and Tenten's reply came from the other side. Hold on, I'll be right there. A few moments later, Tenten opened the door and smiled at Naruto. Sorry, needed to clean up the weapons I couldn't take with me in case of a sudden attack. I don't like being a weak, defenseless girl. Naruto, on the other hand, wasn't really smiling but rather awestruck about the kimono that Tenten wore at the moment. It was sky blue with, on the part that covered her legs, a white pattern that led up to a white dragon that rests just above Tenten's left breast. Wow. Naruto managed to let out as he still stared at Tenten. Pull it together. Sure, she looks beautiful, but let her know that. You like my kimono? Ten asked as she did a little spin around, Naruto noticing that there was another pure white dragon on her back, resting on her right shoulder blade. Saying I like it would be an understatement, Naruto said as he blinked a couple of times. Ten slightly blushed and looked away, tracing a circle over the floor with the tip of her right foot. Thank you, I see you decided to go casual, but I like it just as much. Well, shall we get going then? Ehehe, of course, I'm sorry for my looks but I haven't gotten that much special clothing, mostly the same stuff. I guess I should buy some new clothing sometime soon. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, or rather figure out how to henge into many different types of outfits. Alrighty then, if you ever need help with selecting your clothes, let me know and I'll help you buy them. Ten smiled at Naruto as she hooked her arm with his. Let's go then. Yeah, if I'm stuck on whether to buy or to not to buy, I'll ask you for help. Naruto replied and Ten giggled slightly as she closed her door and locked it. As they headed off, the two shinobi did not notice that they were being watched by a certain Hyuga prodigy, who was none other than Neji. Once Naruto, who was now obviously in his disguise as Ymir, and Ten turned around the corner, the young Hyuga prodigy headed up to the roof to follow them from up high instead of behind them. Once he reached the rooftop, he quickly sneaked to the edge and looked down upon the street that lay below him, and there he found Ymir and Ten just heading out of the apartment complex. I really know a great park here in Konohagakure, that's where we are going, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Well, it's because of Sakura-chan that I know it, but I didn't really see that much of it last time. I hope we can do more than just have a picnic there. If it's too crowded, we could always go to a forest that I know. Ten replied, smiling at Naruto as she wrapped her arms around his. Ahahaha, well, we'll see about that. Naruto gave Ten a sheepish laughter and rubbed the back of his head. I don't think I want to be in a non-public area with any of the girls. Well, aside from Hinata, she's too shy to even think anything. Then again, I might be wrong about all of them when it comes to that. That guy, he has seduced Ten already this much that she willingly wrapped her arms around his. However, they are going to have a picnic, in a park, which means that there are enough places that I can use for hiding myself from their view and enough opportunities to sabotage this date of theirs. Alright, I can do this, Neji thought as he had his fists raised up to chest height. He looked towards his fists and blinked for a moment before smirking and using his left hand to push his right fist down. I think I've seen a bit too much of Lee's antics. So, you're an orphan too, huh? Naruto asked Ten, who nodded in reply. Yeah, my parents died on a mission when I was still very little. I only have one picture of my parents holding me as a baby. You know, I really look a lot like my mother. Really, huh? Your dad must have been super lucky then. I mean, if your mother was as good looking as you are now, I'm almost sure that guys were punching each other in the face to try and win her over, Naruto stated, and as he did, Ten flushed red in her face and averted her gaze from him. Now you're just flattering me. Naruto laughed. I'm serious though. I never expected that you could look as charming as you do right now. Mao, stop it already. You're going to make me die out of embarrassment. Ten smiled at Naruto, who smiled back at her. You know, I think you are one of those, how did he Jiraiya-sensei call them? A femme fatale or something like that. You know, a woman that seduces men with her looks and can kill them just as easily as she seduces them. I think that was it. Naruto said and rubbed his chin in thought. Ten stared at Naruto for a moment and then gave him a warm smile. I guess it's a compliment, huh? Thank you. However, in battle my looks don't help me out one bit. Huh? Really? I guess they don't really have taste for women then, Naruto remarked, making Ten flush red once more. but I'm sure that in some S-ranked infiltration mission, you'd be sure to succeed. You really know how to make a girl blush, don't you? Tenten asked, blushing, and stopped walking, which made Naruto stop as well. I guess I do it unconsciously, hee. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned widely. Thank you, Tenten said and gave Naruto a kiss on his cheek. Naruto turned red and looked half shocked, half surprised at her, while Neji, who witnessed this from up on the rooftops, was just plainly frozen up out of shock. He quickly regained his composure, however, and narrowed his eyes at the blonde. I'll make this date go to hell. Unconsciously, Neji let out a thirst for blood, though he could feel it himself, and quickly dropped down onto the roof. Naruto looked up towards the rooftop of the building diagonally next to them. What's wrong? Tenten looked confused towards Naruto, who quickly broke out in a grin and rubbed the back of his head. Nothing really, I just thought I could feel a thirst for blood directed at me. Oh, maybe it's some vampire, Tenten replied and leered towards Naruto. Don't be foolish. It's broad day. Vampires are creatures of the night, Naruto said as he laughed nervously. But just maybe, it's really desperate and wants to at least have a last meal before being burned by the light of the sun. Tenten put on a scary vampire-like face and haunted Naruto. If I was a vampire, I'd target deliciously looking blondes as well. I don't think you'd want my blood, really. Naruto slowly backed away from Tenten. I don't know. I heard that doing certain things with blood can be quite the experience. Tenten threw her arms around Naruto's waist and leered at him again. Naruto laughed as he warily eyed Tenten. No doubt about it, that bloodlust was hers. Just kidding, Tenten said and gave Naruto a big wide smile. Now then, let's hurry up before the food starts rotting away or something. Not that it matters to a vampire, Naruto remarked and snickered. Hi, now, let's hurry up before I turn into a vampire and suck your blood out, Tenten said and started dragging Naruto onward. I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Of course I would like it, Tenten replied and giggled. That was close. I had almost been caught. I'd better watch it from here on out. I must be as swift as a ninja, like a ninja, Neji thought as he jumped back up and quickly followed Naruto and Tenten to the park. Not too long after that, they reached their destination and Naruto and Tenten were setting up their little picnic site on the grass. Though, it was mostly Naruto setting everything up for Tenten, and then the two of them simultaneously sat down on it to start their date. Neji, on the other hand, was hiding behind one of the trees not too far from Naruto and Tenten's picnic spot, and he was plotting on what his first mission would be to bring this date to hell. Let me see, what can I do to ruin this date, I think it's best to first use my abilities as a shinobi to get up in that tree behind Tenten and that Lemur guy. Gather data about what they are planning to do and then act accordingly. Alright, I can do this. I shall bring this date. Neji looked at his raised fists. I've seriously got to find myself some other men than Lee and Guy-sensei to socialize with. Alright, now then, let the mission commence, Neji told himself and jumped up, flying over the tree he was hiding behind and towards the tree behind Naruto and Tenten. Naruto, who just opened the picnic basket to take out some onigiri out, noticed a large shadow fly over them and he looked up towards the sky. What's wrong? Tenten asked as she looked towards Naruto, who was still staring at the sky. Just now, there was this huge bird that flew over us, Naruto stated as he blinked. Huh? Bird? You sure? Tenten blinked at him and then joined him in looking up towards the sky. I don't see anything. That was weird. I really saw the shadow of a big bird flying over. Naruto stated as he stopped looking towards the sky and offered Tenten some onigiri. Onigiri? Yeah, thank you. Tenten said as she accepted the offer and took the onigiri out of Naruto's hand. Neji was now sitting in the top of the tree and concealed his presence from the two, carefully paying attention to their words and actions. That guy isn't some half-assed shinobi, though he didn't know it was me. He did notice my being, though I was going through the air as swift and concealed as possible. The weather sure is nice for a picnic. Tenten sang as she scooted closer towards Naruto, who was leaning with his back against the trunk of the tree behind him. Ah, it sure is. I'm glad that spring came this early. Naruto said, smiling as he looked up towards the clear blue sky. Me too. Tenten said as she leaned against Naruto's chest. Naruto looked at her and slightly blushed. What's wrong? You don't mind, do you? Tenten raised a warm and sweet smile at him. Not really. Naruto said and scratched his cheek, where normally his whisker birthmarks would have been. Tenten never wanted to sit with me like that. Neji thought as he looked with twitching eyes at the two below him. All right, that's it, I'm going to do something about this. I just need to have them distracted from the food or something. Lemur-kun. Yeah? Can I ask you a favor? Tenten said, blushing. I guess you can. Naruto replied and blinked at the girl that was resting her back against his chest. Please let it be something normal. Please let it be something normal. Could you, feed me my onigiri? Tenten asked with a blush on her face as she looked with big eyes at Naruto. Yeah, sure. Naruto replied, smiling. She's really cute. I guess Tenten wouldn't want to do anything with me right now. Well, maybe a kiss, or maybe not. I guess I'll have to wait and see. Naruto took a plate out of the picnic basket, placed his own onigiri on it, and then took Tenten's onigiri, feeding it to her in small bites. This guy. Nijisai twitched as he reached for his kunai holster and then stopped. No. That is not the answer. Calm down, I can take this as an opportunity to use this. Neji took a small bottle from underneath his robes that was filled with a red substance and had a label that read extra hot Hyuga sauce. He took the lid off and positioned himself in such a way that he could most likely get a few drops onto Naruto's onigiri. Careful, if you miss then you'll be in trouble, just focus, and let a drop or two fall onto it. All right now, open wide and say ah. Tenten said and closed her eyes as Naruto moved the small bite of onigiri towards her mouth. Now's my chance. Neji thought and carefully tilted the small bottle so that the fluid inside could run out. After a few drops fell out of the bottle, Neji turned the bottle upwards again so that it wouldn't all fall out. He saw the drops fall down and eventually saw that all but one drop had fallen onto the onigiri. Perfect, that one drop won't even be noticed by them. Now, when Tenten will return the favor of feeding that Lemur guy, he'll have a taste of my family's secret sauce and it will be so hot that I don't have to do anything else to ruin this date. My love for Tenten shall prevail. Neji raised his fists again and clutched them tightly. He looked down towards his fists again, placed the bottle back into his robe and then sighed. I'm going to beat Lee up for acting like this for so many years, it's starting to affect me. By the time Naruto was done feeding Tenten her onigiri and Naruto grabbed his own from the plate, Niji sauce had already soaked deep into Naruto's onigiri. Alright, next one. Naruto said, smiling at Tenten. No. You bastard, that is yours, you need to eat it, don't feed it to Tenten. Niji bursted out in his mind while he narrowed his eyes at the two below him. Don't you want some too? Tenten blinked at Naruto, who just picked a small piece of his onigiri and held it ready to feed it to her. It's all right, we'll take turns feeding each other then or something, Naruto said as he moved the small bit of onigiri towards Tenten's mouth. All right, Tenten said as she opened her mouth and then closed her mouth around Naruto's fingers. Naruto flushed red as he felt Tenten's tongue run over his fingers and the onigiri, and he noticed that Tenten was turning an even brighter shade of red than he had ever seen Hinata do. Naruto and Niji both thought as they blinked at Tenten. Tenten opened her mouth and instantly a tower of flames came out of it, scorching Naruto's face before he could even scream in surprise. Ouch! Naruto let out as he blinked at Tenten, and Niji couldn't help but raise a smirk on his face. Well, that turned out better than I had planned. Nimur-kun! Are you okay? I'm sorry. That onigiri was just so spicy that... Or maybe not. Niji thought as his eyes twitched. Ehe, don't worry about me. I think I've been through worse than this. See, I'm not even hurt, Naruto said as he dusted himself off. But what was up with that onigiri? It was really, really spicy, Tenten said as she looked at the onigiri in Naruto's hand. Really, huh? Let's see then, Tenten, you'd better duck in case it really is this onigiri, Naruto said as he moved the onigiri towards his mouth. Yes, that's it, eat it, Niji thought as Naruto opened his mouth. Naruto took a small bite and Tenten looked questioningly at Naruto, and... How is it? His face turned red and he quickly swallowed the bite he had taken, muttering one thing as sweat broke out on his face: water. I need water. Tenten gritted her teeth and nervously looked around the park, searching for a small fountain or something like that. Ah. There is a small lake over there. Tenten pointed out towards the lake behind a few trees. Naruto didn't wait another moment and jumped up, rushing towards the lake that lay hidden behind the trees. As the lake came into his sight, Naruto leaped up and exhaled the tower of flames that the spiciness of the onigiri had created. Wow! Amazing! One of the kids, who were playing near the lake, said as he saw Naruto's tower of flames. Damn it, what the hell is in that onigiri, Ayame-chan? Maybe you should stick just to cooking ramen, Naruto said once he landed and quickly ran to the lake to drink from its crystal clear water and get rid of his thirst. Nimur-kun? Are you all right? Tenten's voice reached Naruto's ears as he drank from the lake. Yeah, I'm all right. That was one hot onigiri, Naruto said as he got back up. Ooh-huh. Why did you put spices in it anyway? Tenten asked and tilted her head to the left as she looked at Naruto. I didn't, honestly. I am not that good at making food, so I had the onigiri made by a good friend of mine. Naruto sheepishly grinned at Tenten and rubbed the back of his head. I guess your friend tried to be funny then with the spices, Tenten said and placed her fists against her sides. Well, let's hope the rest of the onigiri isn't like that. Yeah, oh well, I have other food and drinks with me, Naruto said as they walked back to their picnic site. I think I have ice cream with me, do you? Love it! Tenten threw herself onto Naruto, making him fall down onto the ground. Ehehe, I see. Naruto smiled at her. So, what flavor did you bring me? Tenten asked, smiling warmly as she laid her arms on Naruto's chest and rested her chin on them. I don't know really. I guess we'd have to check. Naruto blinked and turned his head towards their picnic site. Well, I guess you learned one thing about me just now. I love ice cream. Even more than I like you. Tenten said with a blush on her face and winked at him. Then how much do you like me? And what do you like about me? Naruto asked her. Tenten blinked at him for a moment and stared at him. It's hard to tell how much you love someone, but I guess I can tell you what I like about you. When you first wrote me that letter, I was really moved. I knew I'd like you for who you were, even though you weren't who I hoped you were. I'd like you, your words, the way you described me. Tenten blushed and averted Naruto's gaze for a moment before turning on a big wide smile to hide her blush. But I still don't know you well enough, so I want to get to know you better to see if you really are like that or not. She's really nice, and more gentle than I thought she could be. Naruto thought as he smiled at her. Then, how about we learn more about each other while eating some ice cream? Tenten gave him a warm smile in reply and got off him, helping him get back up on his feet. Meanwhile, during the time that Tenten lay on top of Naruto, Neji was in moral conflict while he listened to Tenten and Naruto's talk. Am I really going to do this? Am I really going to mess with Tenten's favorite nourishment? Come on, you have to do this. She'll start thinking that she has different tastes than him. I am a nobleman and a genius, I can't stoop this low. Even the main house wouldn't do this. That guy is trying to take away the girl you admired for ages. But I am above this. Surely I must know a way to make Tenten mine. She is lying on top of him because he has ice cream. Sabotage it shall be then. Hours later, Neji was sitting behind his desk with furrowed eyebrows and was currently writing in his journal. February the 7th of my 16th year of existence. Today, I learned a lot more than I usually do. Some were good things to know, mainly the things about Tenten, while others were things I most likely did not want to know. For instance, today I learned what it feels like to be a dropout at something, for I fail at sabotage. Apparently, it is not in my Hyuga blood to sabotage, as I failed miserably when I tried to sabotage Tenten's date with a blonde guy named Nemur. I tried a lot of things like bribing a couple of kids that were playing ninja to take that Nemur guy as their sworn enemy, and I even tried messing with my love's favorite nourishment, ice cream, and yet still I couldn't make the date come to an end. In the end, however, I am glad I at least tried to sabotage it, as the things I learned about Tenten today were worth more than the price of failure. I've decided that I will fight for Tenten, for it appears that she has not yet chosen that Nemur guy as the one she wants to cherish and love. Another thing I decided is that if anyone ever tells me I am a genius at everything I do, I'll beat them to death. Neji took a moment to pause his vigorous writing and looked around the room, using his Byakugan to see if anyone was watching him right now. Tomorrow is another day, and I think I will try to ask Tenten out for a date. Of course, I shall not openly admit it as a date, for I do not wish to make my current relationship with Tenten awkward. Also, I think I will dye my hair blonde. Tenten seems to fall for blondies. Meanwhile, Naruto was heading back home from his date with Tenten and had a smile on his face. I really like Tenten. She's funny, sweet, and she can also stand up for herself, and she can even be scary at times. Naruto thought and snickered as he remembered when a bunch of kids interrupted them when she was just about to give Naruto a kiss. Flashback no jutsu, Tenten slowly moved closer towards Naruto's face, closing her eyes more and more with each moment she drew closer to his lips with her own. Hi-ya! A kid's voice interrupted them and ran over their picnic blanket, disturbing their moment. Take this! Another kid yelled. Tenten sighed and Naruto smiled at Tenten as they again looked into each other's eyes and drew closer upon each other until the kids rampaged over their blanket again. Come back here, you nuke-neen. I'm from Konoha's ANBU and I will beat you dead. Just try me, you ANBU guy. Ten clutched her fist and counted to 10 in her head before wrapping an arm around Naruto. Once again their lips came close to one another, but due to a certain kid that tripped and crashed into the two of them, Ten ended up kissing Naruto's shirt instead of his lips. "Aw, I'm sorry." The boy apologized. "You." Ten clutched her fist and turned around, fuming with anger and rage. "Eh." The boy and his friends nervously looked towards the enraged Ten, who jumped up. Ten shoved both her hands underneath her kimono, and as she drew them back out, revealing 4 kunai in each hand, the kids' eyes went wide before blood shot out of their nose and they flew a couple of yards away from the couple. "Come back here, you brats. You will face my wrath for interrupting one of my precious moments with Nimur-kun." Ten yelled as she ran towards the kids with the kunai ready in her hand. "Ehehe, I don't know what's scarier, her anger, or the fact that she just pulled 8 kunai from underneath her kimono and had them with her all this time, poor kids, fainting from seeing just a tiny bit of skin on Tenten's stomach." Naruto said as he grinned and rubbed the back of his head. End of flashback. No jutsu. Naruto snickered again, and as he reached the rooftop of his apartment, he popped out of his disguise as Nimur. Even though that happened, the date was nice. I'm really glad I chose Ten right now. I hope Temari is feeling okay though. Naruto said to himself as he walked over the rooftop, heading towards the front of his apartment. All of a sudden, Naruto heard a diabolical laughter from every direction, stopping him in his tracks. "Who's there?" Naruto asked as a shiver ran down his spine, making him clutch his fists and get ready for possible combat. "Show yourself, I know you're there. It's been not too long ago since you heard me, boy, and you've already forgotten me." The demonic voice surrounded Naruto. Naruto's eyes went wide as the laughter he heard before was repeated. How unfortunate. Naruto fell down to his knees and started screaming in agony as red chakra erupted from his body. He clutched onto his head as the chakra flew around him and was surrounding him like a spiral of chakra. Slowly his screaming died out as he fell down to the floor, and before passed out, Naruto could faintly see the head of a fox in the tornado of red chakra.